Well, a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl for day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Durham. It was a hot day here yesterday, and Hampshire were in the field the whole time because Durham will resume this morning in their first innings on 330 for 5. A good day for the visitors here on the south coast. Graham Clark, good day for him, 110 not out. He'll resume his innings, and he's been given more than good support by George Drissel, who's 58 not out, and their partnership for the 6th wicket so far is unbroken on 124. It is a used wicket here. It was used a couple of weeks ago against Somerset. The expectation is at some point it'll turn. It hasn't done yet, but it may do as we go through this match. 3 wickets for Kyle Abbott. All 3 of those were taken before lunch. There was 1 for Brad Wheel and 1 for Liam Dawson. And that is the state of play. Your commentary team today is not quite the same, but almost as it was yesterday. We've got shortly the analyst, Simon Hughes. We've also got Amelia Clark, who started her commentary journey earlier on this season. She's been away on holiday, but she's with us today. And I'm here, Kevin James, and he's still here as well from BBC Radio Newcastle, Martin Emerson. Martin, good morning.
Good morning. You sound a bit knocked that she's been on holiday.
Well,
the jealousy just oozing out of every pore there, really.
Well, do you know what? Yeah. When Amelia turned up, she said, "Have you had a nice week off?" Because obviously Hampshire have had their week off, and I know you've got yours next week, Durham. And I said, well, actually, no, because there's been 3 Hampshire women's games, one at Birmingham, one at Southport, and 1 here. So it hasn't been a week off for me, no.
No. It's a long winter, though, Kev.
It is a long winter, you're right, 6 months.
Yeah.
Up in the north. Up in the north, it's about 8 months, 9 months.
Yeah. The sun goes down on November the 1st, and you don't see it again until February the 11th. something like that. Anyway,
good day for your boys.
It was. I think Durham did well yesterday. Just after lunch, so 82 for 4. You're thinking, But then 2 really good partnerships developed after that. Ollie Robinson with his 76, stand of 124 for the 5th wicket with Graham Clark, and then what have they added for the next 124 again?
Yes.
So 2 partnerships of 124, and I had Drizzell down as 50, but he's 58. Yeah, he's got an 8 next to his name there now. So there must have been a couple of quick boundaries that I didn't spot at the end of the day. So yeah, I think they'll be pleased with how it's gone.
Definitely.
See how they push on today, really.
Well, it's being a used wicket, of course. It's always an advantage batting first, and a good morning for Durham will certainly put them in the driving seat. They're on that cusp, aren't they? 330 for 5. The second new ball is only 16 overs old, so there'll be a bit of newness in it to bowl this morning. Hopefully the bowlers are a little fresh. We spoke to Kyle Abbott last night in the Hampshire camp, and we had to wait around a little while because he was in a cold bath, we were told. And to be honest, I think after a day like yesterday with the heat, and he got through 20 overs, I'm not surprised that he laid around in that cold bath for quite some considerable time. But he's one overriding comment was, he says they bowled well in spells, but it wasn't their best day.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there were periods, weren't there? It was around about the time when Rhodes got out, there was 6 or 7 overs where only 1 run had been scored, and the bowling was tight and they were on top, but then it changed after that.
It did, but some good batting. There is absolutely no doubt some good batting from Clark and Drissel, especially.
What's your weather app saying today?
Well, my weather app, I know you were saying about some rain that was coming in. My weather app has stayed sunny.
Yeah. Sunny.
Yeah, sunny. It's looking glorious already this morning. A little cooler. I think it was a little cooler this morning.
Yeah, felt a bit cooler. Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah,
right.
The cricket weather app saying we should be all right today.
Good.
Because yesterday the BBC was suggesting thunderstorms this morning. It did look a bit thundery to the south of Fareham, down towards Portsmouth. But
it's always cloudy down there.
Yeah. I'll tell you who didn't look like they had a sunny disposition was the Hull City team as they left the hotel when I was arriving, because they're playing Portsmouth, and if they don't win today, they're going down. So that will be quite a nervous bus on its way down the M27.
Yes, it was a full house in the hotel here last night. Obviously, Hull City here. Durham players are here.
Yeah.
and quite a few others besides. I think there might even be a cruise ship or two in, because I think I saw some people that looked like they were ready to go on a cruise. So the players are out there in the middle. We're all set for day 2. As I say, a good morning for Durham, and they will certainly be in the driving seat, and then they'll hope, of course, that this wicket does start to turn, as they've included an extra spinner in Cullen Parkinson, just like Hampshire did with Felix Organ, but there wasn't too much turn yesterday. So hopefully that cool ice bath, or that cold bath for Kyle Abbott, has done its trick, because he's getting things underway this morning from the pavilion end. And he comes in and bowls, and that's a good length ball. First up, bowled to Graham Clark, who pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. Now we're going to have a bit of fun today. The first game here against Yorkshire was over the Easter weekend, and we asked for you to compile an Easter 11 from first-class cricketers, and you responded in your dozens and dozens, and we had a bit of fun. So what we're going to do this weekend, as it's May bank holiday weekend, the first weekend of May, we're going to ask for your bank holiday 11. As Abbott bowls, forward again is Clark, and that goes up towards mid-off. So the maypole and whatever it is that happens on the first weekend of May, we're asking for your bank holiday 11. Now it really has to be first-class cricketers, because we can sort of track them a little bit. We did make an exception about a month ago, it was nearly, against Yorkshire, where somebody emailed in, and he only played club cricket for Twickenham 5th 11, but his name was so right. That's another good length ball from Abbott, and again it's treated with respect from Clark, that there was a Jez Saviour that played for Twickenham 5th 11. And if you are going to include a club cricketer, we do need photographic evidence of this person, however you obtain that they actually play club cricket, if you think that they should be included in a May bank holiday 11. So solentcricket@gmail.com. Martin will give you his contact details when he's back on shortly. But solentcricket@gmail.com with your bank holiday players, as that's pushed up towards mid-on. And there is no run.
Yeah, but the album cover was Racing Greyhounds, I think.
Okay. I think you're right.
Saw Blur at Wembley last year.
Did you?
Yeah. Wheel comes in and bowls. This is defended on a length around about off stump. It's gone up to Stoneman at mid-off, no run there. Going to see Coldplay there this year. Just shows you how big Wembley is. We were sitting, and I was trying to work out where the tunnel was, and I realised we were sitting on the tunnel. So they put these sort of metal cover across the tunnel, and they put seats on it for the concerts. And the stage was huge, obviously, with it being Wembley, but the figures of the people looked so far away. You almost needed binoculars to see them properly. Wheel comes in and bowls. That's gone to Stoneman once again at mid-off. No run there. And that is the end of the over. We've had 5 runs from it, so the 4 from the first delivery and then a leg by down to fine leg. So 339 for 5.
First email of the morning from Stephen Clark. Now there's a bit of a race between Stephen Clark and his friends. They're at the far end of the ground to get the first email in the morning. Right. Yeah. Stephen was a bit miffed yesterday because he didn't get his first email in. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good morning to you all. He says, no reason for this email apart from beating my fellow Wrinklies, or fellow Wrinkling Neil, and getting a mention before him. So Stephen, there you are in. Looks like we've already got a couple of suggestions for our May bank holiday 11. Looking forward to this. Right, Kyle Abbott with 2 slips. Prest and Albert waiting as Abbott comes in. Short ball down the leg side. Good tumbling stop to his left by Ben Brown.
I've got a suggestion. Can we make suggestions or not?
Yeah, of course you can.
John Morris.
That's a very good shout.
Former Durham player, former England player.
And now Derbyshire.
And now a player's agent, isn't he?
I think is he still? I knew it was a while. Morris, obviously, with the significance of being Morris dancing.
Yeah.
And an obvious one as well. Thank you, Les Stone, stonecricket@gmail.com. Peter May.
Oh, yeah.
PBH May, I think he was, wasn't he? Mm-hmm. Which, of course, is a good one. So we got 2 already. forward is Drissel, out on the offside. Hugh Morris as well.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Glamorgan and England. Thank you, Stephen Easton. So we'll put Hugh Morris in. So we've got 3 written down.
Can you repeat?
Well, Hugh Morris, Les Stone has also said Hugh Morris.
Right, okay.
But, well, yeah, I mean, hopefully as we go through, people will know that we've got 3 names. So we've got Hugh Morris, John Morris and Peter May so far.
Yeah.
I'm writing them down. I think we're all writing them down to make sure we don't duplicate.
These 3 fielders close in on this leg side here.
It's turned away to one of those 2 close infielders. Yeah, that's a feature here. You'll find that happening more and more as we go through the 4 days, as the wicket gets slower.
Yeah. And
you find players, you know, if they're not quite in the right position and they're pushing at the ball, falling over the ball a little bit, the ball does tend to go in the air around that sort of area. I'm
picturing your childhood in Enfield going for picnics on May Day bank holidays in an Austin Morris as well. So. The Van den Pla with the picnic tables that fold out of the seats.
I think by now, I'd have been playing cricket by now, somewhere. Forward is Drissel. And, yeah, well...
My mum had a little Austin car with picnic tables.
Did they used to be in the back?
That was a Van den Pla.
They used to have wooden trim.
Yeah.
Those, yeah, they did, didn't they? Yeah. Amelia's looking at us, doesn't know what they thought we're talking about.
She doesn't know what wood is.
What's it? Ply? Well, no, not ply. What is it? MDF. That's the one.
Yeah, it was a polished sort of wooden trim, yeah.
1 slip now. And that is Toby Albert. 2 of those catching still on the leg side. 3, actually. Here's Abbott. Short of a length, and that's played out again in front of square. Defensively.
Well, did you... Is it Burleston down the road? Where did I... Bursledon.
Yeah.
So is that where Howard's Way was filmed?
Around there, yeah. It was, wasn't it? On the river. Because
I tried to go to the Jolly Sailor last night, and it was just impossible to get near. There were that many cars down the lane. It was very tight, so after about 20 minutes of trying, I gave up. But it was looked like a lovely night for sitting in a beer garden.
Yeah, perfect, wasn't it?
But I was looking at those big Princess cruisers and thinking of Howard's Way.
That's again played to one of those short fielders on the leg side. Good accurate start from Kyle Abbott, as we've come to expect as a maiden. And Durham 339 for 5 have added 9 runs this morning.
Yeah, a bit of money tied up in that boatyard yesterday. A few £1 million there.
Nice. I'm being asked by Wes, the media man, can you get your lunch order in, please? I'm quite happy to say that over the airways. Yes, apparently
I emailed them yesterday. I said I'd gone for Ploughman's today.
Oh, Ploughman's, right. I'll just... so. There we are. Your lunch is being plastered all over the media airwaves. There we are.
I hope the Ploughman doesn't mind.
Yeah. It's very nice. I had that a couple of weeks ago. It's very nice. Yeah.
Went for the old fish pie yesterday, which was quite tasty.
Very lucky we get a nice choice when we're here, so we're quite happy to publicise the fact that it's good food here.
And if you remember, you get a discount.
Do we?
Yeah. No, well, the members do. I was looking at the menu.
Yeah.
In comes Wheel to start his second over of the day. Oh, now then, it's not quite a maypole.
Right.
But Wheel Around the Fountain is a Smith song.
Right.
So dancing around.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's close enough. Yeah.
That's the way my brain works anyway.
Yeah.
Bit of a delay going on here before Wheel's allowed to come in again. 339 for 5 Durham. And this is turned by Clark to mid-wicket.
So keep them coming in, those suggestions. So we've got the Morris and the May, I guess, are the 2 or the 3 obvious ones. You might need to get some creative thinking going.
Davy Fenwick's on it.
Oh.
From the Seaburn Riviera, the twin resorts of Seaburn and Rooker. Joe Darling, as in the Darling Buds of May, represented Australia in 31 Ashes encounters.
Joel Darling?
Joe Darling.
Joe Darling.
Yeah, Darling Buds of May.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have that.
Yeah. Wheel in. That's off the pads of Clark and drifts towards backward square leg. A leg by will be signalled.
That's the sort of creative
come off the
thinking.
bat. It's come off the bat, then the pad. So he's got a single to his name.
Sorry, yeah, that's the sort of creative thinking we'll need. I think this is going to be a little harder than the Easter 11.
Yeah.
So we're going to need.
I presume the Easter 11, there must have been a cross on there, wasn't there?
Kate Cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was. I think I've got them written down somewhere. If I can find them.
Graham Clark's highest score was 128 in a win against Sussex at home in 2023. He's on 115 now. George Drizzell is on his highest score in a championship game. He's on 62 as he wafts at one which goes down the leg side from wheel to the keeper. Has had an 80 and an 81 against Zimbabwe A in the pre-season tour in March this year.
His first championship 100. Isn't it?
Darling buds of May. That was Catherine Zeta-Jones, wasn't it?
Yeah. Don't think she played first class cricket.
No. A friend of mine was in a little village in Spain on holiday a few years ago and said hello to this couple as they were walking into the corner store. Bouncer down the leg side, taken by the keeper, and he's thinking, I know them from. Where do I know them? Have I seen them somewhere else on this holiday, or are they from England or whatever? Anyway, he starts chatting to the guy. Turns out to be Michael Douglas, and the lady was Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Yeah,
they just happened to be in the same mountaintop village in Spain.
There you go. Interesting local fact on those two.
Go on then.
Catherine Zeta-Jones opened this hotel.
Did she? Right.
There's a plaque near the reception area.
Wow. Is she from around here?
No, Wales, South Wales.
All right. Wheel in. It's defended. So why did she? That's the end of the over. So why was she called in?
She's very good friends with a very good friend here, and I don't want to say her name because I don't want to embarrass her. But she's very good friends with somebody very influential here. Right, Martin Emerson staying on, and Amelia Clark will join her. Or join him. Here we go.
One or two clouds just drifting in from the coast. Fairly sort of high, hazy cloud. Mixture of cloud and sunshine today, but hopefully we're not going to see any rain. There's nothing in the forecast at the moment. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll turn you up a bit because that mic's right low.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. Right. So here comes Abbott bowling to Clark from the pavilion end. The partnership's currently worth 134. Now I did look at partnerships yesterday and then thought the record for this stand for Durham against Hampshire was quite a way away, and I've now completely forgotten what it was, so I'm going to look at them again. So what's this? Is the sixth wicket, so Abbott bowls. Clark gets behind that one and pushes the ball down into the ground. Seemed to come on the bat really heavy there, didn't really move much off it. So the record stand for Durham for a sixth wicket, I did read this out yesterday but then completely forgot about it, was 156, Dale Benkenstein and Ben Harmison at Chesley Street in 2007.
Well, there you go.
Because that started us on a conversation about what's Ben Harmison doing these days in his semi-professional football career and whatnot. Abbott comes in and bowls, and there was quite a lot of bat there. I think it was bat onto pad. There was no appeal from the bowler.
We have had a few more Mayday requests coming in to solentcricket@gmail.com. We've got George Worker in 1989, or Rupert Worker, both New Zealanders.
Well, it's a workers' holiday, isn't it?
Isn't
it's
yeah.
Isn't it called Labour Day in some countries?
I think so. Yeah. Yep, Kev's making a note of them.
Yeah. Next ball is played towards square leg by Clark. No run there. Worker.
Let's see what else we've got.
So you've got to come at it from sort of different angles. Tangential.
Yes. Well,
Nicky Campbell in his days
Andy
as an
Wallace
evening
has
DJ.
suggested a bit of an obscure one, but Ian Bell, as Oxford has a May Day celebration every year, and the college bells ring for 20 minutes.
That is a bit obscure.
It's a bit obscure, isn't it? But I like it.
In comes Abbott and Bowles. That's defended by Clark. I did notice last night when I was trying to get to the Jolly Sailor and failing, the little village church there, the bells are built into the wall around the church, not on the church itself, which is unusual. I think there's only a place near Kersey in Suffolk where we were on holiday 2 or 3 years ago, where the church bells were in the grounds of the church in a cage.
Yeah, rather than in the church.
Yeah. So it's quite unusual, that.
Yeah.
Next ball bowled by Abbott's 2. Clark is defended, and that is a maiden. Durham 340 for 5, are 10 runs away from their next batting point. And this partnership is currently 134. I don't think May Day didn't become a bank holiday here until, I think it was the 70s, wasn't it? Did it?
Oh, that's something to Google, isn't it?
I think the Labour government of the 70s introduced it. And so people on the other side of politics were
right.
always
I've got the
angry
answer.
about it.
I've got the answer. Don't look at my screen. But
Okay.
what
go
year?
for 74.
Oh,
No.
you're 4 years out.
Oh, yeah, now.
1978, apparently.
78, right.
Yep, you were right though. Michael Foot, the Labour Employment Minister, brought it in.
I remember him.
Following this, yeah.
Here's Wheel starting new over from the hotel end. Do you want to take this end?
Yeah, sure.
So Michael Foot was Labour leader. He became Labour leader, and then lost out to Margaret Thatcher from memory in the mid-80s in the general election. Wasn't his son Paul Foot, who used to write for Private Eye, an investigative journalist?
I don't know. You've got facts that I'm in abundance. I don't
There is
even know.
Private Eye have the annual Paul Foot Award for investigative journalism, and I think Paul Foot had links to Michael Foot. I'm sure he did.
Wheel in from the hotel end. Bowls. A little bit full of delivery this time, but it won't go for any runs.
Paul Wilson has been on. Hi Marty and the band of merry men and women. Greetings from a slightly overcast and coolish Costadale Hartlepool. Good start by the Durham batters. Steady batting required today to try to get at least another 100 runs, then steady and tight bowling. Should be with you until around 6 o'clock, apart from my weekly trip to the Chippy at around about 11:30, before going out to watch a Scar two-tone tribute band called Red Scar at the South Durham Social Club.
Very nice. As Wheel is in again from the hotel end. Bowls. Little bit of a shorter delivery line. It's just worked off behind leg side, and it will roll away for 4. The roving fielder out there on the boundary just couldn't quite get to it as it went over the boundary at the pavilion end.
Had a bit of pace on it as it went over the rope.
Yeah.
It leapt up quite high, that.
Yeah.
The Red Scar, eh? Interesting. So I wonder if they are a ska band based in Redcar and they've gone for a play on words Red Scar.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
If they're listening, please get in touch.
Are you into ska music?
I can't say I am.
Do you know what ska music is?
I know of it, but I can't say I listen to it a lot.
We had a band play at our wedding in 2001 called the Gangsters of Ska. They were absolutely fantastic. I don't know if they're still touring these days or not, but...
Wheel in again towards the pavilion. Bowls. A little bit shorter again this time, worked off the leg side. And it will be picked up and held at no runs.
When we were at the wedding, and then they handed out flyers around all the tables, and it was the list of all the gigs they were playing around the country that year, and they were down in Brighton and Southend and all over the place, and then Hull, and then it had June the 30th, Mr. and Mrs. Emerson's wedding. Brackets private function.
Brilliant. Wheel in again, top of his mark. Begins his very long run up. In. Bowls. A little bit shorter again this time, worked off the offside. And will be held at no runs once again.
Paul has sent his list of cricketing and cycling related events from this day. People born on this day: Sadiq Mohammed, 1945, Indian-born Pakistan cricketer. David Hookes, 1955, Australian cricketer and broadcaster. And in 1994, a certain Brendan James Doggett, an Australian cricketer who is currently featuring for Durham, and he's playing in this game. We haven't seen him yet, though, because he hasn't had a bat.
Wheel in once again. Bowls. Very short this time, and Trizell managed to bound out of the way of that one. And that will be the end of the over. So Durham are 344 for 5. And a technically maiden over 4-wheel, as the 4 was a leg bye.
Dying on this day in 1999, Godfrey Evans, English cricketer, wicketkeeper, batsman, Kent player. Wisden Cricketer of the Year in 1951, and the first wicketkeeper to make 2,000 runs and take 200 wickets in test matches.
We have another Mayday option coming in from Colin. Thank you for emailing us. How about David Holiday, as it is a national holiday?
Oh, that's a good one.
Thank you, Colin. That was a great one. Keep them coming in. We've got a few coming in. I'll try and get them read when I can.
Abbott bowling here to Clark on 115. That one's played off towards the covers, no run there. On this day in 1995, Australia beat the West Indies 2-1 to win cricket's 14th Frank Worrell Trophy. And on this day in 2015, so I watched this race, Norwegian Lars Petter Nordhaug, riding for Team Sky, won the inaugural Tour de Yorkshire in Leeds. In comes a bowler. And that's slammed short to silly mid-on. And
was that Tour de Yorkshire in about 2016?
that was 2015.
2015,
So
yeah, I was there for that.
were you?
Yeah, I came up to Leeds. Got some friends who used to live in Ilkley.
Oh, right,
and
well.
yeah, we watched it there. It was fantastic.
Well, we watched one stage with the kids when they came over the reservoir, over the top and down towards Massam. And then a couple of days later, I was on my way to Grantham for a one-day cup game, and I called in Selby to see the stage finish in Selby in absolute pouring rain.
Oh, goodness.
And then the game at Grantham got rained off the next day without a ball bowled, which was just as well, because we were talking before we came on air about anxiety dreams, and one of mine, in terms of cricket commentary, is not knowing what the score is. And as they came out to have the toss at Grantham, even though it looked like it was going to rain all day, it dawned on me that the scoreboard was behind the marquee we were sitting in. Anyway, they never got on. So, but big crowds that year. We couldn't get up to the reservoir up on the moors, where the Tour de France had been the year before. So the Tour de Yorkshire was the legacy event for having had the Tour de France in Leeds and Yorkshire the year before. So got big crowds.
It was fantastic.
Coming out of Warwickshire the following year, I think it was, to cover a one-day cup game, and I went to Home Moss to see the climb over Home Firth, and there was massive crowds up there. 344 for 5. Clark has now got an arc of players around him. You've got 3 close in on the leg side, 2 close in on the offside for any short drives. Plays this one on the offside, no run. So who did you know in Ilkley, did you say?
Just some friends of ours.
All right.
Yeah.
So my father-in-law lives in Otley, so they're just along the road from each other, and it's massive cycling country now, that, since the Tour de France was there.
Yeah. We have had another email in from Joe saying Alan Lamb is an option.
Oh, yeah. This is turned to short mid-wicket by Clark, no run.
I suppose
nobody can afford Lamb anymore.
Well, May Day apparently signifies spring, and that's when mostly lambs are born, which is true. So thank you, Joe. solentcricket@gmail.com if you have your suggestions. I'm working through them.
Oh, this is good. Firstly, Surrealist Fridge, John Morris, yeah. So we've put him on the list. Rich James says, for all bank holidays, you can't forget rain and drizzle. Very good. I mean, that's as bank holiday as it gets in this country, isn't it?
Yeah, just about.
Abbott in again. And again, Clark forward to this one. Snuffs it out, plays it short on the offside to Toby Albert. He could have Nick Gubbins. Because if it is a rainy bank holiday, it is going to be Gubbins, isn't it? No, you're not having that.
Let's not jinx it yet. Not until it actually rains. Yep. Kevin James will have the final say on all the final 11.
What about Will Rhodes? What about Will
It's a
Rhodes?
selection panel.
Yeah, traffic jams.
Rhodes, he likes that.
Yeah. No doubt somebody will be listening to us stuck in a traffic jam in roadworks somewhere at the minute. Next ball played up to the bowler's end by Clark, and that's another maiden over from Abbott. So Durham 344 for 5.
We've got Les Stone getting very into it. He says Maypole is usually around the village green, so how about Cameron Green, an Australian player? Thank you, Les. That's a good idea. I like the inventive thinking that's going on. So we're having a change of end here. Wheel is coming back into the attack from the hotel end here. Durham are 344 for 5 off 103 delivery overs. Sorry. Got a slower start this morning as Wheel comes in. Bowls from the hotel end. Fuller delivery this time. It's worked off to leg side, but no run scored as the fielder was right there on top of it as he starts to walk all the way back to the top of his mark. Hello, Kevin James.
Hello, Amelia.
How are you?
Nice to have you back after your
Thank you.
break.
Nice to be back.
This is only your second game doing commentary, isn't it?
Yes.
Yorkshire was the first one, a couple of days, wasn't it?
Yes.
Was it Somerset? Or did you do a bit of Somerset?
I did yeah, Somerset. I did one or two
That's right.
overs in the Yorkshire game.
Yeah.
But
3 days here.
Yeah. Wheel in again from the hotel end. Bowls shorter this time, worked off to the offside. Again, there's a lot of fielders in close, so that's just worked straight off to one.
Well, there hasn't been too much to get excited about from a bowling point of view this morning. A couple of balls have gone through nicely, which we saw a lot of yesterday morning. But Drissel and Clark again have played very neatly, very compact, and they're not really. There's not too many bowlers and not too many fielders going, you know, like you do sometimes.
Yeah.
They really have played very well last night, and even in the half an hour we've had this morning.
Wheel at the top of his mark begins his run once again towards the pavilion on a beautiful sunny day. In again, bowls slightly fuller this time, and that's going to be worked off the offside, and it will run away for 4.
Opened the face of the bat there, did Drissel, and he moves on to 66.
It was nice. He just pushed it, sort of coming, just pushed it exactly where he needed it to go. Flick of the wrists.
Beautiful. Just open the face.
Right, a few more.
What do we got here? Chris Moore, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, morning, currently sitting just below you, enjoying the sunshine, hoping Hampshire can get a couple of early wickets. Well, nothing so far. Surely there would be a spot for Andy Flower with the gloves in the Mayday team.
Well,
Andy
we
Flower?
might need a wicket keeper.
Yes, we'll put him down. He's in our 11 so far.
Wheel in again to Drissel. Bowls. And much straighter this time, but he's managed to just get his head over the top of that and just block it back.
So we're looking for your Mayday cricketers. We've got quite a few, haven't we, really? Got another one here. John Lyman, solentcricket@gmail.com. Ryan Sidebottom, Ryan Sidebottom. I mean, that's a play on his surname, obviously. We're looking for proper names at the moment, aren't we? Proper names. Yeah.
As Wheel, it comes in again. Got a very short leg in place over the wicket. Bowls much shorter this time. It's just played square of the wicket. No run scored.
Peter Watson has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Thanks for the commentary as always. I'm listening as I mark final year university Spanish dissertations.
Ooh, yay.
Wow. For the bank holiday 11, perhaps a middle order partnership of David Banks, Warwickshire and Worcestershire in the 80s. David Banks? Where am I? Where's the link there? Oh, bank holiday, of course, yes. Yeah, sorry guys, I am a bit thick at times.
Wheel in again, over the wicket. Fuller this time, and just gets blocked back to him by Drissel.
Oh dear. I do actually miss the obvious.
I would say it's very early. It's 11:30.
Yeah, no.
The coffee's over there.
Yeah, these commentaries do expose me at times. David Holiday we've had, thank you Peter, but a good suggestion.
End of the over there. Durham on 348 for 5. Partnership of 142 of 291 balls.
Simon Hughes has just entered the camera gantry. We're into our bank holiday 11 Yozza, so I'm sure he'll have a couple of suggestions at some point. We've got a lot of players already. I think we're going to have to make it into a squad, and then we'll pick
the 11.
Pick the final 11 from there, won't we? Who have we got? Paul, originally a Hartley Pudley and now in Scotland, solentcricket@gmail.com. How about Ian Bell? Yes, we've got him already in the team. Enjoying the coverage. Great to see Robertson back in the runs yesterday. Right, here we go. We've got Carl Abbott from the pavilion end then. Look at those men around on the drive. That's pushed just past one of those. Quite straight on the leg side. He's flat out.
Not move.
Flat out there.
Jump out. There we go. He was being a tad dramatic about that.
It was a little bit, wasn't it? Is that Tom Prest?
I think it is, yes.
Yeah. There are 4 on the drive. In fact, there are 5 on the drive. There is a straight mid-on, which you can see on the live picture feed, almost in front of the non-striking batter. Then there's a short mid-wicket and quite a close square leg, and then 2 on the offside. Again, one you can see in the picture, and a short cover. And as I say, this is a sort of field that you do see here as we get through towards the middle of the game and later on, because the wicket does start to get quite slow. It's an area where if you stay low, you'll pick up a low catch at some point. Here's Abbott, bowls, length ball to Clark.
Steve Rogers has emailed in, solentcricket@gmail.com. He said some very vague suggestions. He's gone John Childs, children dancing around the maypole. Dominic Cork in a wine bottle at a May Day picnic. As I say, there's some very vague ones. Ian Bell, Morris dancers have bells.
Yeah.
I think we've already got Ian Bell, but thank you. Jim Love, Yorkshire and England, we love a bank holiday. Julia May, England and Kent. Okay, well, I think Julia May is quite good. 1986, apparently. Yeah. Thank you, Steve. solentcricket@gmail.com if you have any more suggestions. Keep them coming. There does seem to be a bit of a conflab going on here between about 3 sets or 4 sets of fielders in little pockets of 2s and 3s, and the umpires seem to be wandering off. Are they
changing the ball?
Changing the ball.
Yeah, we had that yesterday. We had a ball change, Amelia, in the 30th over, right. 82 for 3. So this is the first ball change with the second new ball. 348 for 5. It immediately brought a wicket, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It did. Colin Ackerman was caught behind with a ball that was started wide and went wider, and he went for the drive. Was committed. So this second new ball is literally just into its 25th over. And they are changing it. So so that one from Steve, are we going with Wilfred Flowers? Are we going with that one? Should we put him down?
Yeah.
Yeah, Flowers are very much part of the... Yeah, so Wilfred Flowers, England and Nottinghamshire player in the 19th century.
We've got Fletcher Middleton who's just having some rather dynamic stretching going on below us. I looked down a minute, I thought, is he okay? He seems to be, he's doing, to be fair, I do the stretch every so often. It's a really nice one to sort of stretch your back out, but I did wonder if he was all right. Now he's sort of rolling around on the ground as he waits for the ball to come back on.
It would have been tough in the field yesterday in that heat, wouldn't it, really? I think when you come back the next day, it doesn't matter how much stretching you do.
You're still a bit tight,
sore,
yeah.
I mean, even I feel a bit like that, and it was hot up here yesterday. Even I had to do a couple of little stretches this morning, just to, just only a couple.
Keep yourself agile.
Only a couple.
Get yourself psyched up.
Yeah, always.
Always.
Les Stone, solentcricket@gmail.com. How about Omari Banks, the Windies player? We've got a couple of Banks in there, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've already got David Banks, but Omari Banks we'll put down as well. Yeah, we've got a good squad. I reckon we'll get 2 11s out.
Yeah. Hey. Arthur May is emailed in saying, I'm Stuart May's brother, and he never quite made the Peter standard. I suggest 2 candidates, Ian Bell and Wilfred. Thank you very much, Arthur.
Yeah, we've got those. Grant Flout. Ian Bell's come up a few times, hasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, we've got maybe another one from Joe. Edward Lanson Bunting, who played in from 1883 to 1962. Single first class in 1922. Well, there you go. Abbott was in. They're going to go for 2 on that one.
And well, Edward Lancelot Bunting, I think for me, he might even be the captain for now.
I like that.
Do you like him?
I like Bunting.
We choose these 11s and we choose the captain literally on their surnames. 1883. Batting point, says Martin Emerson. You can always hear him in the background. Even when he's not on, you can still hear him.
Abbott in again from the pavilion end. And that's just... Oh, it's gone straight past the wicket keeper. And it will go for 4. And poor Ben Brandley's on the floor for a little while there. That did just run away for 4. We've got some more. We've got many more. If solentcricket@gmail.com. If your Mayday suggestions, we've got lots coming in, so thank you very much. But do keep them coming if you have an idea.
I'm running out of space.
Space on the piece of paper.
Yeah, Morris is a fairly common theme at the moment. Hugh and John.
Abbott in again. And that's just played off to the leg side.
Sal Howells has also emailed, not on the Bank Holiday 11, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, we're watching on YouTube, says Sal, from Wales. Can you say hello to Claire? Claire used to live in Hedge End, which is not far away from here, of course, almost within touching distance of the bowl, and used to be an annual ticket holder. And that's from Sal, Claire's other half. Thank you very much.
Might be some of those houses over there.
It might be.
Abbott in again from the pavilion end. And that's just played off on the offside. And they're going to go for 2 on that. And they're going to make it. That was good running there from both men. And that's the end of the over. 356 for 5. 150 run partnership there for the Durham pair, Clark and Drissel.
297 balls, of which Clark's contributed 72 of those. Loads of emails coming in. Mark Nanji, solentcricket@gmail.com. I'm trying to think outside the box here. It's a bit tenuous, but how about Corel? Well, it looks like Druve or Druve, but it's Druid. He's put in brackets an Indian batter and a wicket keeper. Druve Durrell. Durrell.
Like
Okay. Simon Hughes knows his Indian cricketers.
He does. Wheel's going to come in from the hotel end. Bowl again. Over the wicket. Fuller this time. Played off onto the leg side, but they'll be held there for no runs.
So 356 for 5. Durham started the day 330 for 5. They've added 26 in 43 minutes of play this morning without loss here at the Utilita. This one's from Maureen Aspinwall, solentcricket@gmail.com. There's a 19-year-old Nigerian girl who plays for her country and her name is Queen Joseph.
Wow.
Can she be included?
Wheeling again. Bowls Fuller this time. Again played to the leg side to mid-wicket, and they picked up, held for no runs.
I think we'll have to include that one, won't we?
Yeah.
Joseph.
Or is that a bit
Christmassy?
Well,
yeah, that's
it's a bit Christmassy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Save it for the Christmas 11.
Yeah, no, yeah.
That's a good one.
Good shout. I think Maureen, sorry, reluctantly,
I'm sorry,
and I've been overruled by
I'm
Amelia. She doesn't quite make the 11, or even the squad.
Love the name.
Yeah.
Wheeling again from the hotel end. Bowls. A little bit further this time. Oh, and we thought it maybe had just been lifted up to the wicket keeper, but it's just gone straight through.
Yeah, that's bounced and nipped away as well. Just watch that again if you're watching on the live picture feed, and that has gone. Look at that. Ben Brown
That's
taking that in front of first slip. The ball shaping away. Just the odd one is just kicking off a little bit, especially from this end. A little bit of a green patch just outside of stump. Or green line.
Wheel top of his mark. Begins his run in again. towards the pavilion, in, and just blocks that away. Dressel not having any part of that.
Jeremy Anson, sullencricket@gmail.com. I've missed the start of the discussion, so you may have already had Burns suggested already, sun or barbecue related. Loving the commentary, says Jeremy Anson. That's Rory Burns, I guess.
It's a bit Scottish Burns nighty, isn't it?
Yeah, and also is Burns associated with early May? But it's so much more rain, isn't it?
Yeah, wheeling again. Fuller this time again, just worked off to the leg side. Mid wicket will come and pick that up.
So we're going to have to. They're going to be dropped. Well, not dropped because we haven't actually picked the squad or the.
No.
And they haven't played a game yet, so you're not actually dropped. You just.
Maybe we could get 2 teams and have them play each other.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we might get 2 11s out of this. Oh, I like this one from Mel Greensmith, sullencricket@gmail.com. Tim Pole.
Oh, I like that one. Yes, he's straight in the 11.
Well, no, hang on. No, hang on.
Wheel comes in again. Just pushes that off the offside. Be held. Right, go for it. I'm on tenterhooks.
A former South African umpire. So we've got our umpire.
Oh, we've got our brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mel.
Yeah.
And that's a maiden over 4 wheel.
So Tim Pole is the travelling umpire. Amelia, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take a bit of a break.
Make way for Simon.
The analyst Simon Hughes is back with us. So we've got our travelling umpire Tim Pole. We love that one. Thank you, Mel, for that. We've got one from David Fenwick. Fenwick, sorry. Shane Mayday warning? Yeah. Shane Mayday warning. Yeah. Well, that's a play on a name, isn't it, really? But it's very clever. It might make the alternative Mayday 11. But we'll bear that one in mind. 3:56 for 5. And we've got our first bowling change of the morning where Kyle Abbott has taken a rest, and on comes Sonny Baker. Simon Hughes,
yes.
Welcome.
Morning.
How are you?
Yes, fine. Not traffic wasn't very good today.
Was it not?
No, I thought it would be all right, but no, I've been enjoying your bank holiday surnames. I've got a couple.
Oh, I'll do this one while you're going to work out those for us. Here's Baker. Oh, he's got inside edge. Trying to waft that away on the offside. It goes down to fine leg. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. Just missed the stumps. He picks up a single, does Clark. Moves on to 120. 3:57 for 5.
I presume you've had Peter May already, have you?
Yes, we've got Peter May.
Yeah.
John Morris, Hugh Morris.
Oh, yeah. Oh, very good.
Joe Darling.
I played with somebody called Noel Day in South Africa. He was a wicket keeper. Very good player, actually.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a bit feeble, isn't it? But I was reading that. Well, this is slightly at a tangent, but I was reading that apparently Pasco in Cornish means Easter.
Oh.
But it's not Easter, is it, really?
Here's Baker, down the leg side. Bit of extra bounce goes through to Ben Brown.
Easter bank holiday, but, you know, so apparently Lenny Pasco was, of course, a fast bowler for Australia in the 1970s and 80s.
Yes, I remember. He was quite fit.
He was a pretty good bowler, actually. But, yeah, I don't know. Pasco in Cornish means Easter.
So if you're in Cornwall, we'll include him. 6 more for a record partnership here. 6th wicket against Hampshire. Yeah, Durham against Hampshire. Thank you, Martin. Yeah, I remember him walking into the Lord's changing room. He might have been at Middlesex at the same time. And he knew some of the Middlesex boys, didn't he, obviously, that were playing for England at the time. Here's Baker from the pavilion end. Again, it's bounced a bit. Nicely tucked away behind square on the leg side where there's a man on the boundary. That's Fletcher Middleton. Takes the score on to 3:59.
He had a very easy almost sort of shuffle to the crease.
Yeah.
Didn't have a big delivery stride. Yeah. He sort of bowled through his action, but he was a skiddy fast bowler.
Wasn't he? The ball was on
quite quick. Yeah.
I remember around that time I remember because like you, I was very young and looking up at these players who I thought were just like gods, really. Yeah. And he was one, I think, because I'd watched him on the TV bowling for Australia. It's a length ball, and there he was in the Lord's dressing room one time, and I remember thinking, he's one of many that I would never really want to face.
Yeah, definitely.
There was a lot of bowlers around then that were quite scary, especially when you were in your teens.
Well, and we didn't have much in the way of protection, of course, either.
Helmets only just come in, haven't they?
Yeah.
Those perspex.
And even the gloves and thigh pads and things like that were pretty useless, weren't they?
I mean, what they have now is certainly what we needed then.
Yeah.
In the early 80s. Yeah. I had a long list of bowlers I didn't really want to face at that age. So pushed out on the offside. Extra cover. And there is no run. Graham Clark's on 120, 67 George Drissel.
Yeah, there was a lot of them, weren't there?
There was, yes.
Well, I mean, every time I did a list actually from the early 1980s, and literally every county had 2 fast bowlers who bowled. Well, we didn't have radar guns, but they would all have been close to 90 mile an hour. Yeah. There was only about one team. I think Yorkshire didn't have anyone, but because they didn't have overseas players, Yorkshire. But every other county had 2 at least.
That's right. And they suffered a bit, Yorkshire, didn't they? I remember around that sort of time. That's cut away nicely to backward a point. There is a fielder deep. Felix Organ picks that up nicely. Just rolls with the ball as it reaches him. Just in the corner here, away to our right. 360 for 5. That partnership record must be very close now. I've lost count again. 360 it is. Martin's going to tell me. 363 will be a partnership record. David Harris, solentcricket@gmail.com. It's Keith Stackpole.
Oh, yeah.
Who
he died recently.
Passed away recently.
Yeah.
Yes, he did, yeah. We'll put him on because...
Stackpole, that's pretty good, yeah.
We'll have that.
Yeah. Stackpole, yeah, it was a good player.
Was he an opening batter?
Yeah, he was an opening batter, yeah. Opener with Bill Lawrie quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a prominent player, yeah, aggressive. He was actually, talking of helmets, he was the guy who would go in and take on the fast bowlers and have no fear. He played in the West Indies in the sort of early 70s. I read a piece by Greg Chappell actually recently in kind of memory of him, and he said, he went into bat in West Indies, no fear at all, no helmet obviously, took the quicks on, good hooker, yeah. He's a fine player.
Yes, I remember his name. It's funny when you're very young, and he was playing. There's always one of the 2 names that stick in your brain. And when I saw that article that he passed away, you think, oh yeah, I sort of remember him. Some you don't quite remember, but with him, yeah, definitely.
Well, he was a very definitive player. He was aggressive. He was in a way, he was quite in the mould of. You'd think of Australian batters, sort of like the pull shot and the cut shot, aggressive against fast bowling, confident, sort of dominant sort of player. So change of bowling here at the Utilita Bowl. Liam Dawson's going to have a little roll after those few overs from Abbott and also from Wheel. Dawson with 3 men saving 1 on the offside and 3 on the leg. 2 men out. Bowls to George Drissel, and he just pushes that one up to mid-on. Did you ever get hit? Actually, I was a bit of a sort of
on the with the helmet. Yeah, several times. Yeah, I did number 3 for about 2 seasons for Hampshire, and that's when I got hit more. Yeah.
Dawson bowls again, just a bit short of a length. A very quick single taken by Drissel. That was well judged actually. He just nudged that between extra cover and mid-off. Mid-off had to run round to get it and retrieve it, and they just hustled through for a quick 1. So it's 361 for 5. Yeah.
The ones I can think about off the top of my head now: Dominic Cork.
He hit you, did he?
Yeah. Right. And Otis Gibson.
Oh yeah.
There's a couple of more in there somewhere.
Dawson now to Clark, who defends and nudges it into the offside for another quick single.
I think I remember those 2 right away because they were the full-on ones. Sometimes you get glancing hits, don't you? So that's I can't really remember those, but I remember thinking, "Oh, I'm getting hit twice a season." But they were the more serious ones I got.
Do you think? I mean, because there were a lot of batsmen who got hit then. Do you think it's because we didn't play it very well? Do you think it was because the pitches were not as consistent as they are now? Do you think it's because the bowling was quicker? I mean, it can't have been quicker, but there was a lot of them, weren't there?
There was a lot of them. So I think the percentages went up. Yeah. That was the thing, wasn't it? If you only had 2 games in the summer where you thought, potentially I could get hit here, then if for some reason you didn't, then you were away. But every game, there was a chance of getting hit, wasn't it? So for me, the percentages went up. But I practiced a lot against quicks in terms of I've mentioned this before, but at the old ground there was a squash court, and we used to get the squash pro to literally whack stuff at us.
Really?
Now, not just head high all the time, because you duck all the time, you know, even at our feet. And I would regularly practice that from the end of one squash court to another. And to be honest, I didn't think I played the short ball that badly, if I'm honest. I thought, you know, I was okay about it. But that helped. That did help.
Dawson bowls to Drissel. They've changed the field a bit here, but it hasn't made any difference. He steers another single onto the offside. So the score moves on to 363 for 5. I mean, you're quite... What height were you then? So I know we all shrink as we get older.
About 6 foot and a bit.
6 foot. Because that's quite tall for a batter. It used to be quite tall for a batter. I'll come to that in a sec, actually. Dawson bowls, square cut this time by Clark. Another single. So 4 singles of his first 4 balls. Hampshire struggling to stem the flow for these Durham players. I think I mentioned this yesterday. Jared Kimber, the author and broadcaster, has written a book called The Art of Batting. It's out this week, actually. And we debated it on the podcast last week. And it's he was talking about how it's his old adage that batters, most of the great batters, were short, which was true from the sort of 1940s and 50s and so on, as a cut shot there doesn't get a single for the first time in that over. It's fielded at backward point, end of the over, 364 for 5, Durham. So Bradman and Gavaskar and Ponting, and you know the sort of the old players. Certainly, I mean Ponting a bit more recent, but the older players were tended to be short. Vishwanath, of course, classic for India, and many sort of other shorter batsmen.
Who was the blonde-haired Lancashire opener? Wood?
Barry Wood.
Barry Wood.
Yes,
he was another
his
short.
his son contacted me recently, Nathan Wood, because he runs some mental health charity thing. Anyway, but Jared Kimber was saying that one of the reasons why batters in the old days were short was because the pitches kept low. You know, in the sort of 1890s to sort of 1940s, 50s, the pitches were mainly uncovered and the ball just scooted through low. So you needed to be short to play it. It was only when the pitches became covered that bowlers could keep their feet and taller bowlers could get more bounce.
Here's Sonny Baker. It's flicked away off the pad. Half shout from Ben Brown for an LBW, and the ball is running away below us, and it's going to be 4 leg byes. 368 for 5, and I probably just missed it 1 run ago, but this is a new partnership record for Durham in the 6th wicket against Hampshire.
And therefore, just to finish that point, therefore, shorter batsmen are less. There's less of them now, and it's less of a disadvantage being a tall batsman than it was when you were tall in the 1940s. You couldn't get down to the low ball, but now you don't need to be short to play.
That's interesting. Baker bowls, length ball, pushing forward is Clark out into the covers where Gubbins fields. And
there is more of a trend towards taller batsmen. I mean, obviously Zach Crawley being a good example, Ben McKinney in this game. There have been a number of others. Kevin Peterson actually was probably one of the taller players that has really prospered in Test cricket. Yeah, he was 6'4". But anyway, so you are on the relatively tall side for a batter, I would say.
Interesting. I'd like to say it was an advantage when I played. Here comes Baker. Foolish delivery, driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. I'm coming off commentary in a minute, so I just want to run through our Bank Holiday 11 that we've got thus far. Hugh Morris, John Morris, Peter May, Joe Darling, the Australian, George Worker, because it was known as a workers' holiday, wasn't it, the New Zealander, Ian Bell, David Holiday, former Cambridge University.
Oh yeah, I played against him.
I think you might have done, late 70s and early 80s. Yeah. Alan Lamb, Julia May, formerly of Kent and England, Wilfred Flowers, who played in the 19th century for England and Nottinghamshire. Off the back foot, steers that out into the covers. That's another good bit of fielding. Ben Rain and George Drissel, 2 current Durham players. Of course, Rain and Drizzle for Bank Holiday. Will Rhodes, because obviously Block Roads. Cameron Green, because of, traditional village green, May Bank Holiday. Andy Flower, David Banks, Omari Banks.
So this is a squad, is it?
Yeah, we've got a squad because we've
got many bowlers so far. Oh, maybe 1 or 2 maybe.
Yeah, we might have to sort of dig deeper at some point. Edward Lancelot Bunting, I think, will be our captain. Here comes Baker. That's a length ball, which again Gubbins is brought into action. Apparently played one first-class game in 1922. The former Aussie opener Keith Stackpole. We got our umpire Tim Pole. We've also got Dominic Cork and John Charles. I can't remember why we've included those, but Cork because it's champagne cork. John Charles because there is a sort of a tenuous link to children and maid, but I'm not sure they're going to make the final squad. I think they're going to be omitted. And now in one of them anyway that I do, he won't be too happy. 368 for 5. Here's Baker with the last ball of his 13th over in the game. That's just touched square on the offside. Clark will move to 125. 369 for 5. Durham haven't lost a wicket in an hour's play this morning. Simon Hughes, the analyst, will stay, and then it'll be Martin Emerson.
There's a link in your list there to the conversation we were having yesterday about nicknames. Cameron Green.
Yep.
Cameron Green's nickname is Berwick, Camberwick Green.
Right.
Green, Camberwick Green, Berwick. That's what he's known as.
Thank goodness I'm going off.
And I love the other silly nickname that I remembered yesterday from our silly conversation was there was a chap who played for Somerset in the 1920s called Bertie Buse, and his nickname was Selfer. Self-abuse. Oh,
terrible.
Dear. Yeah.
Katie's been on. She says, bank holiday cricketers, you've already got a Morris for Morris dancers, but according to Crick Info, there are more than 100 Morrises who've played cricket. But Chris Morris or Arthur Morris are probably the best known. I went
Johnny
for John
Morris.
yeah. Katie also says, Dennis Lilly. In France, you traditionally give Lily of the Valley to family and friends on May Day.
Okay. Yeah. Johnny Morris, going back to nicknames, was known as Animal, of course, because of the presenter on Animal Magic, Johnny Morris. Yeah. So he's always known as Annie. Yeah. Yeah, great lad. Really good lad.
A player's agent, is he? He was, wasn't he?
He's what? Sorry.
He was a player's agent, wasn't he?
I think he's been all sorts of things. He runs a cocktail bar in Derbyshire now. Actually, that nearly bowled. I was going to say that nearly bowled the batter behind his legs there, but the umpire started to signal wide. He signalled wide.
Yeah, because it's a deliberate delivery down the leg side.
Right. Okay. So interesting. But I didn't think that missed the leg stump by that much. He went for the sweep. Yeah. It ricocheted off the keeper and went off for it was a bye, but it's been signalled wide. Yeah. Dawson bowling over the wicket.
Strange rule. That.
Yeah, I think that's a ridiculous rule. So he's gone for and he's bowled him, in fact. That was Drissel attempting a reverse sweep, and finally Hampshire make the break through. The off stump is lying flat on the ground. It was a premeditated attempt by George Drissel to reverse sweep the ball square on the offside, and it was too full and too quick, and just took out his off stump. So he departs for a very well-made 69. Dawson's second wicket. He's already racked up a ton, so he's 29.1 overs, now 2 for 108, and the total 371 for 6. So that ends that record 6th wicket stand between Drissel and Clark.
And they've got a second bowling point with 4 balls to spare.
Well, that's good. Good for Hampshire. It was slightly against the run of play, that. The wide the ball before. Attempting, I suppose Drissel was figured out what Dawson's tactics were going to be, which was bowling into the leg stump sort of area with a strong leg side field, so he tried to exploit that by the attempted reverse sweep, but Dawson outthought him and almost yorked himself, really. So that's 6 down. Finally Durham lose their 6th wicket. Hampshire first wicket of the morning, an hour and 3 minutes into the play, and that just brings out Matt Potts, who is no mean number 8. Got a ton to his name in county cricket last year, and I'm sure he'd be looking forward to this. He's made some runs already this season as well. He's in the England squad for the match against Zimbabwe in 2-3 weeks' time, and been doing a lot of good work with the ball. But now his chance. You always love it, actually. If you've got a platform like this, and you know you can bat for an hour or two, You can enjoy yourself. No pressure. 371 for 6, so Durham, I guess, will look to try and get 500. So you can have a little frolic out in the middle, get 40 or 50. Lovely.
Could have Potts in the Mayday team, flower pots.
Very good. Yeah. So Dawson to Potts with the field now moving in, and he defends that ball with more men round the bat now. 3 saving 1 on the leg side, 4 on the offside, a slip and a short leg. Nobody back. Hampshire desperately need to kind of try and polish this innings off and get batting. They'd love to be batting by lunch. That's driven nicely by Potts up to mid-off. Good timing, but not power enough to get past the mid-off fielder. 371 for 6. Another lovely day here. Just a little bit more cloud around the ground here today. After yesterday, it was just cloudless and really quite hot.
Got hot and sticky in the afternoon, didn't it? But I think today's perfect.
Yeah,
perfect
nice.
temperature.
Yeah. A field change. There's a short mid-off now instead of a short leg, and Potts drives to mid-on. So Dawson here trying to get the ball just to hold in the pitch and induce a missed drive or a lifted drive, a lofted drive. Bowls short, just knocked into the leg side that time by Potts, who doesn't look in too much trouble at the moment. I mean, I suppose the one danger of coming in at number 8 with the score at 371 for 6 is you can get a bit overconfident and think it's all too easy. And a bowler, once he's taken a wicket, will just be a bit more fired up and a bit more intense with his deliveries, a bit more optimistic. So you often find, actually, you look out there from the dressing room and it all looks so easy and the bowling looks quite friendly, and then suddenly you get out there and it's totally different. Dawson's changed his tactics here now. He's bowling over the wicket again with more fielders on the leg side, and Potts defends, end of the over.
Potts scored 70 and 38 not out in the game against Warwickshire.
He had a hell of a game, didn't he, that game?
Yeah.
Got
Also
lots of wickets as
quite
well.
A few, yeah, he took 3 for 79 in
I
one
thought
innings.
you were going to win that game when he bowled out the number 10, a big in-swinger, and knocked the stumps out. There was about 16 to win at that point. I was watching it live. That game got. I was noticing, it had sort of 10 or 11,000 live viewers at the end of that match, the Warwickshire match, which they won by 1 wicket. I've forgotten who hit the winning runs actually. It was Warwickshire number 9, I think. He ramped a 4 and then whacked a straight 6. I'll just do this ball while you're looking that up. It's
Bamba made 30.
Who was it? Sorry.
Bamba.
Yeah, yes.
Ethan Bamba.
Ethan Bamba. That's right. It was Ethan Bamba. Yeah, you're right.
Sonny Baker coming in from the pavilion end to bowl to Clark. Clark plays the ball into the covers, no run there. Well, Potts likes playing Warwickshire because last year he made 149 not out at Edgbaston as a night watchman.
Yeah.
And he got 44 in the first innings in that game as well.
Well, I think he's a good player. I mean, I think he's got very good basic technique and, no fear or anything. And looks a really good potential all-rounder. I mean, it's like with so many fast bowlers, the effort you put in with the ball means you don't have as much physical stamina and mental energy in reserve to then apply it to batting.
Baker to Clark. Clark cuts the ball. It goes to backward point, no run there. It's picked up by Toby Albert. Clark is 4 runs away from his highest score. So he's currently on 125. His best was 128 in the win against Sussex at home in 2023. He got 100 at Bristol that year as well.
Yeah, he's a good player. Good player. I think he should have probably done better than his career average of 30 suggests. He looks very well organised, and he's got good concentration. Doesn't have any obvious weakness.
Baker comes in, right arm over, Oh, I thought he'd edged that behind there just as you were pressing him.
Yeah, well, actually, that was a slightly sort of lazy prod. Actually, that time he didn't really get his weight forward to play that ball. It was a good delivery, actually. I'm interested to see how Baker bowls, in this situation, because there's nothing really in the pitch here now, and you've just got to kind of just keep going and try and almost bore the batsman out, probably. Interesting to see if he can do that.
371 for 6. 3-dot balls in this over so far. Make that 4 as Clark plays that back to the bowler. There's a message came in last night, actually, which I thought I'd read. Stephen Williams says, the analyst thoroughly enjoyed your insightful commentary today. Looking forward to the same again tomorrow. And he says Marty Cricket and Kevin James are not bad either. It says.
God, is it a sort of our own little kind of friendly group that are sending in these messages? Is it JMO? Does JMO get all these people to sort of send in his mates to send in a load of messages?
Yeah. Next ball is defended by Clark. It's gone off.
Yeah, but they're different names.
He's got to go for Just Giving page.
Just Giving. Yeah, same. Like I'm sure that Steve Williams has been on about 10 times. Yeah. You read him out.
Kevin's brother.
You called him Stephen Williams and Stevie Williams and Steve Williams.
Yeah.
No, it's all right.
Last ball of the over, and the bonus points are done and dusted as well now at the end of the 110th over. So Durham 371 for 6 when that happened. And this is guided down to third man for 1 for Clark. Takes him on to 126, and he'll keep strike.
See, that was all right, that over. I liked it. I thought he applied himself well there, Baker. Yesterday I thought he was given the job of kind of trying to bounce the Durham players out, and I didn't think it was the right time to do that, and it didn't work. And the trouble is, you can sort of lose your natural sort of basics sometimes if you go on that. He was going round the wicket, trying to whack it in short, ball after ball. Young bowler, it's quite hard that to then come back to bowling orthodox, and he's done that well today so far. That was a good over. Could have got a wicket. So Dawson now looks like he's going to go over the wicket again. So he's bowling into the rough, and there is a bit of rough there. You can see it from afar here. There's certainly a couple of dusty patches outside leg stump. Two men up on the offside now, saving one, and a slip, and everyone else on the leg side. That's a good shot by Clark, clipped wide of mid-on, but well fielded. So doesn't get a single there. 372 for 6, Durham. Dawson over the wicket, and that's down the leg side, and it hits the batter on the pad as he goes for a big sweep. Fielded at short fine leg, so no run there. It's difficult to get that line exactly right because he doesn't want to give him anything on off stump because he's a free hit on the offside. Dawson bowls, that's short, pulled away by Clark, out to deep square leg for a single. And you can't go too far down the leg side because, as we've just seen, you get wided. So he's got to be quite precise here. He's going to go over the wicket as well to Potts. I would have thought it would be worth maybe going more orthodox and bowling round the wicket to the new batter, but he's decided he's got a wicket bowling over the wicket, so he's carrying on this side. Men come in with Potts on strike. Dawson bowls to him and steered cleverly into the offside. That's a good shot by Potts. He gets off the mark with at least 2, and actually that might make it all the way to the rope. It's a good stop. Good sliding stop, saves a run. Who's that? Who fielded that? Is that Stoneman? Anyway, 3 runs to Potts, 127 to Clark, 376 for 6, Durham. Dawson now to Clark, bowls, and that's clipped into the leg side for another single. So runs
Weatherly.
still coming well.
Weatherly on as a sub.
Weatherly on as a sub, is he? Who's off then? Maybe Abbott, maybe, or one of the quick bowlers is probably off, having a little break and changing their socks. A euphemism for putting your feet up. Dawson bowls, and that's a good delivery. That turned from over the wicket and beat the outside edge of Potts and was taken by Brown, but no edge. So 377 for 6 is the score. What have you been writing and looking up there?
I'm just waiting to see. He's now reached his highest score, or levelled his highest score. Graham Clark, 128. So one more run will be his best. He's faced 248 balls so far. Strike rate of 51.6, and in this innings, he's hit 18 fours. And he's now on strike, and he will be facing Baker. Amelia's coming back on once she's sorted out her wiring.
Hello.
Here's Baker then to Clark from the pavilion end. Clark with a drive up towards mid-on, no run, diving stop.
Well, we've had many of our Mayday suggestions coming in. We've got one from Andy Wallace, the most obscure award, Simon Jones, because Grace Jones played Mayday in a Bond film. Wow, that is
Who
a
did?
Grace Jones
Oh, yeah.
played Mayday in Bond film.
Yeah,
A
View to a
with a
Kill.
Kill.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy.
Here comes the bowler. Clark plays this off to cover, no run. That was a View to a Kill. She was a baddie in that, and there's a scene on the Eiffel Tower where James Bond's chasing her, and she jumps off the Eiffel Tower with a parachute and floats away across Paris. Do you know who did the theme tune to A View to a Kill?
No, who was it?
Duran Duran.
Oh, wow.
About 1984, 1985, something like that.
Fabulous.
Clark still on 128. He's faced 250 balls now. Bowler comes in, and Clark drops a short in the offside, no run there. On the prowl is Nick Gubbins, picks that up.
We've got another one coming in from Jim. What about Graham Spring Onions? I like the play on words there, Jim.
Spring onions.
Maybe not.
Yeah. I was going to say earlier, Nicky Campbell, when he first started off on national radio, used to do an evening show on Radio 1, and he had a thing called the tangential connection. And you had to try and connect two seemingly unconnected things. And here is a single for Graham Clark, down to third man. So that is his highest score in a first-class match. He moves on to 129. A little ripple of applause, so one or two people in the ground listening to this will know he's just gone past that milestone there, bidding his 128 in a win against Sussex at home in 2023.
Colin coming back with another one. So Colin earlier suggested David Holiday. We said, well, bank holidays are often known as the long weekend. So the other umpire, Kev, I've got the other umpire, Nigel Long for the long weekend. Again, Colin, thank you. Coming up with the good umpires there.
Potts on strike on 3, and that is left alone, goes through to the keeper. Delivery from Baker. One ball left of the over.
Let's see, we've got, if you have any more of your Mayday 11, please do let us know at solentcricket@gmail.com. James Hart said, among the plethoras of Morrises and Bells, there should probably be room for Fee and Lauren. Absolutely, we'll try and squeeze them in somewhere.
Baker with a little hop and a skip as he starts his run in from the pavilion end, bowling to Potts. Potts looks to cut a wide, low ball and plays and misses at that one. Nearly got a bottom edge on that. So the one run from the over, 378 for 6 the score. Dad's messaged me to say John Morris was an agent. He was actually the agent of Robert Lee, who played for Newcastle United back in the day.
Oh, there you go.
And he was also a business partner with Warren Rumsey selling wines as an investment to clients. Well, Warren's dad, Fred Rumsey, had Rumsey Travel, and him and Warren have done lots of sort of specialist cricket tours over the years. We were on one of their trips to Barbados in 2004 for the Test match. David Graveney, who was an England selector, was one of our tour guides on that trip, which was rather bizarre, and Gladstone Small. Start of a new over. This has come off the pads as Dawson's bowling here to Clark. No room. Fred will have retired a long time ago now, I would have thought. Lives down in Derbyshire, or Rothesay area near Burton.
So Dawson in again from the hotel end. Just got blocked back to him by Clark, not interested in that one. As he starts the top of his mark. A little bit less further to walk. Very short run up compared to the likes of Abbott and Wheel as he starts again. He's over the wicket this time. And again, it just sort of gets blocked back. I think he's sort of almost Yorker length, making it quite difficult there for Clark. My namesake.
Do you not have a knee?
Let me have a little think and I'll get back to you. I did have Morris earlier, but that was taken, so I'll have to try and come up with another one. Clark, Dawson in again. Oh, worked off to the leg side, square of the wicket, and they'll run for one. A deep square just runs in to pick that up.
No, I'm asking you if your surname is minus an E like Graham Clark's is.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you don't see many people with Clark without an E, do you?
No, I spend my life going Clark without an E.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you said, do you have any suggestions for the...
Well, I said, do you have an E? So
yes, but I think...
Like, do you have any?
Yes.
Yeah, I get it now. Yeah.
Dawson in again, looking for that third wicket of the innings. Over the wicket. Much fuller this time. He went for a big sweep. Did Potts.
It's a long way down the leg side.
Yeah, but it sort of... Yeah, it just popped up and Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper, had to go and fetch that. As the field resets. Dawson in again, doesn't waste any time. Down the leg side, or it's just going to get clipped off, but the leg slip will be there to pick that up. And they'll be held. And so only one scored in that over. Dawson will be very happy with that. And we'll have a change it. So Durham on 379 for 6 of 114 overs. Got Clark on 130 off 256. And Potts in, new recently, only scoring 3 so far. The ground does look like it's filling up quite nicely. Lots of people out for the long weekend, as we've discussed. Nice to come out and see some good cricket in the sunshine.
Some ducks flying past here.
There are.
It's going around the top of the hotel. Must be heading to one of the ponds on the...
I think so, yes.
On the golf course. Felix Organ back into the attack for Hampshire. Just the one wicket to fall today, that of George Frizzell, bowled by Liam Dawson as he looked to reverse sweep. He was on 69 at the time, his best score in a championship game, and a partnership of 163 with Graham Clark, the highest 6th wicket stand for Durham against Hampshire. Clark is on strike, he's on 130, which is his best score. Durham are 379 for 6. So they took 3 batting points and Hampshire 2 bowling points. So it's all about just continuing to build the lead from a Durham point of view now. Push up past 400, aim for 450, then maybe 500. Still a good track to bat on. Clark is on strike. Organ going to come in and bowl. He's dropped a fielder out to deep mid-wicket. He's got a deep square leg as well. And Clark pulls the ball up to long on for 1. 131 he has now.
Yeah, so I think they're seemingly going to bring a very short fielder in. Just one of them receiving a helmet. I think that might be... Who's number 9? It is. Substitute fielder.
Next ball is bowled. Weatherly was on a minute or two ago. I don't think he was number 9 though.
I think that might be Fletcher Middleton, and I might have just not seen the 1 next to the 9.
Right, yeah.
That makes more sense.
Next ball defended by Potts at short leg. Where at?
Yeah, short leg
Yep.
there. Just received a helmet as he's coming even shorter.
Organ bowls, Potts forward. It is Middleton, yeah.
Yeah.
Potts plays it out through the covers for 1 run. Jogging up to collect the ball. Very sedately, Liam Dawson.
And Fletcher Middleton has been moved again, so he's got rid of that helmet and gone out to mid-wicket.
He's got 19 on his back. 381 for 6. 2 balls left of this over. Clark plays this one short on the offside, and there's nobody in there, so it's a single all day. That mid-off has to jog up to pick the ball up. It's Mark Stoneman, the former Durham man who played his last game for Durham on this ground in 2016 and finished with a century, and then joined Surrey the following year. Had 3 years there, and then had 3 years at Middlesex. Comes the bowler again, and is defended. And that is the end of the over. 3 singles from it. 382 for 6 the score. 12:26 Saturday lunchtime here on the south coast. Kick-off time in the championship just a few moments away. Sunderland will find out today eventually who they'll play in the playoffs. I think the first leg's next Friday night at home. Or is it the next, or is it the, you play the second leg, or do you play, yeah, if they finish 4th they'll play 5th, so the second leg's at home, I think.
I'm going to go with yes on that.
Yeah. I think I had an email about tickets, but I haven't looked at it yet.
Dawson in again from the hotel end here. Just took a moment to compose himself there, but he's in over the wicket. Full of delivery there, length delivery, big shout, and umpire not interested there. Big shout for LBW. It felt like Dawson sort of jumped in on the bandwagon of that after the shout. We're just watching the replay there. Yeah, I think that was missing the stumps.
Craig Porrett's added to the team names, the list for the May Day celebrations.
And then again, I worked off to leg side. And deep square leg will have to run around to pick that up.
In fact, I met Craig and his partner here last year. They were sitting downstairs. They'd flown over from Holland. He says, this is a stretch, but here in Holland they have bonfires for May Day, so can I add Rory Burns? That's a good one.
It is. Stephen Clark emailed earlier and said, well, the bank holiday weather, how about J Dampier?
Oh.
As in damp, I like that.
Clever.
Thanks, Stephen. Dawson in again. Just works very straight, that ball, and just blocked away by Potts.
I wonder if there's been a cricketer called Cone.
Perhaps.
Traffic cones.
Yeah.
We've already got Will Rhodes for Rhodes.
Yeah. Dawson just slightly adjusting there.
There's got to be a beer. Will beer? Was there a Will beer?
Oh, another big call there, and it's just worked off to the offside. So yeah, Sonny Baker was just moved from mid-on out to deep mid-wicket. It wasn't needed as the ball went almost down to third man there on the leg side.
People drink beer on a bank holiday weekend, don't they?
Yeah.
Michael Beer, Australian cricketer.
Nice. Dawson in again.
And there is a Will Beer, I thought there was.
Ball just moved off to mid-wicket there.
Leg spinner who plays for Sussex, yeah. So I think we can add beer to the list.
Dawson in again. Fuller delivery this time. So it just gets caught up in Clark's pads. Martin Hills has emailed Martin, thank you, for solentcricket@gmail.com. He said the glaring omission today is Tim May, Australian test spinner, 25 caps, should strengthen the bowling. Thank you. Yeah, that's a very good idea. Like that, Tim May. We'll add him to the list. Got another one. So yeah, Durham are on 384 for 6. They're just having a bit of a change of ends as per, and it looks as though we might have. Oh no, Carlo Organ coming in again. Felix Organ. Clark still on 133, so doing really well. He's coming in from the pavilion end. Full length delivery there, goes back over the head of Organ, and that is going to go. That's gone for 6. We'll be very happy with that. Really straight shot all the way back to the pavilion.
Wow.
Hello,
Well, it's
Kevin
been a
Jones.
good. Hello, it's me. Yes, I've sneaked up behind you.
You have.
So we're adding Rory Burns and Will Beer
Yes.
to our list. Okay. Will Beer.
And Tim May for the bowlers.
Oh, Tim May, the off spinner.
Yes. Organ in again. Full length delivery there, just worked off.
So 391 for 6. Durham starting this morning. 330 for 5. Just Jules Trissell, the only wicket that fell for 69. That was after an hour's worth of play.
Organ in again. Again worked off to the leg side. And mid wicket will pick that up. I think Organ will be a bit disappointed with that 6, but maybe just left it a little bit short and wide. And Clark took full advantage of that. In again. Again worked off to square of the wicket on the leg side. And they'll run for 1. And Fletcher Middleton had to run up and pick that one up on from the leg side as he was back at leg slip.
There's still quite a few, isn't there? We're going to wrap this up at lunchtime, aren't we?
Oh, okay. Get your suggestions in by lunch. solentcricket@gmail.com.
Then we'll pick the team around
Yes,
lunch, shall we?
we will. And then again, just worked slightly off on the offside, but back to Felix Orban.
Susie O'Rourke.
Yep.
solentcricket@gmail.com. I'll come to that in a minute.
As Organ's in again. Oh, big swipe there by Potts, worked off to the leg side, and that's gone for another 6. Goodness me. Potts is on fire.
Good shot that.
Absolutely.
Just might see that again on the
Yeah,
live
just wait
picture
for the
feed.
replay.
We may do.
But maybe not.
No, we'll gloss over that one.
Durham on 398 for 6.
Susie O'Rourke says, how about Neil Fairbrother or Hampshire's own Bobby Parks? People go to fairs and parks on bank holidays, says Susie, who's at the hotel end. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Yeah, that's all right. Neil Fairbrother, former Lancashire and England left-hander. And Bobby Parks, a former wicket-keeper. Hampshire. Right, Liam Dawson, who is into, or about to start, his 34th over. He's over the wicket, that's turned away to mid-wicket and fielded by Nick Gubbins. So Graham Clark, who overnight was 110, is now 134, so he's added 24 to his overnight total. Dawson has a short leg in and has a slip. He's got a little bit of turn, isn't he, out of the bowler's rough coming over the wicket. There's a attempted sweep. It's beaten everybody. It's actually a wide because it's down the leg side. A bowler, when it come over the wicket like that, umpires are always looking to signal wides because they feel that's negative bowling. With the bowler bowling it down the leg side, it's 4 wides. And that's the 400 up. As the scoreboard shows, in case we forget, it's Durham men who are 400 up.
Just in case.
Just in case we've all forgotten.
Peter and Joy have emailed in, and he said, you've missed one right under your nose. At every good May fair, there's the big wheel, so you need to have Brad wheel.
Oh, right, okay.
Thank you,
wheel.
Peter from League.
Big wheel, yeah, okay. Dawson bowls, another sweep shot. This time it hits the pads of Graham Clark, who's looking for a single as it goes out on the offside, but Matthew Potts says nope. Score remains on 403. Right, here's Dawson again. Bowls and let's wrap the pad again. Ball just bounces in front of Fletcher Middleton at short leg. So have we exhausted our supply?
I think so. I think for the first time all morning there are no new emails in the inbox, so I think we've got our selection list to pick from.
Right, so we'll run through what we've got so everybody knows. Wrapped up again on the pad, trying to flick it away on the leg side. Not having much success with that. So we have, as our squad, Hugh Morris, John Morris, Peter May, Joe Darling, the Australian player, George Worker, the New Zealander, because it is a workers' holiday, Ian Bell, David Holliday, the former Cambridge University player, Alan Lamb, Julia May, formerly of England and Kent, Wilfred Flowers, formerly of England and Nottinghamshire, a 19th century player off the back foot. That's stroked away, point, lovely shot.
It's going to go for 4.
That is 4 runs. That's nicely timed by Clark, who moves on to 130.
Almost went all the way down the tunnel then.
Oh yes, well, hopefully the grounds people are alert there and they'll
They
run
are.
after that.
Yeah.
We have Ben Rain and George Drizzle, of course referring to bank holiday weather. Will Rhodes, because of they're normally plugged up, as Simon Hughes found coming down from London today. Dawson bowls again, and that's on the bat this time as it goes out on the leg side. 407 for 6. Cameron Green, because of course traditionally the green is used at this time of year. Andy Flower, David Banks, Amari Banks, bank holiday. Our umpires are Tim Pole and Nigel Long. Nigel Long was because long bank holiday, is it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's the long weekend.
Long weekend, that's right. Brad Will Beer, Tim May and Rory Burns, Neil Fairbrother, Bobby Parks, Dominic Cork and John Charles, I think were tenuous links. They might not make the cut, I don't think. So that's where we're at. We've got our squad
Absolutely.
to choose from, and we might even have a match.
Yeah.
Aside. Yeah. There we go. It's been a bit of fun, isn't it?
It's been great fun. Thank you for everyone getting involved.
Yeah. We've got about 20 minutes before we close our selections.
solentcricket@gmail.com if you think we've missed one or two. And Organ is in again from the pavilion end there. And it's just blocked back to him by Potts.
Barry Breen's come in with a late one. How about Dickie Bird? As you can hear, the bird's cheap in the month of May. solentcricket@gmail.com. We got another umpire.
Organ in again. Almost an identical shot to the previous one before. Potts seems to just get his head over the top there. Just block that back.
Dickie Bird did play a bit for Leicestershire, so I suppose
You've
you could
truly
have him
run
for
out of
either.
space there, haven't you?
I am, yeah.
Organ in again. Played slightly wider. They'll run for 1 there on the mid-wicket side.
Graham Swan has just been passed to me. Nesting swans. They nest in May, I suppose they do, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do they nest in May or they're nesting now?
Don't go near them.
No, God no.
No, not now.
Or geese. We've got both in our village pond and they scare me a lot. A full length delivery there and that's just worked off down the leg side. But deep mid wicket will pick that up and they'll only run for 1. Yes, they have. We normally have we've got a pair of white swans and we've also got a black swan on the lake who's lovely. And then we've got a group of about 6 geese and as the ball's just worked off down straight of the wicket just for 1. Yeah, and both my dad and myself, when we've been out on a run individually around the village, have been chased by the geese, and it is terrifying. They've got teeth on their tongue. Like no animal should have teeth on their tongue. Again, just work down to deep mid wicket there, and they run for 1.
Black Swan.
Yeah, and that's the end of the over. Durham are 411 for 6. Clark's on 140 and Potts on 19.
Joe's just messaged me. The War Brothers, as every village fete has a tug of war. Wow. So I think it's going to have to be. I think we'll stick those in. Mark War. And who's the other one? I forgot. Steve War, of course it is. Just a momentary. Yeah, there was a JJ War. That's right, formerly of Middlesex. That's right. So, Liam Dawson to continue from our commentary end, the hotel end. I've just been sent something here.
Yep. Dawson in. Full length delivery down the leg side, and that will get pushed away. Down to deep cover there. What have you been sent?
Well, there is some women's Tier 2 games going on today. And Melissa Story, who's is going to do some commentaries with us this season, but has been a commentator here over the last few years, was injured, but she's actually back bowling, and I've just been sent a clip of her picking up a wicket in her first over, playing for Gloucestershire today, which is lovely.
Dawson in again. Fuller delivery this time, just worked down onto the leg side.
She got a half century for Gloucestershire last weekend.
Oh, she's playing well done,
Yeah,
Mel.
she's having a good time.
She's having a great time.
Yeah.
Dawson from the hotel end, inspecting the ball, top of his mark, in, over the wicket. Ball their delivery, a big swipe there on the leg side, it's up, and he's been caught. And that's Potts gone. It was sort of a reverse sweep, but he didn't quite get enough on it. It jumped off into the sky, very nice and high. And we'll just confirm who caught that.
I think it was Kyle Abbott.
Kyle Abbott.
So Matthew Potts goes, top edge, looped up to Kyle Abbott. Almost had too much time to think about that one. Sometimes with catches like that, you don't really want that, even though it's simple. You don't really want catches just hanging in the air for too much time. 19 to Potts, 412 for 7 is the Durham score. And Liam Dawson has picked up his 3rd wicket of the innings in his 35th over. 3 for 125, and something's fallen down. Not quite sure what. Something obviously, hopefully not too fragile.
No, I think it was Simon's headphones.
Oh, no, that's all right.
So Durham, 412 for 7. Hampshire will be happy to have got next wicket just before lunch.
Yeah, just the 2 wickets that have fallen after an hour's play. George Drissel trying to reverse sweep Liam Dawson for 69. Matthew Potts out on the sweep for 19. Who have we got coming in now? Oh, Cody Youssef, the South African that's been brought in on a very short-term contract to help Durham out of their injury crisis. Playing his 2nd game for Durham. He's a South African. He's going to be available for 6 rounds of championship matches.
Nice.
Is Cody, 27 years of age. Played in the final of the 4-day competition in South Africa recently. For the Lions.
So Dawson standing at the top of his mark. He's just adjusting his field ever so slightly, maybe just having a chat to a couple of the fielders that are around. Just deciding what quite they want to do here.
Staying over the wicket.
Yes.
It's very difficult for right-handers to push the ball away on the leg side when the ball is maybe just holding a bit in the bowler's footmarks, and Dawson looking to turn the ball away from the right-hander, so actually to close the face of the bat and play it away on the leg side is not an easy shot. That's why Dawson's staying over the wicket.
Well, he's bringing the bringing deep mid-wicket into potentially a leg slip. Short fine leg is moving a little bit wider. Deep back square had moved to deep square, so he's just adjusting it slightly as he's in down the leg side. There was a call for a catch, but I think it came off the floor, and the umpire's not interested at all. I think
just hit the pad. Yeah.
yeah. Dawson in again from the hotel end over the wicket. Again, fuller delivery slightly on the leg side. It's just blocked away by Yusuf.
It's tempting, isn't it? Tempting to close the face of the bat. You've got to be a little careful. Kept the bat fairly straight on that one.
One more ball of this over as Dawson. He's in. Slightly shorter delivery that time, but Yusuf knows exactly how to deal with that. We'll have a change of ends.
So we've got a quick change of commentary as well, haven't we?
We have indeed.
Amelia.
I will make way.
Early lunch for Amelia. Simon Hughes coming in next to me, the analyst. Help me out with this one, though. Mike Walton, solentcricket@gmail.com, says you can't pick a bank holiday team without having any of the Lloyds. Lloyds? Am I missing the link there somewhere? As umpire and match referee, David, son of David. David? Son of David and Clive. Oh, right. David Lloyd, son of David and Clive. Am I missing something there, Yoz?
He's not the son of Clive, is he?
No.
He's certainly the son of David, though. Graham Lloyd.
Yeah. So is that a May bank holiday connection?
Don't know.
No,
Is it?
I can't work that. I'm going to throw that one out. Sorry. Sorry, Mike. This probably means he'll never email again. Right. Here's Organ. He's around the wicket to Clark, who turns that away.
Lloyd's Bank closed bank holiday or something. Lloyd's Bank.
Right. Other
Bank
banks
holiday.
available, of course. Can we say Lloyd's Bank again? Other bank chains available. Here's... Let's go. Gosh. That's pushed out on the offside where there's a big gap. And Clark moves on to 142, and it's 4:13 for 7. Stephen Davidson, solentcricket@gmail.com, says Matthew and Tom Maynard. There's May in there somewhere, isn't there? Well, at the start, of course.
I suppose actually we're getting to the stage now you could virtually include every cricketer if you use part of their name or something.
Yeah, you could even, Yusuf, you could probably find some sort of connection there to May.
Yeah, yew tree.
Yes. So, yeah.
Dancing round the yew tree.
I know where you're coming from. He's over the wicket this time. He goes for a lovely drive through the covers. That's a gorgeous shot to get underway. Wow, it was over-pitched. But Yusuf, what a lovely cover drive. Just watching that again on the replay. Have a look at this one. Bowls and...
Cool. Yeah. Michael Vaughan-like.
Quick hands through the ball there. 4:17 for 7. Sunshine's trying to get out from behind some clouds as Yusuf quietly plays that away on the offside. Kaylee Morris, thank you. Yes, we've got Andy Flower. But
also Grant Flower, of course, as well.
Grant Flower.
His brother.
We could have. Oh, here's one we haven't had. Nice drive. Not timed this time as it goes up to mid-off. Arthur May, solentcricket@gmail.com. Edward Hayward Budd.
Oh, yeah.
Buds of May.
Mm-hmm. There was Lloyd Budd as well, who was an umpire.
Lloyd Budd, yeah. We've got a couple of umpires, though.
Yeah. Well, you need a reserve. You need about 4 umpires for every match, don't you?
Yeah, they don't want to do all day. Forward is Yusuf. It goes out to backward point. End of the over. 4:17 for 7. Organ has completed 21 overs, none for 73. Well, apparently Edward Hayward Budd was a prominent right-handed batter and an occasional medium-pace lob bowler, it says here. How can you be a lob bowler and be medium pace? He was a good fielder who played in some matches as a wicket keeper.
Wow.
There we go.
Didn't sound like much of a specialist then.
No, born in 1786 and passed away in 1875. So,
okay.
I think he was one of those cricketers in that era that
did everything.
Yeah.
Lobs, yeah. They bowled those sort of those moon balls. Dawson bowling a bit quicker than a moon ball, bowls into the pads of Clark, who turns it into the deep mid-wicket area for a single.
Love this one. Alex Curran, solentcricket@gmail.com, says, how about Farouk Engineer?
Yeah.
as there are always engineering works on the train lines. It's Miss Alex Curran signed.
Very good.
Love that one.
Mm.
Yeah, I think we'll have that.
Mm. Yeah, have him, yeah. Engineer. Very good. Dawson bowling to Yusuf, who defends. Durham 418 for 7. So they've done so well. I mean, if you think about it, they were 82 for 4. And now they're 418 for 7. So they've done on the back of Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark, really. And obviously George Driscoll as well. Defended that time by Yusuf. A little bit of spin for Dawson there. Just gripping from outside the leg stump, but actually nicely played by the new batsman, who's already got 4 to his name. Clark has 143. Dawson again over the wicket, outside the leg stump, shoulders, arms. It's given as a wide by the umpire.
That's the trouble with this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anything that goes past the pad, doesn't touch the batter down the leg side, is going to be a wide every time, isn't it?
Ashley Giles would have had a bit of trouble if he'd, because he used to bowl this stuff a lot, didn't he? Remember Ashley 2005 actually did it a fair bit. He got that's nicely defended into the leg, offside for a quick single by Yusuf. I don't think he got. I think he might have got Tendulkar stumped bowling over the wicket in a test, not 2005 obviously. I think it might have been. My memory's struggling here, but I think it might have been the only time Tendulkar was stumped in his career or something. Possibly. I might be making that up. Dawson, it wouldn't be the first time. Dawson tries to flick that one off Dawson into the leg side, but Clark hit on the pad that time.
I think I say fairly recent that the umpires have taken a harder line with this angle of attack, haven't they?
God, bowlers get it in the neck, whatever, don't they? You know, one-day cricket, you can't bowl it anywhere apart from the middle of the bat. Nicely steered into the offside by Clark. He's going to get 4 for that. Just a little push.
Nice shot. And
that was actually just a lovely bit of timing. Nobody back on the offside and a push for 4. It's all right if you... nice work if you can get it.
I think he's timed the ball as well as anybody, and he doesn't seem to put a lot of effort into the shots.
Mentioned, I mean, that's a off drive. You saw Yusuf in the last over, hit a lovely off drive that I said reminiscent of Michael Vaughan. I just saw an Instagram tweet from Vaughan today saying that he's started with another group of people. He started some AI coaching, so you can send in clips and of your play, and an AI will evaluate it and then put the voices of some of the famous cricketers on top of it to tell you what you're doing wrong or right.
All right. So give me an example. So you would...
Well, so you'd send in a video of your off-drive from a club game.
Okay. Here's Felix Organ, again from the pavilion end. That's just push to mid-wicket.
Or I suppose from the nets, you know, wherever you got the film, you send in the video of your shot, and then the AI processes it, and then it comes over with Varney saying, well, you need to get your foot closer to the line, or whatever.
Oh, right. A bit like he would do in TV commentary.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So he's, like he's commentating on the game.
I assume they've sampled some words and phrases from some commentators, and that is then AI has then applied that to the shot you play.
Organ again, slightly quicker. Forward is Yusuf.
You can sort of see that catching on, I suppose, can't you? Because everyone would quite like the idea of having a Michael Vaughan comment on their shot, unless it was a shocker, I suppose.
Well, even so.
You can have a bit of boycott.
Boycott, Richie Bennett.
Good technique, is that?
Actually, I think the fun thing on that, it's just short of a length, quickly from behind the stumps, is Ben Brown to mop up on the offside. I think what would be great is if you played a horrible swipe, sent it in and have Jeff Boycott then describe that. I mean, that would be actual fun, wouldn't it? So actually what we would come out with. Here comes Organ again. Slightly full on the leg stump, worked up to short mid-on.
What do you mean? He's only got about 3 phrases. He's got good technique, bad footwork, stick of rhubarb, and my mum could bowl quicker than you. Those are his 4 phrases. What else does he say?
See,
I'm being harsh. I love
the AI could be you impersonating Jeff Boycott. It's hit in the air and just over the head of Kyle Abbott at mid-on. Just about a foot above his outstretched hands. And that's 4 to Yusuf, who moves on to 9, 428 for 7. We've got 6 minutes until lunch. See, I think actually, how could you prove that it would be Jeff Boycott? Because to be honest, what you've just done there, it could be somebody impersonating Jeff Boycott.
Yeah.
So you've got no way of
Could
knowing.
be Rory Bremner.
Well, yeah. Could be.
Anyway, Jeffrey's apparently in good health at the moment. He was pictured last week at the Wisden Almanac dinner at Lord's, where they presented him with a leather-bound copy of, I think it was the 1965 Wisden Almanac, where he was one of the 5 cricketers of the year. And he was presented with a leather-bound copy, and he turned up and looking his finest.
Good.
Yeah. So good luck to him, and best wishes for anyone who knows him, who might see him knocking around the place. He now lives in Cheshire, actually, instead of Yorkshire.
Oh dear.
He's moved to be near his daughter.
Okay.
Who have we got bowling here then?
Tom
This is
Prest.
a bit of Tom Prest bowling, is it? Yeah.
So he bowled 1 over
Spinner.
last night.
Right.
1 over for 4.
Okay. Dawson's just having a little break. 5 minutes to go to lunch. Lovely to get a wicket here, and then it would make all the other spinners sick, wouldn't they? If Tom Prest comes and lobs one up and gets a wicket. Anyway, this one is turned into the leg side for no run. I mean, Dawson's bowled 30 odd overs, and Felix Organ's possibly bowled 20 odd overs, 22 he's bowled. Prest comes up. Sod's law, he's going to get a wicket this over. Nicely pitched, actually, that one round the wicket, defended by Yusuf.
He's been doing a lot of work the last couple of years on his bowling, Tom Prest.
Well, I could see he had the makings last year. It's a bit short, then turned into the leg side for a single out to deep mid wicket. 429 for 7 is the Durham score. So 70 odd to go for their 500 target. Clark still there on 148. And Prest bowls to him. That one didn't turn. He played for the spin and it just went straight on, but it bobbled back down the wicket.
Sydney has got a little cooler.
Yeah, it's
last
cooler.
few minutes.
It's a bit more overcast, isn't it? Prest bowls, and that's down the leg side, and that wasn't given as a wide. So, explain that to me then. He's an off spinner. He's bowled down the leg side. Brown had to go quite a long way down to take it. It was not given as a wide, yet if it was a left-arm spinner bowling, that would have been given. This next one is pushed into the offside by Clark for a single.
Did it just flick the pad, or am I imagining it?
No.
No.
I noticed, just talking about other games quickly, I noticed the Somerset game, Somerset had declined against Essex to 90 off for 6. I was just interested to see if Tom Banton made any. Tom Banton got 10. I'm just looking at his scores since he got that incredible 371 in the first game of the season, or was it the second against Worcester. He scored 6, 0, 5, 26, 3 and 10.
One of those was against us.
Yeah.
Hampshire.
He got 6, 5. So he scored, 6, 11, 39, about 42. He scored about 50 runs in 5 innings since the 371.
Great leveller.
Yeah.
Cricket. Always said that. Many people say that. 4:30 for 7 then. 2 minutes till lunch, which means this will probably be the last over. Just going to rattle through a couple of emails before we get to the break. Here's Organ. That's a nice drive in the air and caught. Not. Dropped at mid-off. Brad Wheel. Straight in the mid-riff and straight out again. It was hit low and flat. He couldn't hold on to it.
That was a bad drop. It was straight there, wasn't it? He didn't have to move.
4:31 for 7. Right, Chris Louch. sonandcricket@gmail.com. I'm watching on delay, so if it hasn't been said yet, can we have Wayne Larkins, as in the Larkins family from Darling Buds of May? I suppose we could actually, yes. That's pushed quietly back down the pitch. Screaming at the TV until you made the connection with Lloyd's Banks. Thank you, Phil Webb. sonandcricket@gmail.com. Other banks available. If we're including financial institutions, John Barclay. Well, we're not. It's a bank holiday 11.
So they're all closed.
Yeah, we're not.
Can't have a bank in.
No, we can't do that. It's pushed out on the offside again from behind the stumps.
The rules on this team are a bit arbitrary, actually.
Yeah,
aren't
they're
they?
getting a bit. But I think Yeah, there's one or two people that are emailing in and mentioning brands, and I can't. Thank you, Robert Marsh, but a well-known supermarket. I can't. Otherwise, I'm going to literally lose my job. As that's pushed out behind square on the leg side, single to Clark, takes him to 149. Is he going to get 150 before lunch? He may not, because there is just 2 balls left, and he's now at the non-striker's end. 432 for 7. John Snow, cricket player from the 60s. There were outbreaks of snow in early May. Oh, we are getting.
Well, there was actually in Buxton. That's true. I think it was June though.
Okay. That's Paul Faithful on the emails, as that's played to the fielder, literally standing on the cut strip on the leg side. And the last one then, John Crabb, who mentions George Worker, which we've already had. Thank you, John, who's in Sunderland. Right, last ball before the luncheon break. So Clark is going to go in at 149 not out as Yusuf drives. Thick outside edge. There will be at least 1, maybe 2 here as it goes down to short third. Well fielded, Liam Dawson gets the ball in quickly. Ben Brown throws the stumps down and asks for the run out, but Yusuf is home. 2 runs to the Durham total, which means they go in at the break at 434 for 7, with Clark 149 not out from 284 and Yusuf 13 not out from 22. George Drissel was out first after an hour's play for 69. He was 58 overnight, and Matthew Potts was out for 19. Both those wickets fell to Liam Dawson. Quick comment from you, Simon Hughes, before we sign off.
Well, I think it's been a fantastic effort by Durham. 82 for 4 they were just after lunch yesterday, and now they're 434 for 7. It's been fantastic batting performance, led by Graham Clark, obviously, with his excellent 149 not out. Very busy player at the crease, lovely style he's got, very uncomplicated, helped by George Drissel and also by Matt Potts, made a breezy 19 there. So Ollie Robinson batted very well yesterday. So, I mean, it's been a really good lower order, middle and lower order performance by Durham.
Certainly has. Thank you very much. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes time. Thank you everybody who emailed in with your May Bank Holiday 11. We shall run through the names, and I think we'll get our 11. Might take a little while, but we'll get there, and we'll mention that early this afternoon. Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where we are shortly to get underway the afternoon session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Durham. The two umpires, Russell Warren and Martin Saggers, are just about out to the middle. The Hampshire players who are still in the field are about halfway, and the two not out, the Durham batters, Graham Clark with 149 and Cody Youssef with 13 not out, are pretty much out there in the middle as well. A good session for Durham once more. They added 104 for the loss of George Drissel, who was bowled by Liam Dawson, reverse sweeping. He went for 69 after an hour's play this morning. Put on 163 with Graham Clark, a new 6th wicket partnership record for Durham against Hampshire. And then Matthew Potts, after a couple of lusty blows, tried to sweep Liam Dawson, got a top edge and caught by Kyle Abbott. Around the corner on the leg side, he went for 19. So Durham in a strong position here, 4:34 for 7. Your commentary team this afternoon, the analyst Simon Hughes is still with us. He'll be with us the rest of the day. Amelia Clark is still here. Emily Windsor's going to join us for a little while at some point this afternoon after she's seen the Durham physio. But it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Newcastle, Martin Emerson, that will kick things off. Good session again, Martin. You must be happy.
Yeah, I think they've done well, haven't they? But I think also got to bear in mind that despite it's a used track, it's a track that's got some runs in it. So Durham will just look to try and bat as deep into the afternoon as they can.
Yeah, still not much happening. Dawson is going to continue with his left arm spin over the wicket, trying to find a bit of bowler's footmarks outside the leg stump of the right-handers. Clark to face then. Dawson from our commentary end gets wrapped on the pad. And so we're underway. Sunshine out, which is nice. One slip, no short leg.
Was that the fast show, which is nice? Wasn't there a character in that who
was it? Was it? Yeah. I didn't see that. Here's Dawson again then. Bowls, and Clark gets that on the bat this time. It goes to mid-wicket, fielded by Gubbins.
Clark's highest score now, 149.
Played well, hasn't he? Yeah. He's played really well. Looks a good player on this innings showing. 32 years of age. Here's Dawson again then. Bowls, slightly shorter this time, so an easier shot for Clark to work that behind square on the leg side. This is 150. Sorry, I should have had you doing that one. 150 for Graham Clark off 287 balls and 24s. 360 minutes. A marathon knock. But he's hardly put a foot wrong the whole time.
Wasn't he dropped on 148 or 149? He's blasted the ball back to...
Ooh, I must admit, I might have taken my eye off that.
Wheel off Organ? I thought you were...
Oh, that was the one up to... Yeah, I'm sorry, apologies, because I said it was Brad Wheel, but apparently it wasn't. It might have been Mark Stoneman, actually. That's a quick single out on the offside. I got corrected at lunchtime.
Who corrected you?
Yeah, it's very rare I get corrected.
It's when you go around there to get your lunch, do you consider it the correctional facility?
Oh, yes. Yes. I'm thinking of going a different way, because there's plenty of people lining up to say, Kev, you said that, and you said that. They're all queuing up. It's a long queue now. Here's Dawes. Driving back past him. Oh, it's going to be runs down here. There is a deep mid on. Sonny Baker, who's running round to deep mid off. There's a nice little neat roll as he picks the ball up. 2 runs to the Durham total, 438 for 7. Clark is 152. Thank you everybody for your suggestions for our May Bank Holiday 11 before lunch. I've quickly selected a side. The bowling looks a bit indifferent. That's swept away. That's a nice shot out to deep backward of square leg. 439 for 7. There's not too much bowling.
Who
in that
did
side. Somebody
suggest John Snow with the suggestion that it snows at...
Oh, right. Okay. Well, actually, I didn't write that down, so thank you.
Right,
because he will definitely open the bowling.
Andrew Perkis says another one for the team. Typical bank holiday weather, John Snow. And then he says, I'll get my coat.
Yeah, thank you very much. So John Snow will definitely open the bowling because he's definitely the fastest bowler in that squad of names. I've picked out as bowlers Ben Rain, because it always rains bank holiday.
I don't want to worry you, Kev, but...
It doesn't come from that way.
Is it not? Are you sure?
Yeah, way to our left about 10 o'clock we're looking. It doesn't come from that way.
That's suddenly very dark, that sky down towards the coast there.
Well, I'll tell you what, you look at it and worry about it. The rain comes from about 2 o'clock.
Well, the
is
wind
when
doesn't
it-
always come from the same direction all the
No,
time, does it?
but if the weather comes from over there, you might as well not bother worrying about the next day. 'Cause
The next
that's
day?
serious. That's serious rain from the left.
Right.
Normal rain to the right.
Right.
Mate, I've been up
day
to
2 at
Durham.
meteorology school.
No,
isn't it?
well, only because I'm here a lot.
Yeah.
You know your ground, I know my ground.
Yeah.
We'll see who's proved right then. Right?
I just suddenly
I'll put
noticed
that
the
on
sky
record.
changing in its nature. That's all.
I'll put that on record.
Right in front of us, it looks like there's a cloud bubbling up there, which could become a thundercloud.
No, believe me, don't worry about that.
So that'll be over the estuary then.
Don't worry about that one.
So Wheel is coming into bowl, the first over from the pavilion end after lunch. Bowling to Clark, who drives up to Stoneman at mid-off. No run. Nice shot, that for nothing.
So we've got the bowlers. I say, when you're looking at Will Rhodes as a sort of first or second change bowler, there's not a lot of pace there. I think the pace will definitely have to be injected by one Jay Snow. But there's a lot of batting in that Bank Holiday 11. Peter May, Ian Bell, David Holliday, Alan Lamb.
With it being a bank holiday, do you think some of the players are on the beach?
Yeah.
Next ball to Clark, played out towards the covers. Goes for a single. Moves him on to 154. It says it's 20 degrees this afternoon and we shouldn't be seeing any rain.
No.
Maybe that's dark skies over Portsmouth,
Not unknown.
who are playing Hull in a relegation encounter today, aren't they?
Got Steve Waugh to bowl a bit of medium pace as well. Brad Wheel.
What was the war connection?
Worker. War. Oh, war. Tug of war.
Ah, yeah.
Which is
Yeah,
traditional.
that was clever, that, I thought.
Yeah, I like that. It's traditional over May Bank Holiday, apparently. Village Fates.
Wheel bowling to Yusuf. Yusuf forward to this, plays it to short mid-wicket, no run.
Got our umpires, Nigel Long, Tim Pole. No problems there. Dickie Bird, if we need him as a standby. He can perhaps be the third umpire. So thank you, everybody. It's been good fun.
Yeah, I mentioned Graham Swan earlier because we do have nesting swans on the marina at the moment, and they've put a protective fence around them. But they're nesting on this floating pontoon in the middle of all the boats. But last year they came and nested out the back of our house. There's Wheel bowls. It's hit the pads. Looks from here as if it was going down the leg side. He's given up his appeal anyway. Yusuf goes for a walk. No. So they set up the nest on the ramp at the back of our house last year, where they launched the boats in the river, and there were dogs coming and trying to disturb them, and people coming along. So we contacted the council and they put a protective fence up, but they stayed there all year. So there were no boats on the river from that ramp. And I think they laid about 5 or 6 eggs, eventually 5 hatched, but very difficult to keep them all out of harm's way on a river, busy river. In comes the bowler again. This is defended on a length on off stump by Yusuf.
He's quite useful with the bat, doesn't he, Yusuf? Very lovely square cover drive.
Well, I described him as an all-rounder last week because that's what Cricinfo described him as, and Harry Everett emailed me as he was working on BBC Online Sport, and he said he'd played against him in the Devon League, and he said he's definitely a bowler, but he's not. I wouldn't class him as a batsman, he said.
Well, he only averages 15 first class.
He hasn't played many matches, though, has he?
No, 30. This is his 31st.
Next ball's gone down the leg side, and Wheel raises his hand appealing for a catch, but nobody else joins in, and it's a bit of an anticlimactic end to the over. 1 run from it. Durham 40 for 7.
And in a very, very good position. It's very difficult to see where Hampshire are going to win the game from here, so it's really about Durham getting as big a score as they can in this innings, and then hoping that the pitch changes nature a little bit to give them a chance of trying to bowl Hampshire out twice. Good toss to win yesterday morning. Dawson How many overs was it he bowled in this fixture last year?
66.
66. Oh gosh, I tell you what, if he
It
gets
was a
top-
record, wasn't it?
something like
was
that.
it the
wasn't
most bowled by a bowler for 78 years?
Because Dave Allen was here and worked something out, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, if he gets up around 65, 66 overs today, Durham will be batting after tea, I think. That's turned away on the onside by Clark. Dawson starts his 38th over here.
So you're saying it's getting to a point where it's going to be difficult for Hampshire to win?
I think it is already, isn't it?
Yeah, so changing it around, difficult for Durham to lose from here.
Oh,
yeah.
wouldn't you say so?
Yeah.
That's a total, isn't it?
Yeah.
First innings, and it's not over yet. That's turned away on the leg side. It's not like the ball's hooping around and turning square. It's quite easily, it's quite feasible that Durham could get close to 500.
Are you imagining handshakes on Monday afternoon at some point?
Well, I'm imagining some freak weather coming in.
Are you?
About late tomorrow night, to be honest.
Right. I've not really looked at the weather forecast for the next 2 days. Is there any
It's
weather
getting
on the way?
colder.
Is it?
Yeah. 4:41 for 7, as that's quietly defended back up the pitch by Cody Youssef. So he's 6 rounds of championship matches and a couple of T20s, I think, isn't he, Youssef? Around for you guys, has been brought in as a late
6 games, I
bit
think
of
it was,
cover. Yeah. So many injuries in the Durham side. So many injuries to bowlers. Dawson's just taking his time. He's got a silly mid-off in there now. Maybe he's going to try and make use of play a shot or two. Just digs that one out quite full from Dawson.
Wow, it's going to be a lot cooler.
Yeah, it is.
Highs of only 15 tomorrow.
Wind's coming from the north.
Yeah, and they're already feeling it at home apparently. It's chilly breeze off the North Sea.
Yeah, no change there then. 4:41 for 7. Bowls again. Dawson doesn't turn. Youssef easily pushing forward to that one. When isn't
Highs
it
of
cold up there?
15 tomorrow and Monday. Hey?
When isn't it cold up there?
Christmas Day was warm enough to be sitting on the roof in a t-shirt.
Oh, God.
Beautiful it was.
Oof. You guys are hardy souls up there.
It was like a summer's day, which was quite worrying really, considering it was the the depths of December.
Deep backward square leg, deep square leg, and a deep mid-on for Youssef. He just pushes forward. That goes out on the onside. Dawson concedes 1 off that over, which I guess is pretty much what he's looking for. He looks a bit despondent, as Liam Dawson. I think he's disappointed because there's no turn for him out there. He probably thought by now something might have turned. It hasn't really. Just puts his cap on, with his sun hat on, and walks around saying, why isn't it turning? He's even looking at the pitch now with one of the Hampshire players saying, surely something's got to turn out there. Strides off now.
Ooh, it's now 1-1 between Portsmouth and Hull. But as the way things stand, Hull, the point would be enough to keep them up at the moment. Looks like Luton are going to go down. Conversation going on here before the next over begins. Now Wheeler's been handed the ball. And he's coming in from the pavilion end to bowl to Clark on the 155. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. There was a click there, must have flicked the pad on the way through.
I tell you what now, as a pace bowler, this is now where it will start to hurt. You're into your 5th session in the field. Hot yesterday, not quite as hot this morning, but still decent temperatures. Wheels into his 26th over in this innings. This is when it gets tough.
Wheel comes in again and bowls, and that's gone down to long leg for 1 run for Clark.
Keep summing that energy time after time as a pace bowler. The body starts to feel stiffer and stiffer. It takes longer and longer to warm up.
Yeah, that's just in April. West Brom are beating Luton 5-1, so Luton look like they're going to go straight through the Championship and into League One, which is what Sunderland did in 2018. Don't think anybody's done it since 2 relegations in a row. I can't think of it. In comes Wheel and Bowls. Defended on off stump there by Yusuf, no run.
I think Yusuf has definitely the capabilities here of at least holding an end up for quite a while. This could be another developing partnership.
What's his highest score? 84 in his second game. Central Huaoteng against Free State in 2019. It's quite a quick bowler as well. Wheel Balls. Oh, that's a bouncer which Yusuf rocks on his heels and gets out the road off.
That's a good bouncer.
Yeah, the A27 last night, Kev.
Yes.
Roadworks.
Oh, yes.
They're everywhere down here, aren't
There
they?
was plenty down here.
Yeah, there's quite long delays, so...
It took you a while to get back?
Yeah, I wanted to go to that Jolly Sailor pub, and of course when I got there I couldn't park anywhere because it was jammed, so I didn't bother.
So you kept going back to the hotel?
I just went back to the hotel, and once I got to my room, I thought, you know what, I can't be chewed. I just had something to eat in the hotel and just watched a film. Playing a miss from Yusuf. That one angled in as it was passing the stumps. So I was just thinking, because it was a nice night, I thought a nice seaside pub or on a river, but
Too busy.
yeah.
You picked probably one of the busier ones.
Well, I knew it was a chance to be rather busy, but there was another pub on the other side of the marina, but the beer garden didn't seem to face anything that I could see other than the main road, so I didn't bother with that either. So.
No, I think you'd have to know your area around there.
Yeah. Wheel Balls. Yusuf with a quick single pushes that out to the covers and moves on to 15. 4, 4, 3, 4, 7.
Even I don't know it too well out that way.
Well, when I cycled down to that Powder Monkey brewery last year at Gosport, and there was a pub just up on the estuary from there which looked quite busy, but by the time I got down there it was coming in dark, so I didn't actually stop and have a drink. I just turned around and cycled back again. So there's a place just on the other side of the railway line in Fareham, which is at the top of the estuary overlooking the boatyard and some yachts and stuff. Can't remember what it's called. That's just a short walk.
Yeah, I'm not up on my Fareham geography.
Are you north Southampton? Where
right at the top of Southampton.
Where the motorway splits?
Where the
You're there, right?
Yeah, just below that. So
right.
I'm literally, as you come off the M3 and you go into Southampton, I'm right at the top there.
Right, yeah, I know that road, yeah.
Straight into the old ground.
Yeah, and the Dell. Was the Dell just around the corner, wasn't it?
Yeah. Liam Dawson to start over number 39. 3 for 138. He's bowling to Cody Yusuf. He's coming round the wicket this time. Yusuf is forward. He's got a silly mid-off and he's got a slip. Liam Dawson. Saw his mum and dad at lunchtime. Good big supporters of Hampshire cricket. Usually here. Dawson just taking his time with this next delivery. Comes in again and bowls. Slightly short this time. Yusuf just works it into the gap through point. Stoneman across. Yusuf moves on to 16. 4, 4, 4, 4, 7 Durham. We're into the 130th over of this Durham innings. And the pitch is probably playing as placid as it has at any time in the game. Still nothing for Liam Dawson. There's a little bit of a bowler's footmark emerging just outside the leg stump. It's not particularly threatening. Dawson bowls. Just missed that. It's a little too full, that one. Clark is forward to that one. Field quite scattered as you expect. Deep backward square leg, deep mid on, deep point. Plenty of gaps for Clark if he wants to take a single somewhere. Dawson bowls again. Clark gets wrapped on the pad, trying to nudge it away square on the leg side. So we've had 20 minutes of play since lunch. Durham have added 10. Without loss. Still those 7 wickets down. Looking to increase this first innings total. Dawson bowls. Let's hit the pad That'll be a leg by. Brown throws it. The stumps where it's just come from, just falls over as he does so. The umpire signals a leg by. 4-4-5 for 7. There's going to be a change at the end of this over, bringing Simon Hughes for Martin. Just one more ball left. There is a silly mid-off for Yusuf. Mid-on comes up now, Sonny Baker. A couple of the gaps have been plugged. Nobody out deep on the leg side as Dawson bowls. Yusuf is forward. And that's the end of the over. 4:45 for 7.
Righty-ho.
Yeah, thank you very much. Durham showing every intent here of trying to eke out, isn't quite the phrase. They played better than that, but certainly make the most of these last 3 wickets. Looks like they are going to try and get at least to 500, I would have thought. Depends how long it takes, of course. Hampshire just looking to keep it quiet, just maybe keeping the scoreboard never more than just ticking along quietly. Welcome back, Simon.
Morning. Morning.
Morning.
Afternoon.
That's what you do in this situation. Just make sure you get as big a total as possible.
Well, yeah, but you don't want to waste too much time, do you? You know, you want to give yourself plenty of time to bowl, because it's, you know, the pitch is pretty flat, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Here's Brad Wheel then, bowling to Clark, who neatly tucks that away off his hip down towards deep backward square. Just the single, 4:46 for 7. You're right, and I will emphasise this once more, and Hampshire fans know this because they see a lot of games here, of course, or most of them do, that this pitch never really deteriorates too much.
There was that game I came to a couple of years ago against Middlesex, when Middlesex were in the first division, and Liam Dawson got lots of wickets, didn't he? And so did Josh DeCary's, Mike Allison's son, got lots of wickets as well. But it's turned square.
But that pitch started turning.
I think it was on the back of a concert here, wasn't it? And they hadn't had time to prepare it properly, probably.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. Here's Wheel again from the pavilion end, bowls down the leg side once more. Yeah. So
well, was that an excuse because they recognised that Middlesex didn't have any frontline spinners, or experienced spinners anyway?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
so
probably a combination of a few things, really. But yeah, with that, it pitch started off as a turner and just turned through the game. So it never really did much more than it did when it started, and that's pretty much what it's like here. In fact, what tends to happen here, the pitch just gets deader and deader. And it will turn a bit, but it won't go big. Here's Wheel, edged into the ground, well fielded by Toby Albert at second slip. There is a gap between him and Ben Brown.
And that's another problem. You know, the edges are not carrying either, are they? It's like that one. Actually, that game I was talking about, Middlesex game, I was here because we were trying some new cameras then. And I looked back at that game the other day because there was a decision against Mark Stoneman, who then was playing for Middlesex. He was given out, caught off the glove off Dawson, and we looked at it from 4 different angles with our very sharp cameras, and it revealed that Stoneman was hit on the arm rather than the glove.
Oh, right.
He got a raw deal.
Wheel in again. That's hit into the ground, but not timed by Yusuf. Goes out to point. Fielded by Prest.
But that in itself suggested, because he was hit on the arm playing forward, Dawson had got quite a bit of lift and spin from obviously a bit of rough, but it showed there was something a bit extra in that pitch.
Yeah, there definitely was. Yeah, I mean it was prepared with a bit of that in mind, definitely. I mean the bowler's footmarks will become more pronounced, and there will be a bit of bite out of them, but as off the straight it won't turn too much. Here's Wheel again. Short. That's a good bouncer. Well played by Yusuf. Tucked under that quite neatly.
But again, what you want is bounce, don't you, as a spinner? As much as turn. Probably even more than turn. That's again what England are investing in with the Bashirs and the Tom Hartleys and people like that, because they hope that they're going to get bounce as much as spin. And there's no that bouncer there from Wheel, kind of almost reached Brown on the second bounce.
Yes.
Yusuf had to get really low to get under it.
Emphasis of the pitch getting a little slower. Sunshine is out. As Wheels in again and bowls. Another good length delivery. Youssef is in nicely in behind that. He's 16, 157 to Clark, 446 for Durham. And we've had 131 overs.
Yeah, so the run rate is what?
3.5.
3.5. That's not bad. I mean, probably just need to make sure they're kicking on. The batters are having a mid-wicket chat now. I mean, Clark will obviously lead that with 150 odd not out. But I think they would just want to kick on, and what is it now? 2:10. So they want to be bowling by 3 o'clock, I would have thought. Well, at least an hour, just under an hour before tea or something like that, so they can give the fast bowlers a good blast before tea and then another go after. So Dawson continuing. What's he bowled now? He's bowled 39 overs. It's a good old stint, isn't it? 3 for 139. The spinners have had a lot of work to do this first part of the season. Jack Leach notched up 60 overs in the first game in 1 innings for Somerset. That one is just defended by Clark, quietly away on the leg side. So 3 men out on the boundary now on the leg side. 1 deep point as well. Nobody back long off, just a mid off at the moment. Dawson bowling over the wicket. Full into the rough. Ricochets. No, in fact, it misses the pad and taken down the leg side by Brown. He didn't give a wide to that one.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
he did.
Yeah.
He just did. Oh.
Yeah.
So anything down the leg side which doesn't hit the pads is being given. I wonder what. Shane Warne wouldn't have been happy about that if he was doing this. Dawson bowls, and that's hit. This time it hit Clark on the pad, but not quite so wide. I mean, Warne did a lot of this kind of stuff, didn't he? Bowling. I mean, he had famous deliveries which pitched almost off the cut strip and turned and threatened the stumps. He called it his pickpocket delivery, didn't he? When people went for a sweep and got bowled behind their legs, it was one of his common tricks. Actually, that one is flicked down to short fine leg, no run. I don't know. I suppose they're trying to eliminate negative bowling, but batters will have a go at it anyway, surely. In this day and age, there's not much padding away, except I suppose in a sort of draw, when you're playing for a draw. Batters are happy to have a go at those balls outside leg. Dawson bowls again, and it's defended because it used to be the case that, well, you can't be out of BW if the ball pitches outside leg. So a batter, we were taught, weren't we, as I suppose at school, that if you get one outside leg from this kind of tactic, which I suppose you might have got if you played a 2-day game or something, or maybe a county junior game, you might get someone bowling over the wicket into the rough. We were taught to kick it away, weren't we?
Yeah,
and no stroke.
And that's not easy to do sometimes.
No, actually, that's true. In fact, I remember that's a good delivery, that one actually, that Clark managed to get a thick edge on and they picked up a quick single down to short fine leg. I remember Alex Stewart facing an over from Warne in, I think, probably 2001 at the Oval, and the first 5 balls were all outside leg. He's bowling around the wicket into the rough, and he played and missed a couple. Then one was down the leg side and sort of nearly bowled him, and finally the last ball, brilliant delivery, caught behind. I mean, half of those deliveries probably didn't have to play, but because Warne was so clever at just varying his line, you didn't know which ones to play and which ones to leave.
And also you knew it would turn a lot.
Yes.
So you had to be a bit careful. I mean,
yeah.
The one that goes behind you,
yes,
to stumps, is a pretty dangerous ball. So
lots of leg spinners have got wickets with those. But so is it only given a wide if he's bowling over the wicket?
Yeah.
Not if he's bowling round?
No.
It's a bit, I don't know, a bit arbitrary. I don't know. I don't like it.
Well, yeah, but then Dawson, we know
defended.
why Dawson's doing it. I mean, there is no point.
He got a wicket with it.
Well,
he got bowled. He bowled out. Who was it? Ollie Robinson.
Yes.
He had a big sort of hoik at it. Got bowled from at that line. I don't know.
Well,
I think it's a legitimate
Well, it is. It is at this stage. I mean, but then how do you define it's okay for a spinner to do it at different stages of a game and not all right? I mean, it gets a bit complicated. But what he's doing is he's making sure that even if he can't get a wicket, and it has been hard. I mean, he's got 3 wickets in 30 odd overs, so it's not easy.
Yeah.
What he's doing is he's saying, well, okay, all I'm going to do now is going to make sure you don't get away from us later on. I mean, the last thing Hampshire need here is Durham to score a quick 80, 90 runs in about 45 minutes.
But they're applying the old-fashioned batting tactics, which were quite negative against this type of bowling, to the modern game. And a lot. I mean, I remember Harry Brook in that Pakistan series. I think, was it the series when he got 300s? Not the one when he got 300, but the one when he got 300 separate hundreds. And I remember he backed outside leg stump against the leggy, the Pakistan leggy, and he hit one from outside leg stump over extra for 6. I mean, batters have got so many more shot options now. So I think it's an unnecessary rule.
Yeah, true. Yes, they practice hitting all the way down the order. Here's Felix Organ into the attack then. He's round the wicket. That's turned away by Clark on the leg side, where there are 2 fielders. 3 fielders, actually, if you count the one up at deep mid on. 449 for 7. So this partnership has put on 37 in 76 balls. So they're not exactly racing along here at the back end of their innings. They're just making sure they get a score.
Yeah.
And Hampshire are
well,
making sure...
they have got a score.
Well, they have got a score, but, more notable.
Yeah.
And Hampshire are making sure that if they do that it takes longer than they would like.
I suppose
quietly on the split wicket, which is a legitimate tactic.
Well, I suppose the other thing is that Durham are thinking the longer they bat, the more the wicket wears, and then their spinners can do more damage.
Well, true.
They don't want to bat again, also.
No, there's no point, is there? It's pulled away. Now, there is nobody down deep. Sonny Baker does well, actually, who's quite about halfway back to the boundary at backward square leg. And that's the 450 up. Reasonable amount
few
of
Durham
applause.
fans here.
Yeah, there's a few down for the weekend, you would thought.
Made the 8-hour journey.
Yeah. Well, over 3 days, I suppose, over the bank holiday. It's not too bad, is it, really? It's turned away to mid-wicket by Clark, who's 159 currently. Just imagine 1 or 2 Hampshire fans might have joined in with that applause. Might have done. Felix Organ's into his 24th over. He's wicketless so far. He's turned away in front of square. Clark moves on to 160. 451 for 7. When you watch this passage of play here at the moment, you just think, well, okay, let's just get to 500 because can't really see a wicket happening. But Hampshire are just trying to slow it all down here. Deep fielders now, making sure that singles are perhaps about as much as Durham can hope for. Here is one as it goes backward a square leg. You saw they're going to get 2. Oh, I didn't see that coming. There's a lot of work for Sonny Baker to do there because he'd just been dropped to the boundary. And that's good awareness from the 2 batters.
It's quite crafty running, actually, because he ran the first one relatively leisurely and then sneaked back for the second. That's good. Good cricket. Talking of wides, by the way, leg side wides, I think you may have mentioned already, but the ICC are now seriously looking at another line to govern leg side wides in one-day cricket, in limited overs cricket, because at the moment there's that blue line to govern wides outside off stump for both batters and right-handers and left-handers, but there's no line for jurisdiction of leg side wides, and leg side wides have been given for balls which are barely practically shaving the stumps, leg stump. So I think there's going to be a bit more leniency for the ball down the leg side in one-day cricket, so they're going to create another line. So it's going to be a bit like a zebra crossing the crease, isn't it? With lots of stripes, but they're trying to give it the umpires a bit of guidance for sort of 6 inches to 8 inches outside leg is okay, but anything further down there'll be another line painted for white ball cricket. That's going to probably come in due course. Dawson bowls, turned a bit. Clark tried to work it into the leg side, got a bit of a thick edge out to backward point, and they're also going to bring in this second idea for 50 over cricket, which is using only 1 ball from 35 overs. So you use 2 new balls, 1 each end for the first 35 overs, then you pick the best one and you use just the 1 ball for the final 15, which I quite like, actually. That's forced. That's a catch. I mean, that's a miracle. I thought he'd forced that down to long on, but actually Dawson's take a brilliant one-handed catch, and a fitting round of applause for that, because that was acrobatics of the highest order from Liam Dawson. It finishes Graham Clark's excellent innings of 160, and he caught everybody by surprise there. Clark was expecting to set off for a single, and now he's got to set off with a pavilion. That was a sharp bit of work.
Wasn't it just? Well, that's a catch of the season already for me. Great innings. This will get a good round of applause. 309 balls. 160. Wonderful knock. Put his side in a fantastic position.
Well, that's just got a bit early on that, I suppose, and just got underneath it a bit.
Maybe a tight shot a little bit, understandable.
Yeah.
It was neither in the air properly or along the ground, was it? You're right. I think he's just sort of swatted at it, isn't he, really? Maybe just a slightly tired shot. Callum Parkinson is the new batter for Durham. It's interesting. I'm just wondering how the umpires can keep up with all these different lines. I presume they'll all be coloured. No, I presume they'll all be painted differently.
Yeah.
We'll do a quick change while they're changing over for the wicket. Simon Hughes is staying on, and alongside him will be Amelia Clark.
So it's 453 for 8. As Kevin James said, 160 to Graham Clark, the outstanding performance of this Durham innings. He's been batting since probably just after lunch yesterday. Came in at number 6. Pretty impressive, actually, to make 160 as a. I think he was number 6, and he played really well. Lovely kind of nimble footwork and working the ball in the gaps, and looked very unflustered, really, right from the word go. So he's been the sort of rock of this Durham innings. They were 82 for 4. Now they're 453 for 8. Parkinson has come to the wicket. The field close in a bit. There's a leg slip, actually, as well as a silly point and a slip. So 3 men round the bat for Dawson, who's picked up his 4th wicket. 3 of them from over the wicket, this attack that he's been using for much of today. So he's going to bowl the first ball to Parkinson, who of course is a left-arm spinner, and he nearly cleaned him up first ball. That was a good delivery. Pitched about middle and leg, and Parkinson propped forward and played and missed. So he'll be encouraged. The batter will be encouraged by that, even though he's got to try and make a few runs initially. Dawson again bowls close to the stumps. That one balloons off the pad, and actually if they let that go, the silly point had let that go, it might have spun back onto the stumps, but instead he caught it as it looped up in the air, threw it back to Dawson. No shot offered that time by the batter, so Dawson's got him in his sights as he bowls to Parkinson. That's defended solidly down the wicket. Silly point in occupation there. Haven't had too many, well, if any, opportunities for bat pads in this innings. The bat pads have been sent distant fairly quickly in most of the match so far. Dawson bowls again, tossed up, nicely pitched and defended by Parkinson. End of another fruitful over from Dawson, who has 4 for 141 and 41 overs. Amelia.
Hello.
Yes. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I just had a bit of time down there. It's actually quite hot.
It is very much a sun trap down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we did just have an email from, I believe, Stephen Clark.
Again, he's doing a lot of work today. His computer's overheating.
Well, I think he's in the ground because he said it feels like we're in for one of those afternoons, except the seats aren't very conducive to an afternoon snooze.
You do actually. These are the seats that if you have your shirt off or you have a pair of shorts or something, you get stuck to them.
Yeah.
Because they're sort of those plastic seats, so you kind of have to prise your skin off them when you get up.
Rip yourself away.
There's 1 or 2 bare chests I can see down.
They're going to be a bit rosy this afternoon.
It's your over, I think.
Yes. So we've got a Organ coming in from the pavilion end. I think he's going to come around the wicket this time, and that will just be blocked back. It was a full length delivery, that one, but Yusuf knew exactly sort of how to deal with that. Absolutely. Well, it's a beautiful day here at the Utilita Bowl.
It's perfect day for cricket, actually. It's just lovely temperature.
It is a perfect day, absolutely. As Organ comes in again, bowls around the wicket, and almost an identical delivery, just sort of rolls it back.
The clouds actually are a good thing because, you know, when it's a clear blue sky, it's actually very hard to catch the ball, especially a skyer.
Gives you a bit of a backdrop.
There's a bit of perspective here today.
In again, Morgan just moved, worked off to square the wicket.
And also with clouds, it means you don't get as burnt.
Absolutely.
If you're out in the field all day or sitting in the stand.
And it just takes the edge off the heat sometimes.
Yeah.
Instead of that burning heat
it's
coming in.
It's a lovely temperature today. It's just there's a little bit of a breeze. You can't really complain. I mean, if you are being paid to either play or watch today,
absolutely,
you can't really complain.
Not at all.
Well, actually, it's even if you're not being paid, it's not bad.
I was going to say. So it looks like Felix is just going to have a little change in the bowling. He's now going to come over the wicket, in from the pavilion end. In bowls full delivery there again. Work back to him for nothing. Yeah, Parkinson and Yusuf maybe just playing a little bit more tentatively, just trying to build a bit of a partnership up, get settled in their roles. Morgan doesn't waste any time, in again, over the wicket, and blocks back.
This is the opportunity for him actually to pick up a couple of cheap wickets. I mean, he's bowled 24 overs, nothing so far.
No.
You know, it's got a little opportunity here for a twofer, which just makes your figures look a little bit better.
Yes, absolutely. Can he do it on this one as he comes in over the wicket? Well, just worked off to cover there, and they're run for one. So hastily throw, and it's a bit of an overthrow, but it's been stopped just for the one. It was a very quick over, always by Felix Organ. Durham were 455 for 8 after 135 overs.
I thought they might just start playing a few more shots, really. 455 for 8.
You think have a bit of a go?
Yeah, I mean, give the batters a couple of sighters, but the field were kept in there. Now, one of the fielders is going off. Can't see who that is actually. Who is that who's leaving the field? It might be Mark. Is it Mark Stoneman, number 31? No.
Number 31. Okay.
Who is number 31? I can only see the
Nick
number.
Gubbins.
Oh, right, okay. I hope he's not going to be off for long because he might be needed to bat before long.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't look as if he's injured or anything, so it's probably just a
change in the socks.
Quick toilet break. So Dawson resuming again in his now 42nd over, bowling to Callum Parkinson. 4 men in a ring on the offside, and 2 close fielders, catches, and Parkinson defends. And it's just trickled out on the leg side. Durham. Actually, I must look up how Zach Crawley's doing. I noticed he was Kent were batting again at Lord's in the second innings, so Middlesex got about 230, got a lead. Dawson bowls again, and it's turned into the leg side by
Zach Crawley.
He was 20
not
out
for 36.
Yeah, I sort of, well, he failed in the first innings, and I kind of, hopefully I didn't put the mockers on him by saying he's been struggling a bit, but actually he's had a couple of chances that were missed by Middlesex in this second innings, and he's managing to graft his way to 30 odd so far. Dawson bowls again, defended by Parkinson. So good for him, really. It's so tough if you're got lots of low scores. He's had a lot of low scores in the first innings of games, and then managed to get 40s or 50s in the second. So that'll give him a bit more heart with the Test match looming.
Absolutely, just a chance to gain that confidence.
Bowls and Parkinson defence. Yeah, and just finding some fluency and just finding some rhythm, as well. I mean, often batters, when they've lost that, try too hard to rediscover it. They sort of go at the ball and miscue it and edge it, and instead of just trying to sort of trust your method, they become almost a bit frenetic. So Dawson goes back over the wicket now to Parkinson. 3 men round the bat, easily defended. 455 for 8, Durham. So not much happening out there at the moment, really.
No.
A few singles here and there, but They haven't really stepped on the gas, Durham, in the last, or certainly since lunch. Dawson bowls again. This time again defended by Parkinson. End of the over. I think clearly their philosophy here is bat as long as they can, use up more and more overs, wear the pitch even more. The pitch becomes more and more dry and sort of crumbly, and then they hope their spinners will be able to exploit
I
it
wouldn't
later.
say they've stepped on the. I mean, I wasn't here yesterday, but I wouldn't say they've been, stepping on the gas all day. Really, they've, as you said, they've been very methodical in their attack. Sort of very just patient.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays you can sort of trust a weather forecast a bit more than you used to be able to, and the weather forecast is pretty good for the next few days. It's not warm, but it's going to be dry, so I suppose they're trusting to that. They're expecting there will be a full day's play both today, tomorrow and Monday, and that they've got enough time to build up a big score, and well, I guess their aim will be to try and force Hampshire to follow on, but that's a long way off.
So it looks like we're going to have Baker in for the attack.
He's quite good at bowling at the tail, isn't he? He did well bowling at the tail against Surrey.
From the pavilion end.
We might see some Yorkers here, I reckon, or bouncers actually. It might be a bit of a mixture.
Yeah. Sonny Baker in, over the wicket, from the pavilion end. Bowls a little bit shorter there, and Yusuf was able to defend that.
It was a tired delivery. A sort of post-lunch stiff, sort of 75 mile an hour.
Yeah. He's still feeling a bit sluggish after a too big a lunch.
Yeah.
No.
Well, maybe not these days, but certainly would have been the case 20 years ago.
Top of his mark. Comes in again towards us at the hotel end. A bit of a hop, skip and a jump at the beginning before he finds his stride. Over the wicket once again. Much fuller delivery there, and well stopped on the offside for cover as they run for one.
Cody Yusuf getting his single there. He looks quite a canny cricketer actually. I looked up where he's born in Knysna in South Africa. That's a lovely place. You've been to South Africa?
I haven't been to South Africa, but I used to work with a lady who was South African, and she really sold me on it. She definitely added it to my list. It's always been there, but it's
Knysna, spelt with a K, and it's on the Garden Route in the south of the country. Absolutely magnificent little seaside town. Lovely space, lovely place. Stunning.
Sonny Baker in again. Over the wicket. Shorter delivery this time, but well defended by Parkinson. Just work straight back to Baker.
Actually, I stayed there once, and I was on a sort of trip along the Garden Route, and we checked into this hotel. It was over Christmas. I was with my girlfriend, and we checked into this hotel which we'd booked a room in, and the lady realised she'd overbooked, and the only thing she had left was her own caravan in the front garden. So we stayed in the front. So that was the room we were given, her caravan.
As Baker comes in again, fuller than delivery, worked onto the leg side. They've run for one. It'll be picked up just square mid off.
That's not the end of the story, because with the caravan you need to put the supports, the stabilisers down to make sure it's level.
Oh no!
Well, she hadn't got any because they were used to sort of towing it around the place, and they hadn't got any bricks to prop this thing up. So
goodness
it was on these two wheels. So when we went to bed, the whole thing tipped up. So we were sort of sleeping at an angle for the first night.
Baker comes in again from the pavilion end. Shorter delivery this time, worked into the offside, but mid on off will be there to pick it up. They've only run for one.
I can't believe I've remembered that actually. That is a true story.
I've not made that. Well.
I've not made that up.
No.
We actually had to sleep with a caravan at a sort of 30-degree angle to the ground. And then, of course, when you got up in the morning, to go to the middle of the caravan, the whole thing tipped back up the right way again. Go to the loo, the other side of the caravan, it tips the other way.
The other way. It's like a big seesaw.
Yeah.
As Baker comes in again, bowls fuller than delivery this time, worked into the offside. No run scored. And Sonny Baker will take just the two off of that over.
Well, they played that over well, didn't they? I mean, they played it easily, actually.
Yeah.
So that's sort of, it's two things about that. I mean, one is the the Hampshire field is looking quite weary, as you'd expect, and they're walking very slowly between overs. But the upside for them is that the pitch looks, quite dead. So, provided they can get through the new ball, they should be fairly confident of putting up a good score themselves. There doesn't seem to be anything significant in the pitch. A little bit of spin, but it's not absolutely ragging, and it's not turning. Oh, sorry, it's not bouncing awkwardly. So, I think Hampshire could be fairly confident that they should be able to get a decent score on here when they finally finish Durham off. Dawson trying to do that, bowls to Parkinson, who defends. He's made 2 from 15 balls, so no obvious urgency from the tail here. Yusuf has 21 from 54 balls. Strike rate of 36. Parkinson a strike rate of 12. Dawson over the wicket. 3 men round the bat, bowls, and that's turned nicely into the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, Hampshire are definitely trying to put that fielding pressure on Durham, but they seem to be able to just cope really well with it. They're not sort of failing to the little niggles or anything, and they're just being very consistent in their decisions, really.
Dawson again bowls, and this is a bit fuller and slower. Parkinson waited for it, just propped it out on the offside. So he's not tempted at the moment to go for the big one over mid-wicket. He's obviously under orders from the coach. Bat as long as you can, enjoy yourself. Make it tough for the bowlers. Don't give your wicket away, is clearly what the message is from Ryan Campbell. Defended again by Parkinson. How long is this going to last, though? That's the thing. I mean, how long can a number 10 keep this sort of concentration up?
Until he just has to try
exactly.
one.
I mean, having been there myself, I mean, I would be thinking now, there's a spinner on, fielder in, I've got to have a go here.
Bit of a shorter one.
Yeah, well, or look to even get down the wicket or something. Just get one
really
over the
chase
top.
them.
But maybe Parkinson's made of sterner stuff or more resourceful stuff.
Only time will tell.
Dawson now around the wicket to him, and he pushes in the offside. It's quite a quick single, but it's well judged. Shuffles down the wicket for his 3rd run. 458 for 8, Durham. Dawson now deciding to go around the wicket to both batters in his 43rd over, 4 for 142.
For Yusuf, the fielding's just been spread out.
Yeah, well, he looks quite a confident player, actually.
He does. And I suppose that's why they've run on this one, so that hopefully they can run again, and then he'll get the strike for the next over.
Yeah. And Hampshire will be looking to try and stop him from... They'd like to bowl... They'd like Sonny Baker to bowl at Parkinson here, so they'd try and keep it... stop Yusuf from taking a single here. Dawson bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, quick single. Easy single. I think Hampshire could have done better there.
Yeah, they could have been a bit tighter.
They could have kept the guy up deep point. They had deep point out. Why?
Yes.
They could have had him up, and maybe that would have forced Yusuf to, take a risk and try and swap one over the top or something. I thought that was a strange one. So now Baker has to bowl at the more experienced, better player. That was, slightly just missed a trick. I thought Hampshire there.
I think that may be Tom Prest out on the boundary there as changing of ends comes in. Durham are 459 for 8. As Sonny Baker will come in again from the pavilion end. Just a bit of a changing of field going on, which I'll update you in a moment. Let's have that. So it looks like we've just had an added fine leg in there instead of a deep mid-wicket. Much fuller delivery there from Sonny Baker, just trailed off to mid-wicket.
These are the hard overs. 16 overs, 0 for 74. Again, as I said, with Felix Organ, there's a chance for a nice little 2 for here for, say, Baker. You can just get a bit of reverse or something, maybe.
So, Sonny Baker, top of his mark at the pavilion end, facing us here at the hotel end. Yusuf on strike. Baker begins his run. Over the wicket. Bowls. Shorter delivery this time. Worked into the leg side. I think we're all struggling with a bit of hay fever today. The pollen count is very high.
I might just get a glass of water. Actually,
yeah, no worries. Go for it. I'll take it from here. It's very high, and we're outside here in the hotel end, up in the camera gantry, and I think the pollen high. Yeah, it's just getting that tickle in the throat for myself and a few of the other commentators. But Sonny Baker at the top of his mark, still looking for the first wicket. Over the wicket he comes. Worked into the leg side there. Square of leg. No runs scored so far on this over. Yusuf looking still very confident. A lot of people in the ground today. Really lovely to see on this beautiful Saturday on the long weekend. If you do want to get in touch, it's solentcricket@gmail.com. Please send us your thoughts, send us your comments, send us anything you want us to chat about, and we'll give you a shout out on air as Sonny Baker comes in again. Bowls. Full length delivery that time. Dealt with really well. Mid wicket will deal with that. No run scored. Yep, Durham very much not in any kind of urgency.
Well, no one's in any urgency, are they? Hampshire aren't either.
And you think they might be a little bit. No.
Yeah, well, I mean, see, obviously Hampshire are trying to drag it out. They don't want to be batting. Well, I suppose they're already looking at the prospect of it being difficult to win this game from here, Hampshire.
Bake it in again. A little bit of a shout there for LBW, but nothing there. And mid-on just came and swept that up for no runs.
I suppose the best they could hope for is if they can get the last 2 wickets for, say, 20 runs, giving Durham 480.
Yeah.
How long is it going to take Hampshire to get up to par? At least a day and the rest of today.
Yeah.
Perhaps a bit more than that. So, you know, even if they're still batting on, I suppose the only hope they have is to still be batting on Monday morning and then get Durham back in for the last 2 sessions.
Baker in again. Oh, it's been swept away on the leg side there, and it's going to go for 4 at a deep square. Well struck by Yusuf there. I saw that coming. It was a little bit shorter of a delivery, and he just pushed it away into leg square.
Yeah, it was a good shot actually, because it was
strong
shot. Yeah, and you know, the worst thing for a fast bowler, someone like Baker, is to be pulled in front of square like that, especially actually by a number 8. But Yusuf looks a good player actually. 26 now of 61 balls. Saw that early, punched it, pulled it through mid wicket with time to spare.
Well, as Kevin James said earlier, he's been recruited in for 6 months to
6 matches.
6 matches, sorry, not 6 months, 6 matches.
Yeah.
But he's making the case to stick around for much longer.
Yeah.
If he keeps playing like this.
Yeah.
Because Durham has a slight injury issue at the moment. But yeah, absolutely, making his case very strong.
Well, I suppose he's in, you know, chiefly for his bowling, so we'll have to see how that goes, I guess. 463 for 8, Durham. Parkinson on 3 from 20 balls. Yusuf 26. Parkinson on strike. Dawson over the wicket. Bowls nicely played, actually. Easy single. 464 for 8. At the moment, so the game's not really progressing significantly at the moment. It's the time actually for a bit of a nap if you're a spectator, I reckon. Post lunch, and wake up when Hampshire go into bat.
I think that was very much Stephen Clarke's idea earlier.
Yeah.
He's well into his mid-afternoon nap.
Yusuf, that's edged as Yusuf went down the wicket there to try and whack that over mid-wicket, and he got an edge down to 3rd man for 4. So the opposite direction from where he was intending. That clearly turned from Dawson. So first signs of aggression really from this Durham 9th wicket pair. 4 to the total, 468 for 8. Nicely bowled actually by Dawson, just tangled it just short of a length there as he saw the batter coming. Didn't get to the pitch, ball turned, lucky edge. Still the mid-on is in. And this time Yusuf turns it into the leg side. Two fielders converge on the ball there. It was actually Gubbins, I see, is back on the field now, so he must have just popped off for a toilet break. That's Stoneman at short mid-wicket. He fielded that one. Dawson bowls again. Down the wicket goes Yusuf, and this time he connects. And that is a fine shot. Lofted drive over long on. One bounce, 4 runs. Didn't get to the pitch again, actually, but he let his arms fly through the line of that, sort of extended his arms through it.
Exactly as you say, like he moved right down the wicket as well. Yeah, really great.
Lovely shot.
Yeah.
But he did well because he wasn't quite to the pitch of it, and he let his arms sort of straighten out and go through with the shot rather than bailing out. So the long on is back now as Dawson bowls again, and Yusuf sets off for a single, is sent back by his partner. Quick fielding at short extra, but not quick enough.
Good decision there by Parkinson. I think even the Hampshire fielders were quite surprised that Yusuf was going to go for that one.
Was Toby Elbert fielded that, short extra cover. So Dawson again with the long on back now. Yusuf on strike, turns it into the leg side, easy single. Probably off the pad actually that, and they go through for, no, in fact not a leg by. So that's the end of the over. 473 for 8 Durham. Is it? Yeah, 473.
So it looks like we're just going to have a bit of a water break here as well as a change in the commentary. Durham 473 for 8. Current partnership between Yusuf and Parkinson is just 20, but that seems to be building nicely. And Sonny Baker will take up the attack after the water break. And I'm going to be joined by Martin in a moment when he just gets all his stuff and headphones plugged in. But yeah, Durham looking very strong in this current situation. They do sort of obviously have one person still left to come in afterwards, but do you agree? Durham looking very strong.
They are now, aren't they? And what do they do, though? What's the plan here? Just eat up more time, bat on, get past 500, and then throw the towel in? I'm already trying to think, how do they take 20 wickets? How do they manage 20 wickets on this track? Anyway, the regular football season in the Championship has just come to an end. I'm wondering if the Hull City players will be on TripAdvisor tonight saying how comfortable the beds are in this hotel because they've managed to stay up on goal difference.
There you go.
So
was it 1-0 still?
No, it was 1-1. They drew 1-1, but the goal difference helped them. So Luton Town have gone down, and they have done a Sunderland. Sunderland were, I think, the last team to go down from the Premier League straight through the Championship and into League One.
Oh no.
So Luton are back in League One next year. Plymouth have gone down and Cardiff have gone down. Plymouth were 1-1 with Leeds, which meant Burnley were going to win the title, and then Leeds got a winner in injury time, so they've won the Championship. So I'm thinking Sunderland will be playing Leeds again in 2 years.
Wow. You can keep your fingers crossed there for that one.
Well, Sunderland have got Coventry in the playoffs, and it's who's the other two? Bristol City have gone into the playoff picture. Middlesbrough have dropped out of it. It is Sheffield United against Bristol City in the other tie. The drinks break is taking a while to finalise here, and that's a very slow walk off the field.
Yeah, they're in no rush, are they?
Yeah, they look like two milkmen on their morning rounds, aren't they? That was good fun. Have you ever done a milk round? You wouldn't have done a milk round, have
No,
you?
I've seen a milkman.
You've seen I've seen a milkman. The start of a new over here then from Sonny Baker, played to point by Cody Yusuf. You've seen a milkman. We still have a milkman.
Yep. I saw one the other day actually. I was up very early. I was going through Emsworth, just where sort of past where I live, and yeah, there was a milkman going past. I thought, goodness me, didn't even know we still had them.
Yeah. Well, they measure the milk rounds in gallonage. So, of course, the supermarkets sell so much milk now, a lot of the milk rounds have disappeared. We still get ours delivered to the door in glass bottles as well. This has gone down the leg side. A little waft of the bat there from Yusuf.
Well, do you know, Kevin and I, so we're obviously in the Radio Solent studios. We actually we still have glass milk bottles in the station,
Yeah.
in the kitchen.
Right.
It's the first time I've ever seen one. It's like,
I did a milk round in, must have been about 1986. Joe Henderson, who had a farm at the bottom of our street. Did it in the summer for a few weeks to cover for some of the other kids who were away on holiday, and it was really good fun.
Nice.
And I hit on a wheeze pretty quickly as well, as Baker comes in here from the pavilion end, and that's defended by Yusuf. So Joe the milkman used to say to the lads, right, you can all share some milk, but I like the fully skimmed milk. None of the others like that, so I used to get a pint of that to myself every morning while the rest would share.
Ah, nice.
Like a red stripy top. And there was still, some people used to get this gold topped milk, which
that's
was
practically cream, isn't it?
It's from Jersey. I mean, that was very thick stuff. 4-7-3 for 8. Baker comes in. That's played to mid-on, no run there. Have you had what summer jobs you had then? Did you do paper round?
I didn't do a paper round. No, I was a football referee.
Were you?
Yeah.
In a summer league?
In the summer and sort of through the winter, it started off as a bit of I sort of trained in the summer and did a few kind of like tournaments and things.
How much did you get paid for that?
When I started, it was about £25 a match.
Right.
But obviously mainly on the weekends, and then in the summer it would go to tournaments. So yeah, it was good fun.
It's not too bad, is it?
Yeah,
25
girls
quid?
and boys. Yeah. So yeah, it was good fun.
Baker balls turned off the
That's
legs
gone.
nicely by Yusuf down towards long leg. He's going to get one here. There is a fielder down there. What age groups was that then?
It started off at the sort of very young ones, the sort of that was Nick Gubbins just fielding that, by the way. It started off at the very young ones, you know, the sort of, you know, the tiny tots, and then very quickly, once I got my idea, they were like, right, well, you can do this now, and you can do this now, and before I knew it, I was doing like the under-16s, and they were all taller than me, and that was that was an experience, let's say.
Baker balls, and Callum Parkinson throws the bat at that. He hasn't timed it well, but he's got it over the covers. Stoneman chases it towards the boundary on our right-hand side. They're going to run 3. Has to slide his bat in. That was a good throw from Stoneman on the turnout on the boundary rope there. So into the over, 4 runs from it. That single down to fine leg and then the 3. So Durham 4-7-7 for 8. I'll tell you what the highest score is against Hampshire, because that's the next thing. That's sort of homing interview. It is 515. That was at Chesley Street in 2003 when they won by an innings and 115 runs. And until last season, a record from that game remained, because Martin Love scored 273, which was Durham's highest individual knock in the county championship, until David Beddingham scored 279 against Lancashire last year. And Hampshire's highest score, 514, in a draw against Durham in Portsmouth in 1994. Paul Terry was playing in that one, got 164. Certain Kevin James made 53, but I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, I don't know what
You
happened to
remember
that Kevin
Kev?
James.
53 at Portsmouth against Durham in 1994?
Yeah, you.
No? Paul
Not
Terry
me.
got 164.
Maybe it was another Kevin James. Dawson at the hotel end again, as he's in and bowls. Well, that delivery down the leg side, but it's just blocked away by Parkinson.
He can't even remember it.
Can't remember. Lost in time.
Last year they made 503 in the draw here, with centuries for Ali Orr and Tom Prest.
Dawson in again. Over the wicket. Bowls. Same length delivery. Just worked into the square of the leg.
If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, and you can email Weir Cricket, W-E-A-R, the river, Weir, at bbc.co.uk.
What were your summer jobs?
Well, I had the milk round one summer. I did a paper round one year.
Dawson in again. Just worked off. Ben Brown's going to go and pick that up. Yeah.
So the paper round, I had a BMX, so I did it about 48 doors, and I used to try and pride myself in getting around the entire round without putting my feet on the floor. So bunny hopping.
Nice.
And
you can make it interesting, haven't you?
Manoeuvring yourself into people's gardens and that again and whatnot. So was good fun, but I didn't do Sundays because the papers were too heavy on a Sunday.
Dawson in again. Just worked off to mid on there. Well, if you have had a summer job that was paper round, milkman,
You
football
want
referee,
unusual jobs, don't you, really?
solentcricket@gmail.com. Also ran drama.
Who's done summer camp in America, for instance?
Yeah. I was going to do that, and then I went off and did my season work instead. That's just worked off to the backward square leg and come in. No runs scored.
I mean, probably one of the most unusual things was travelling around the north of England and Scotland with my dad in the summer selling teddy bears, because he was a teddy bear salesman.
I love that. Got
Gonks and pink elephants and stuff like that.
Dawson in again. Worked down to mid-wicket then.
I'll tell you what, it's amazing how comfortable a bag of gonks is when you need to sleep. The back of the van or on the floor
can
in a
imagine.
B&B.
It's like a cloud.
Yeah, bag of pink elephants.
End of the over there. Durham 478 for 8.
Ralph Brooker's not happy. He says Hampshire should not have left out Fuller, given that our second overseas player has struggled. In such circumstances, a second spinner is a luxury. I mean, this is a used wicket, but it does just look flat, doesn't it?
They're really not getting a lot out of it at all.
I mean, Durham have done to Hampshire what Hampshire did to Durham last year. You know, they've batted and batted and batted, having won the toss and put themselves in hot weather.
Yeah.
And then that game changed. I mean, it ended up as a boring draw in the end, but the nature of the game, the first 2 days I think were really warm, and then the temperature dropped dramatically, and the final afternoon it was quite cloudy and rainy.
Yeah. Oddly, what I think it's going to do this time.
Is it? Here's Baker. Full toss to Parkinson, who thumps that straight in towards the hands of Fletcher Middleton. It's gone through his hands, but it had bounced and it's gone out towards the boundary. He gets 2. Certainly sounded heavy on the bat. So feel free to get in touch. Probably quite a few people heading home from the match now, tuning back in. Durham 480 for 8.
Yeah, still saying that there's about a 20% chance of rain on Monday.
Monday.
Quite low, really, for here. Normally, you can kind of ignore that. It's when it gets to the 50s and above that you know it's going to come through.
That's a bouncer, which looked too high to me, but it's been allowed. It's a 20% chance of rain somewhere in this geographical area. So,
but isn't it 20% coverage of your area? That's what
no,
that percentage means.
No, I think it's the percentage chance in a particular geographical area rather than the percentage of rain.
Oh, okay.
I think I read something the other day about it. I think that's how it works. But you tend to know if it's an 80 to 90% chance, then you're probably not going to see any play. Baker balls. That's driven nicely by Parkinson. That's a cover drive that's going to go all the way up towards the top of the Shane Warne stand for 4. Nice shot.
It's a really long boundary out there, so we did well to keep that moving all the way in through the outfield. Durham moved to 484 for 8. They're nearing that 500 mark, of which Hampshire will not want them to get to, because it just makes their job even harder. As was said before, it's not just reaching that goal, it's trying to get ahead of that. And we're thinking if Durham get to about 500, it's going to make their job mighty difficult.
Baker, pavilion end, lofted up into the air by Parkinson, and it is stopped on the boundary down at third man. Who's that down there?
That is number 15.
Oh, Toby Albert.
Toby Albert.
Yeah. I was looking for the number 15 on my scorecard, but I've written the 5 like a D, so pretty poor writing that. Somebody's car alarm's gone off.
Yeah, I thought I could hear that.
I'm feeling the pollen this afternoon. I took a tablet this morning, but I feel it's, and I noticed Simon was coughing a little bit earlier. There's a lot of pollen in the atmosphere this afternoon. Baker in, pulled by Yusuf. And that has gone for 4.
I think Yusuf's decided now's the time. We're going for it. We're going to start moving up the gears. It's all of this.
It's all these dandelion heads floating around as well. It's quite dusty. 489 for 8 then. Yusuf on 40. So what was his best score? I read it out earlier on. In his second match, his highest score, 84, Central Gauteng against Free State in South Africa in 2019. kicker. Bowls. That's up in the air.
It's
And he's
gone.
towed it. He's okay though. He's away. He's put it beyond mid-off. Gets away with that one 'cause he didn't time it properly. But he gets 2 runs.
You could sort of hear the noise. He just didn't quite
Yeah.
connect with it as much as he would have wanted to.
Harry Everett from BBC Online emailed me last week because he must have been covering our game, and I'd described Yusuf as an all-rounder, and he said he's a bowler, not a batsman, and mentioned a Devon League game he'd played against him in where Yusuf didn't get any runs, but I mean he looks okay to me. He looks tired. He's played some nice shots. Just slightly mistimed that last one, but hit a few boundaries and whatnot. It's on 42. Durham 491 for 8. So 516 would be the new highest score against Hampshire. Kevin's back.
Hello.
So you can't remember a game in where you had your moment of glory against Durham in Portsmouth. You can't remember it.
It's only 50.
Eh?
It was only 50.
54.
54.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I didn't get loads and loads of runs, but I got, you know, a few times I got more than that.
Yeah.
What was the context of the game? Let me have another look.
Well, it was just because that was Hampshire's highest score against Durham.
Okay.
Next over is singlers are wide as Dawson bowls down the leg side here to Parkinson. Here's some footsteps running there down below us. There's a girl playing cricket with a man on the concourse above the seats, which Robbie described as the berm yesterday.
It is.
And I was saying the only berms I'd come across were in mountain biking, the turns on a mountain bike course. There's a delay here while they bring a helmet on, but they refer to them as the eastern berm and the western berm or something, do they?
No, it's just a berm.
Just the berm.
Just all the way around. It's a continuous circle. I'm just wondering if that's the same year where we played one of those 40 over games or 45 overs, because they changed, didn't they, every few years, and we lost by 10 wickets, and that was at Portsmouth.
Right.
I can remember that a bit more. Wayne Larkins and somebody else.
I drove down to Portsmouth with my dad in 1996 for a one-day game, and it hoyed it down, and we never saw a ball bowled. In fact, it was that bad. As that's the end of Parkinson. He's come down the track here to Dawson, and he's totally misread the spin of the ball there, and he's just clipped that straight into the hands of first slip. So he departs for 15. Let's watch this again. I think that's hit a foothold. First slip was more or less round its second slip, but he's out for 15. So it's probably going to be a case of being out of Durham's hands in terms of a declaration. Here's Brendan Dogger coming down the steps. So Dawson gets a 5 for again. So last year against Durham, he bowled those 66 overs and took 5 wickets for 184. This time it's 5 wickets. He's gone off the board. Where's he gone? His bowling figures were on the board there as I started to read them out. 5 for 155.
Oh, they were on the board, on the screen. Yeah. So he has to work hard for his wickets, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Can you see, guys?
How many fifers is that now for him?
15.
15.
Well, the innings is obviously going to go right to the end. By the looks of it, they are starting to play some shots. Emily Windsor's in the house. Had another session of physio. Is it? Are you? Well, yes. You already look as though you're moving better than you did yesterday. Magic physio. Yeah. I think Emily says she's going to be running tomorrow. I think that might be slightly hopeful. But you're going in the right direction, which is the main thing. So she'll be on commentary in about half an hour's time, which would be nice to have her back after yesterday.
I'm surprised she came back, actually.
They love doing commentary down here.
Do they?
Yeah. Oh, yes. So who have we got?
How many have you got? You've got quite a lot in your group, haven't you?
There is. Yeah, it's quite nice, actually.
Is it easy to keep them all happy or not? Here's Doggett facing his first ball. That's turned round the corner to fine leg, no run.
I found that over the years that they've all got their other lives and are available at different times. So actually, it sort of works. I just about managed to get it to work.
Yeah. Dawson bowls. That's played back up towards his end. So the last Durham pair in, 492 for 9 the score.
So there's the odd bit of turn out of the rough, but there's still not a lot there, is there?
Yeah, not really. No. Doggett facing his third delivery as Dawson comes in. Stays low on leg stump and he plays it to short mid-wicket to Stoneman, who could well be batting in a few minutes' time, and he'll be thinking there's runs to be had in this track.
Yeah, it'd be nice for him to get a score. He hasn't really got a big one yet or nothing of note yet for Hampshire.
Dawson in again, and once more Doggett plays it along the floor to Stoneman.
Yeah, I think it would be nice for him just a nice little 80 or 90 or something as a minimum would be nice.
I was going to say this was going to be a wicket maiden, but there's 2 W's on the board, and one of them was for the wide down the leg side at the start of it. Dawson bowls. Doggett plays it to Stoneman once more, and he'll get a single. So he's off the mark and he keeps strike.
So 493 for 9. Durham, and we've had 144 overs. That is a stint and a half. And another man that's put in a big stint who just got a little round of applause there. Liam Dawson, 5 for 156. 4 maidens, 46 overs. Hampshire's premier all-rounder has got through. And I think I'm sure he would have thought that by now he would have got a bit more help out of this pitch. It's probably best now that he doesn't get too much help out of the pitch, to be honest. I don't think the Hampshire batters will be too pleased if they suddenly see the ball started to rip from straight. I think they'll be quite happy that the wicket stays pretty much as it does. Be interesting to see what roller goes on in the break, actually, because a heavy roller traditionally breaks things up a little bit. It makes it harder and makes it deader a little bit, but of course it starts the wicket to break up a little quicker. They may opt for a light roller. I must admit, I've always found those decisions very difficult, knowing what to do. Here's Sonny Baker. He's got through 19 overs. Short, pulled over the top of the keeper, off the top edge, and that's going for 4 from Brendan Doggett. High over the keeper's head. Let's watch that again. Good bouncer from Sonny Baker. Bowls and got that about neck height. Just had a swish at that, Doggett. He moves on to 5, 497 for 9, 3 runs short of that psychological 500 mark. How many did you say it was the highest Durham score against Hampshire?
515.
15. Teasing. That's a teasing little total. There's still 15 or 16 overs to go until tea, and he's gone for the big one over the top. That's a huge hit, and that's a brilliant hit. And that is 4 runs up towards deep mid-on. That's a good strike. And there's the 500 up. Emily Windsor, with glee, sees her team hit over 500 here at the Utilita Bowl. It does seem as though the weather's getting better, actually. Since lunch, it's less cloud in the sky, and the sun seems to be shining a little brighter. Plenty of blue sky above now. Sonny Baker has also brought up his 100. 103 he's conceded now. Comes into bowl to Doggett. No deep mid on or deep mid off after that delivery. Short. This time Doggett decides to duck underneath that one. There is a fielder out at deep square leg. That's Liam Dawson, who seems to be having a chat with the ground staff there. In between balls. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep fine leg. Ready for maybe another top edge pull or hook shot. Who knows what's coming next? Doggett to face Sonny Baker Runs towards us and bowls short. And he was thinking about pulling that one, pulls out of the shot altogether. As it goes through to Ben Brown. I think he pulled out of that one because it was outside off stump. And I think he felt, did Mr. Doggett, that if he tried to pull that one away on the leg side, that could have gone anywhere. So good decision. Stephen Easton has sent me the scorecard from that game at Portsmouth. So it was a Durham won by 10 wickets. Oh, that's the one-day game. Yeah, that was 94. Now I remember that one. I don't remember. There's another short delivery to Ben Brown. So the AXA Equity and Law League game, which was also in 1994, with Durham won by 10 wickets. Hampshire made 217 for 6 runs for Adrian Ames, the keeper. I was actually not out at the end, 13 not out, there you go. And, Jonathan Longley with Wayne Larkins. Larkins got 130, not out. Short ball, pulls and misses that one as it goes through to Ben Brown. End of the over, 501 for 9. Jonathan Longley made 72 not out. Bowling figures for Hampshire obviously weren't great. James, 5 overs, none for 35. There we go. I remember bowling at Wayne Larkins and thinking, gosh, this is a waste of time.
Martin Billingham has emailed Weir Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I was surprised when George Drizzell signed for Durham when both Gloucestershire and Somerset didn't seem to rate him. Then when Ryan Campbell identified a need for a frontline spinner when he first arrived, I feared that was the end for George. Yet here we are. What has changed, he asked. Was he always a decent run scorer but didn't get the chance, and has always been a decent bowler but didn't get the chance as well? It seems to me he's proving to be a new addition to the squad, and he's been there all the time. Thanks for that, Martin.
Well, a chance to improve on those career figures in this game. 20 wickets at 62 apiece, Drizzell. Career.
Next over from Dawson. Going back to some of these emails have just come through now from this morning. Robbie Stoker. William Batson was his suggestion for a bank holiday cricketers team.
Batson?
Yeah. He played in the 1920s, and from memory, that's the name of the sticks they use in the Morris dancing. Batsons.
Oh, right, okay.
Never heard of that one.
No.
Paul Chubb's emailed about summer jobs. The helicopter passing us somewhere just above us, just outside at the moment, as Dawson bowls again on the leg stump. Played away by Yusuf, who's on 42. His summer jobs, he was a bus conductor on the Tyneside PTE. That was the passenger transport executive. 2 summers when he was a student in Newcastle in 1971-72. Tickets, please. I'd imagine Kevin being a ticket inspector.
You could?
Yeah, you would love turfing people off the bus, wouldn't you? Next ball just trickles out on the offside, no run.
Don't think I'll get away with that for long.
Yeah. Have you got your all zones pass?
I can't find Batson sticks for Morris dances.
Can you not?
No,
Yeah.
not at the moment anyway.
That was from John Pick.
Maybe there's
Sorry,
regional.
John Pick said David Holiday.
Oh yeah, we got that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was next ball comes in and is defended on a length, just rolls off the side of the track on the leg side. I can't remember who said Batson now. Where's it gone?
No, I've looked it up. I found a couple of other names, but maybe there's some regional variations.
Robbie Stoker said Batson. Next ball comes in and is flicked off the legs, no run. .501 for 9. Pushed away to mid-wicket. End of the over, a maiden. 501. 501 was Brian Lara, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was the anniversary of that yesterday.
Mm.
So what was that? It was 94 when he scored those runs. 31st anniversary.
Yeah, we were talking about that. 14 overs to go until tea. You were obviously talking about summer jobs earlier.
Yeah.
Michael Lithgow,
Yeah.
solentcricket@gmail.com, says, listening to summer jobs, I had a paper round in Bishop Auckland,
Uh-huh.
which paid off a weekly loan from Halfords for my first bike.
Oh, good.
Then worked on a farm in Hunwick
Yeah.
at weekends. Do you know where that is?
County Durham.
Right. Well, yeah. Followed by the height of my young working career as the head box crusher and box baler in Tesco's, just off the marketplace. Other supermarkets, other
Probably
bike
aren't
shops
available, actually.
are
Probably not there. Nobody's heard of. Where was that? Barnard Castle or Bishop Auckland?
Bishop's Auckland.
Bishop Auckland. Just down the road, or just up the road from Barnard Castle.
Okay.
Which nobody had heard of until somebody went there for an eye test. Apologies if you emailed in to We Cricket at BBC yesterday or today. The files only just uploaded everything, so I don't know what they're now all coming through. So I'm looking back through all the conversations we've had over the last 2 days.
Well, we've moved
So,
on now.
yeah. Anyway,
But it's nice people email, that's for sure. Yeah, sometimes
it does appear to be working again now. I think I was looking in the wrong area for it.
No, don't worry. I had some going to my junk last couple of games. It's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Right, it's going to be Felix Organ, 25 overs, none for 88. Yet to get into the action with the wickets. Is he going to get one here? As that's turned away on the leg side as one run. Dawson Fields throws to Organ's end. 502 for 9.
Dawson Fields. How much would the houses be going for there, do you reckon, then? A new executive estate on the edge of town. Probably on a green belt. There'll have been a protest about it getting built.
Here's Yusuf, who's played a very, very interesting, but not interesting, it's just I was going to say a useful knock, but it's a bit too close to Yusuf. But for 42, he's played his part, that's for sure. Quietly plays that out square on the offside. It's got to Durham to this very imposing total, and really batted Hampshire out of the game. It's about Hampshire using up as much time now as possible to come out of this with a draw. Comes down the wicket, drives, and he takes his foot out the way there, Felix Organ. Make your mind up whether that was a sensible thing to do or not. I think the only thing that would have happened there was he could have broken an ankle. Nice shot from Yusuf. Moves on to 43. 503 for 9. The Durham innings continues. Surely they're going to give Hampshire a bit of a go before tea. I'm sure they will. Be a couple of overs or so knocked off between the innings. If and when that is. There's a lovely shot over mid-wicket from Doggett. That should be 6. Yes, signalled so. Away to our left. Emily Winder's getting so excited here. Seeing her new
You wouldn't want her in the
teammates.
trenches with you, Kev, would you really? See how she's turned so easily.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I know.
Forgets where she's from.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, it's
Unbelievable.
very quickly, isn't she? Very quickly.
You know what?
She's
If
become a
it was football, right? She scores against a former team and goes up and kisses the new badge in front of the home fans. That's the sort of behaviour we're looking at there.
509 for 9. Doggett pushes forward. Felix Organ fields off his own bowling. 26 overs, none for 96. He's another bowler from the Hampshire Tide who's threatening the 100. Already had 2. Dawson went past the 100 quite a while ago. Sonny Baker's gone past the 100 in his analysis, and Felix Organ just 4 runs away from conceding 3 figures.
Joe Barrow says, "Hi Marty, the best summer job I had was when I returned home to the northeast from university and worked behind the bar at the Sun Inn pub at Beamish Museum. It was a fantastic gig. The only downside being that at least 5 times a day a dad would come to the bar and say, 'Is it 1913 prices?' Thinking they were the first person ever to ask that. Best wishes, Joe. Good one, that one, Joe.
Yeah,
I used to do the drive time show on Radio Newcastle with John Hall, and he retired from the BBC about 7 or 8 years ago. And he actually got a job at Beamish.
Oh, right.
And
That's a real life museum.
Yeah,
or something,
and
isn't it?
you know, had to turn up in period costume every day. He loved it. Here's Dawson bowling the next over of his. What's this over for him? 48 this is now.
I'm sure, though.
5 for 156.
I'm sure a good retort on that would be, yes, you can have 1913 prices if you've got 1913 money.
Yeah.
Because not many people would have any of that, would they?
Yeah. It's an interesting museum because the different parts of it at different periods of history. So there's now a new 1950s village and stuff. Turned away this by Yusuf to backward square leg. He was looking for a second there, but he's been told to wait where he is by Doggett. He moves on to 44.
I always know when I see the sign to the Beamish Museum off the A1 that I'm close to the Riverside Stadium.
Yeah.
Which is
now
called
Chesney
that.
Street.
Yeah, it's not called that now, is it?
Well, it is as far as most people are concerned. The sponsors change all the time, but it's still the Riverside. Dawson comes in and bowls. That is defended by Doggett. It's a good day out, Beamish, and if you go early in the year, your ticket lasts the whole year, so you can go back as many times as you want across the year.
There's a few places doing that now, isn't there?
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Dawson in again. That's turned down the legs. Oh, Doggett's set off for a run. That's not on here, and he has to get back into his crease because he would have been run out there. Played the ball straight to Fine Leg, who would be inside the discs in a one-day. Another summer job here.
Cricket.
Yes. My favourite summer job was as an overseas player.
We're going to have a short leg in.
John Corcoran says, do the overseas player loanees, Ball and Blatherwick, stay for more games? No. This is played away by Doggett up towards mid-on. No run there. They're only here for a fortnight, so the fact that they've not played in this game, I think that's it for them.
What, the loan players? Or the...
Yeah.
Blatherwick didn't get a wicket last week, did he?
No. Doggett tries to drive at this one. There's a lot of dust comes up, and he was aiming for us, and it's gone in completely the opposite direction, but it has come off the bat. One run down towards Fine Leg. John Corcoran says, for your information, Doggett was talked to by the umpire for running down the pitch after Dawson's 46th over. So that was a couple of overs ago.
Ooh, that's a bit naughty. Yeah, the umpires will be very keen on that now, because the players know themselves that the only way that Durham really can win this is if it starts turning. This pitch, as I say, and I will repeat, this pitch may start turning a bit, but that's all it will be. It won't be big, not even on late on day 4. So
the lady's not for turning.
Yeah. So yeah, you can understand the umpires being quite watchful from now on. Right, there are 12 overs to go until tea. 9 down are Durham. And Doggett will face Felix Organ with a deep mid on and a deep mid off now. Deep mid wicket and a deep square leg, as well as a deep cover. A few scouts out there as Organ comes in. Doggett pushes forward. Going low down to his left is Felix. Doggett 17 from 18. A couple of good strikes from him already. Organ in again around the wicket, quicker on the lone leg stump, and it's chipped to the 45, and it's taken by Toby Albert, and that is the end of the Durham innings. Finally, in the 149th over, at 20 past 3 on day 2, and the first innings of this match has been completed. Doggett goes for 17, leaving Cody Yusuf 44 not out, and Felix Organ sneaking in with a wicket just before he goes for 3 figures.
Will that be tea, do you reckon?
That's a good question. One which I can't answer.
It's 20 past-ish. They could, by the time they've got off, they could call tea, couldn't it? It's 20 past 3.
Yeah. Well, hopefully there'll be something announced, although we don't necessarily hear it very well over here. But simple catch for Toby Albert. Second catch for him in the innings after he took a very good catch in the slips. Organ 1 for 96 in his 27th over.
So Durham 4 short of equalling their highest score against Hampshire.
That's a good effort, isn't it? 511 all out. What we saw first session yesterday morning with the ball sort of kicking off and bouncing and going through to the keeper, lost 3 wickets up to lunch, and a good recovery after that, but the wicket has started to slow. Here's the heavy roller. So an interesting choice. Right, we're going to take a quick break. It'll either be slightly less than 10 minutes or slightly less than 40 minutes. We'll wait and hear. We'll see whether it is an early tea. So Durham 511 all out in the 149th over. Top scorer Graham Clark with his 160, a career highest of 309 balls, and 5 wickets for Liam Dawson for the 15th time in his career. 5 for 158 from 48, and 3 wickets for Kyle Abbott, 3 for 57 from 25. Right, we'll take a quick break, shall we? We'll be back with you shortly.
Pick of the bowlers, Liam Dawson, 5 overs for 158. That sounds a lot, but he did bowl 48 overs. But we're looking forward to seeing what this new ball does for Durham. It's obviously a flat track. There's not been much turn. There's not been much variety in bounce. So we'll see what Durham can do with this. But Hampshire walking off, obviously frustrated. They wanted a used pitch. They wanted to get something from it, and they haven't yet. So can Durham expose them?
Yeah, I mean, 511 is a mighty score to chase, and I think it will definitely be on their minds that they've not only got to chase it, but they've got to try and put something on top of it to make this game mildly competitive, really, for Durham. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a case of trying to see out the day, see out tomorrow, and just last as long as they can and really get a good footing in this game and see if that pitch does some turning.
Yeah, and I think that Durham's in the commanding position, aren't they? They've got those runs on the board, and it's a formidable total. But as we said, we haven't seen much spin, and we haven't seen much variety in bounce. So if these Hampshire batters just apply themselves, pick up a total, it could end in a very long draw. But it's a used pitch; it could break up, and obviously Durham winning the toss, that's going to play into their favour. But it's Matt Potts with the new ball from the pavilion end, recently selected in the England Test squad. Will be bowling to Mark Stoneman, and that's a big drive to start with to mid-wicket. Hands on heads from the Durham slip. They've got the energy in the field, and rightly so. What have they been doing for the past 8.5?
Exactly, they've been sat up in the dressing room, just getting ready for it, really. But I suppose, as you say, the Hampshire batsmen, they've had 148 overs to study this pitch. They should know exactly.
Their feet must be sore.
Yeah.
That's when you don't want to be an opening batter, surely.
No, this is when you want to be in just have a sit down for a minute.
Middle overs bat,
Yeah.
middle order.
Yeah.
Matt Potts turning at the top of his mark, charging in to the left-hander, left alone outside the off stump. Good carry through to Ollie Robinson, the Durham keeper. 3 slips in play, fielders in front of the bat, as you expect in the nature of this pitch, but yet to see some lateral movement, swing from Matt Potts. It's beautiful afternoon, blue skies, perfect conditions to bat.
And the cloud cover from this morning is completely burnt off, so it's actually possibly a little bit harder in the field at the moment, because those high balls you just can't see anymore. So yeah, maybe that'll play into the hands of the Hampshire guys a little bit more.
Potts in again, and that's driven uppish, but good bit of fielding off the bounce. Ball's fired back into the keeper, decide not to. Will Rhodes with lots of energy in there in the covers.
And the slips are really sort of jeering all their teammates on there. They're really injecting the energy in.
There's actually a change in the slip cordon. I can see Will Rhodes, who's usually in there, George Drizzle, Emilio Gate. There's Matt Potts again. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Bowls, that's off his pads, work down to Callum Parkinson at fine leg. Will be a single. That's Hampshire off the mark then. 1 run to Stoneman. Just a deficit of 510 in the first innings so far. Not that I'm rubbing it in or anything.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, we'll have a change of ends.
So right-handed Fletcher Middleton. Young, exciting batter for me. I enjoyed watching him here last year on commentary, just developing into that opening position. And today feels like a day that he got the conditions in his favour. Can he capitalise? But you've got an England Test match bowler charging in at you to start.
Absolutely. Not quite what you want to kick off for the day with.
That's down leg side. Hit him on the pads and they think about a quick single, but Ollie Robinson's quickly round. Will be no run.
So much dust being kicked up from that.
That's what Durham will like.
Yeah, they'll be loving that.
A bit of dust, looking for the turn. The umpires, no doubt, will be hot. And where the bowlers follow through ends up.
Yeah, absolutely.
1 without loss then, Hampshire. We're in day 2, evening session. The crowd just scattered around. Most opting for the sun this evening, avoiding the shady stands. As Potts in and defends, Middleton oohs and ahs as you always get in the first over.
And then the energy slips and it goes quiet.
One without loss then. And Stoneman on one, Middleton yet to get off the mark. Be interesting to see who takes the new ball from this end. I think it could be the Australian, Brendan Doggett.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There we go.
Which will be interesting because I think previously up in Durham, because Ben Rain, who's being rested for Durham, he's bowled a lot of overs, but he usually takes the new ball with Matt Potts, very skillful bowler, and I mean he's played brilliantly in the first few rounds of county championship. So this is the first time we see the Australian overseas, who's back in the side, had a bit of an injury in the previous game, with the new ball in hand. Fast, hits the pitch hard. There's Doggett.
Yes, he's coming in from the Hilton end this time. First over for him. As you said, Hampshire 1 for nothing at the moment as he begins his run. He's coming over the wickets, and that's just gone skidding through to the wicket keeper.
Not much carry there.
No,
Ollie
it's very
Robinson
low.
taking that by his ankles. As Kevin James plays us a lovely tune. This is a way of keeping switched on.
Absolutely. Doggett.
Either that or eating the cookies that have all gone.
Have all gone. Yeah, I bought some M&S, or other shops are available, but milk chocolate shortbreads, they've gone down a treat as Doggett starts his running again over the wicket. Full length delivery there, and it's carried through to Ollie Robinson. You can't clap.
Play that. That is a hell of a delivery from Doggett.
Brilliant shot. Yeah.
Just nip back in towards the left-hander. It's one of those where there's not much you can do about that, but the umpire, as I said, will be taking a close look at their follow-through. It's just had a wander down.
Just checking everything. I suppose they want to keep it in check. You don't want to start letting them take, just an inch of an inch of an inch. As Doggett comes in again. Length delivery this time, carries through to Ollie Robinson.
Good pace, good carry from Doggett. Stoneman happy to let that one go.
Yeah, I think the Hampshire batsmen need to take the same approach as Durham did, as just be watchful, be patient, take your time with them, and just try and stay in there for the long run.
Again, the umpire not happy, walking down, looking at those foot follow-through marks that Doggett's creating.
In again from the hotel end. Shorter delivery this time again, carries through.
Good pace.
Yeah. Delivering them really well.
It's always exciting, isn't it? I think when you watch an Australian or come over here, I tend to, obviously the Australian pitches, they hit the deck hard, they get that extra pace and bounce, and you can really see the power he puts in his delivery, the effort in the action to get that ball through to the keeper's gloves.
Doggett at the top of his mark now, begins his run up again. And bowls. Length delivery again, carries through. Stoneman very happy to just leave that alone.
Yeah, he'll be watchful. He's obviously a very experienced player moving to Hampshire this year at the top of the order. Obviously losing James Vince. This needed a bit more experience in the batting lineup, and he's done a good job so far.
We'll get in again for the last ball of the over. Over the wicket he comes. A much fuller delivery there. Didn't carry very well. It was a diving attempt to catch that at the wicket keeper there, Ollie Robinson. And that's the end of the over. Maiden for Doggett.
Yeah, big booming drive that, and a play and miss from Stoneman. Just nipping back, coming back into the left-hander. And Doggett sort of just been hanging it outside the stumps, hasn't he, that over, trying to get the slips in play. Whether that's a ploy, whether he's trying to bowl straighter, I don't know, but nice tight over to start, and I guess scoreboard pressure as well is going to play a part in this. If Hampshire go nowhere, if the runs don't accumulate, then Durham obviously remain right on top, posting such a big score of 511. As Matt Potts then will continue. in and bowls. That's driven beautifully through the covers.
That's
Durham
gonna
will
go.
chase after it, but I don't think they should bother. That hard ball races over the boundary for 4, and Middleton off the mark. 5 without loss, Hampshire.
Yeah, it's just split those fielders in half there, watching the replay come in now. Really strong shot. Middleton knew exactly what he was doing there.
Yeah, slightly over pitched by Potts, but they won't mind that. Again, wanting the batters to play the shots, to get those slips in play. A long chase for the fielders out to our right. The pitch slightly to the left, pretty central. It's a big playing surface here. So when it goes over the boundary rope, as we look to our right, there's a long way to the advertising
long
boards
way.
as well. It's Potts in, right arm over, defends into the offside, will be no run.
And that second third of the outfield definitely slows down just a little bit. You watch the ball, it scurries away, and then it really does have to work quite hard to jump over the boundary.
And you get the hard square, which we so rarely see at this time of year. And the beautiful weather we've had. I mean, when it takes its turn, I think, at the back end of this week and going into next week, we're all going to be livid. As Kevin,
Yes.
look, perfect
Perfect
timing.
timing.
Kevin's covering all the equipment with a lovely white cloth. Not sure where he's getting these from. As Potts in.
It's the Kevin James bag. It's like the Mary Poppins bag back there. It's got everything in there. He's got all sorts.
Lovely jumper, that, Kev. That's covering the plugs. We won't blow up here now. If anything, surely that will make it warmer. Maybe he wants to blow us up.
No. No.
5 without loss then, Hampshire. 4 runs off the over so far. Beautiful cover drive from Fletcher Middleton. There's Potts right arm over. Scurries in and bowls. And that's on the leg side. That's played beautifully off the middle of Middleton's back.
Gone.
Attempted diving stop, but timed beautifully by Middleton. Here moved to 8 and the score 9 without loss.
Yeah, really nice. It looks like he's really finding his eye. And also not afraid to play a few of the, you know, more confident shots just to try and get that score sort of moving forward. So he's got to be careful of those. But yeah, really strong shot, that one.
Yeah, just I think the nature of the pitch, that shows you timing the ball nicely. Fletcher Middleton. Looks a good pitch to bat on as Potts in again. That's on the same result, that will be. Slightly too straight. And hit straight into the stand. That'll make the ball a little bit scuffed up as it bounces off the chair and come back. But beautiful shot by Middleton. He's on to 12, 13 without loss.
And you notice the slips have just gone a little quieter.
Potts just needs to adjust his line slightly, but credit to Middleton with how he's punished the delivery. Slightly too straight. As Potts just composes himself, shines that ball at the top of his mark and approaches past the umpire. That's left alone outside the off stump. An extra grunt there from Matt Potts. Through to Ollie Robinson. That's the end of the over. 3 overs gone. 13 without loss. Trail by 498. Hampshire.
Yeah, looks like the umpire might just be just making sure Potts is aware of that follow through. Potts just sort of re-scuffing up the track left by him. Doggett will be back into the attack from the hotel end. If you do want to get in contact with us, please do. It's solentcricket@gmail.com. Please tell us where you are watching the game. Are you in the ground? Are you at home? Are you international? We've had many people from across the world listening and watching in, so please do let us know. We'd love to hear from you.
If you're in Durham, that's pretty international, isn't it?
The Doggett comes in again over the wicket. And a big shout from the slips, but hands on heads, but no interest from the umpire there, as it's just defended well.
Yeah, it's definitely coming back into the left-handed Stoneman. Sort of played that late. Under his eyes, good defence, and the classic batter up the pitch does a bit of gardening. Just to resettle your nerves, and Doggett his follow through there, right back past the batter. He means business here. And I think Durham know this new ball. Pick up a couple of wickets here. They'll be in a commanding position with that fantastic first innings total.
Sorry, I'm being attacked by dandelions as that ball goes scurrying through to the wicketkeeper there. I think it may even be given as a wide. No,
that one
looked very wide. It looked like it was coming out.
It kept going through on the arm, so he's been bringing the ball back to the left-hander, and he's just pushed that one across him, which is a good bit of bowling. Shining takes place. The ball's almost reflecting off the sun.
Absolutely. As Doggett comes in again towards the pavilion end this time. Full length delivery, carries through. Stoneman very happy to just leave that one alone. Seemed to carry through a little bit better there.
Yeah, I think, well, I know I was up here in the morning session yesterday with the new ball. When you hit the deck hard, when you hit sort of almost back of a length, they were getting good carry, and then when they just bowled it slightly fuller, that was when the keeper was taking it down by the ankles. But we saw a few from Kyle Abbott, especially in that first innings with the new ball, just lifting off a length, and Brad Wheel, so just finding that right length to challenge the stumps.
Okay, and again, an almost identical delivery as the one before, as he just Stoneman just leaves that alone to carry through to Ollie Robinson.
It's just poised at the moment, this game, isn't it?
It is.
I imagine a lot of the Hampshire dressing room would be in ice baths, trying to cool down, get the legs going again. I bet the physio will be busy with all those overs in the fast bowlers and spinners' legs.
Yep. Stoneman and Middleton just, oh, that was very close, but just carried through to the umpire there. But Stoneman and Middleton, as you say, regretting life choices of being an opening batsman.
I certainly wouldn't want to be one. I can tell you that for free. Just played inside the line there, Stoneman.
Especially in this heat now, it's definitely getting into the hotter part of the day, 20 degrees, beautiful sunshine, the clouds burnt off completely, so it is just beaming right on them. Yeah, Mark Stoneman's helmet almost shining, it's glinting in the sunlight.
Blinding us.
Yeah. Doggett coming in, last ball of the over, just played into the side there.
Maiden over.
Yeah, end of the over. 13 for no loss, Hampshire.
Yeah, tidy start this from Doggett. Yet to concede a run. But no wickets yet for Durham, which the Hampshire dressing room will be happy with. Nice breeze down there, as you can see the flags to our left just moving in the wind. So I actually reckon it's good playing conditions right now. I feel like it's not too hot. You can wear your short sleeved and you're not cold. You don't have your hand warmers in your pockets, and the ball doesn't come to you.
Yeah.
And you're like, I don't want to catch it. I'm too cold. So good conditions all round. As Potts in, and that's off his pads again by Fletcher Middleton. Slightly too straight.
It's going to go.
Going square of the wicket. Diving stop, but doesn't get there out in the deep. So that's 4 runs to Fletcher Middleton. And he moves to 16 now, 17 without loss, Hampshire. Callum Parkinson out there in the deep, having a lot of work to do so far.
He will not be having a very fun afternoon. He's had about 3 of those, and he's getting closer and closer to them each time, but they're just moving a little too quickly for him.
Good signs for Hampshire though. Middleton timing it nicely.
Absolutely.
Just rearranging the field slightly. The Parkinson's gone slightly squarer. He was at quite a fine leg. Now sort of a long leg as Potts in again, and that's not time this time, but to extra cover will be no run.
I mean, what would you say the tactics are for Hampshire at this point? Because looking at the scoreboard, I mean, Stoneman's only 1 for 16, so he's taking it very tentatively, whereas Middleton seems to be going for a little bit more of those shots. He's 16 off 10.
Yeah, I think at this stage they just look to bat Hampshire. I think obviously Potts has bowled slightly too straight, and Middleton has capitalised on that, but I think they've got to bat some time in this game to bring themselves back in it for whatever result that might be.
Yeah.
And I think you've seen in the wicket from the Durham players, once you get in, you can go big. Credit to Graham Clark for doing that, Ollie Robinson in the 70s. So I think they're going to need a batter to go big to get anywhere near this, and they're going to need some partnerships. So I don't think they've looked to play in a certain way. I feel like they're just, in this cricket, just bat, try and
Just
accumulate
stay
some
alive.
runs.
Yeah.
Accumulate some runs, and they know the rewards are there. And if the pitch is flat and it's good to bat on, this is a day that, as a batter, you go, buckle up, I'm staying here.
Yeah.
I'll be here at the end of play, and I will go in and get a big one. There's Potts in again, and that's defended. They think about a quick single, but they don't take it in the end. So a long dot ball that. Middleton still remains on 16.
Yeah, I think it looked as if Potts was going to jump in and stop that, and then he sort of changed his mind and ended up having to make some fielders work. So the field just resets. Potts still 2 balls left of this over.
Again, in past the umpire, bowls and defends this time. Good length, good line this from Potts. Just come to that offside, off stump. No real movement in the air or off the pitch we've seen from Potts. But you've seen that all day.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's not changed an awful lot as the cloud burnt off, but maybe that'd be quite nice. I mean, as I said, the Hampshire players have been playing on it now for almost 2 days, so they know what to expect. They don't want any drastic change just as they come in, potentially.
One ball remains of this 5th over then as Potts in, and that's an edge and taken. First slip. Good catch by George Drizzle, and that's the first wicket for Hampshire. Middleton has to go for 16, 17 for 1. A deficit of 494 in the Durham dressing room. The Durham players out on that pitch very happy with that one.
Yeah, it did. I mean, of the 2, it did look like Fletcher Middleton was just going for a few more, so he was open to a few more mistakes potentially, and yeah, he'll be frustrated with that. I think he would have loved to have stayed and really got a big score and taken Hampshire on a bit further, but he must go. He's the first one to go, 17 for 1.
Yeah, good delivery that from Potts. Just that off stump line, got a little bit of movement, a little bit of nip away, and good catching in the slips from George Drizzle.
Absolutely.
Long walk back this as well to the home dressing room.
Absolutely. Well, on a very silver... I mean, he won't be seeing it as a silver lining, but maybe at least he can go and have an ice bath now.
Rest his feet. I don't think he'll be feeling that way,
No.
that's for sure. But
Slashing the bat as he goes off there.
incoming batter, Nick Gubbins. Again, another experienced batter. We're having a change.
We are indeed.
Be joined by Simon Hughes. But Gubbins, so 2 left-handers now at the crease for Hampshire, 2 very experienced cricketers. And Mark Stoneman and Nick Gubbins, and Hampshire know that they've got a job to do for their side here, but Hampshire will be delighted with that first wicket. Matt Posh just gets one in the right area and picks up the reward. And all of a sudden Hampshire is 17 for 1. I'm going to see Brendan Doggett continue from this hotel end. The Australian overseas.
He looks good. So well.
You like the look of him
I do.
as he's in, and that's left alone outside the off stump, just coming back into the left-hander. Yeah, shame for Durham, he's only here for like a short period, an initial period, and he missed the last game due to injury, but he's been impressive so far.
He's got a lovely, it's a pitch. He's got lovely economical action, and he reminds me a bit of, I mean, it's going back a few years before your time, Emily, but Richard Hadley of New Zealand, fantastic fast bowler, very economical action, bit quicker than he looks, lovely shape to the ball.
As he's in again, defends. He's into his 3rd over and he's yet to concede a run. So economical in his action and economical so far here today.
Yeah, and he's got that sort of if you get your rhythm right, a bowler like this, it's just getting that nice movement back into the left-hander. It's just a lovely feeling when you feel the ball come out of your wrist and your fingers, and it just starts to angle in the air like he is without really forcing it. It's just doing enough to force a left-hander to play at it.
Right arm over the wicket, again pushes into the extra cover region for in defence.
It's a difficult line. I always think actually that obviously it's in vogue for right arm bowlers to bowl round the wicket to left-handers, but I always think if you've got that ability to swing the ball into the left-hander, it's worth bowling over the wicket to start with. I mean, left-handers' output has significantly diminished since the advent of bowlers being very good at bowling round the wicket to them, but I still think, you know, a few overs like this first to try and get him LBW or bowled, as well as possibly caught behind, is worth trying.
As he defends again, slightly straight at oohs and ahs from the Durham slipcord, and they're up and about.
Yeah, they are, and you would be, because he's got that lovely length. And, you know, batters have got to play at it. You're not quite sure how much it's going to come back. So now that he's got that movement into Gubbins, and Stoneman, in fact Stoneman in this case, you sort of think, do I need to play? If it's just outside off stump, it might just come back, it might not. It keeps you indecisive as a batter.
He's got a few with good carry and good lift as well.
Yeah,
so
he has, yeah.
He's hitting the pitch hard, that's for sure. Let's dog it in again. That's a play and miss outside the off stump. Go in for that drive, exactly as you were saying, and good carry up towards Ollie Robinson's chest. Durham will be enjoying this dogger. In one ball remains with his third over, and no runs scored off him so far.
That was actually a bad shot, I think. I mean, it was bullish, but it wasn't quite a half volley, and he was playing for the ball to swing back, and it just kept going, didn't it, with the angle. He's lucky he didn't nick it.
1 off 21 balls hit, Stoneman. As Doggett scurries in again from the hotel end, in left alone outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. 6 overs gone, 17 for 1. Another maiden over.
That's good. How are you shaping up? How's your
good
bit of walking today?
Bit of walking. I've been over to see the physio, the Durham men's physio, Susan, and she's worked her magic. I tell you, last night I slept the whole night for the and not had to get up for the first time since my surgery. So
very good.
Slowly feel like I'm able to move my own leg myself without having to like lift it again. So,
but still not being able to put your sock on.
No, that's still a problem.
That's a challenge.
Why did you have to bring the negativity into it? I'm trying to be positive.
No, that's fine. No, you don't need to wear socks today anyway, particularly, do you?
Just get someone else to put them on. Trying to be positive. And
actually, we had when I played for Durham, we had a female physio. It was quite funny when we played at Lord's, because it was in the days before ladies were allowed in the pavilion. So it was quite a bit of a challenge, that, actually. Anyway, it's Matt Potts bowling round the wicket to Gubbins, who tries to steer that one square of the wicket, but it's fielded at extra cover. I was listening to when Potts was bowling, actually, you know, we were talking about nicknames yesterday, and I was listening to Parkinson down the boundary going the various nicknames for Potter, Potsy, Potty.
Yeah.
And I suppose the best nickname for him might be Caractacus, after the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang character, Caractacus Potts. But it's a bit of a mouthful. It's not exactly an easy nickname to say, is it? Anyway, he bowls outside off stump, and Gubbins defends. He's very much been the ballast of the Hampshire batting order, hasn't he, Nick Gubbins?
Yeah.
Batted very well in that match against Surrey, which Hampshire drew, got a big 100. Very dependable,
for over
consistent
the last
player.
Couple of years as well, hasn't he? I think he's really taken that number 3 position and made it his own. I think there was talks at one point in previous years about bringing him up to top of the order, but he's played so well in this position, and he's just got a calm manner at the crease, isn't he? It's that experience.
Yeah. So Potts around the wicket to Gubbins. That's a good ball, actually, which he defends carefully into the offside. I quite like watching his setup. He's someone who, when he was at Middlesex, especially, and probably still now, you see him now, he's rehearsing the defensive shot there. He's someone who, you know, he's got a very good method. You know, he walks away from his crease there, just to kind of clear his head. Then he's back in, and he's very precise, as of course he should be, really, with where he puts his feet.
I tell you what, having been around that dressing room previously, he's very precise with everything.
Yes. Here comes Potts again, and he defends Gubbins into the offside. In what way?
Just like even in the gym, like he's the type of man that does things. If he's doing it properly.
Yes.
And I guess.
I mean, you often find batters are like that,
reflects.
actually. In fact, somebody was saying to me the other day, it was Jared Kimber, actually, who's written this book about the art of batting, and we're sort of talking about how batters are very precise and sort of routine based, and bowlers are much more kind of a bit more scatty actually. In fact,
You
he
have
said,
to be, don't you,
well, yeah,
to
he
put
said
your body
actually
through
that he
that?
said a lot of bowlers have are diagnosed with ADHD as Potts bowls, left alone that time by Gubbins. Good leave actually, it's close to the off stump, and in fact, you know, my children say that I've got ADHD. As a former bowler, maybe that makes sense.
Does. I won't say anything else.
No, you don't have to. But I don't know. It's not an official diagnosis, but
I do think there's a lot of batters out there with it too, though.
do you?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, definitely. But I do think to be a fast bowler, you are a special breed, aren't you? You put your body through a lot and want to run in, hit people on the head.
Potts bowls. Gubbins defends. A good over this from Potts. Good solid defence from Gubbins. So that's the end of another over. 4 overs, 1 for 17. Potts. And what's that other acronym for people who are obsessive? OCD, yes, OCD. I reckon a lot of batsmen would be, because there's a lot of batsmen. I remember Jonathan Trott, you know, when he was playing for England especially, he was obsessed about his main favourite bat. So he would always, and you're the same, are you?
I've got a bat that's like 6 years old.
Well, do you know what Trott used to do? I'll tell you after this ball.
Doggett will continue from the hotel end. Bowls to Stoneman, who drives beautifully through the covers, slightly over pitched. Flicks extra cover and backward point, and that will be 4 runs to Stoneman. That will settle him down a little bit. He moves to 5, score 21 for 1.
That's the first runs off Doggett as well, isn't it? 3 overs, 3 maidens before that. So the first loose-ish ball he's bowled. So Trott had about 6 bats, as all kind of top players do. And he used to have them in a line lined up by his chair in the dressing room, but he always put his number 1 bat in the middle of the line rather than at the end, because he argued that people always come into the dressing room and pick up the nearest bat and sort of wave it around, and he didn't want anyone touching his number 1 bat, so he always hit it in the middle of the line.
Is that he's in and plays to mid-wicket, so will be no run. That's a good tactic, that.
So his number 1 bat, he put his number 2 or his number 3 bat on the end of the line, because that's always the one that people pick up.
Yeah,
He didn't want people fiddling around with his favourite bat. But that to me is quite OCD, really. Or is it just a bit obsessive or something? I don't know.
Looking after the
or
prized
protective.
possession.
Yeah. But you know, I suppose it's a very important part of their whole makeup, isn't it? Their bat, of course.
21 for 1 then. As Stoneman plays and misses outside the off stump. That's good carry, good length. Sort of plays inside it, does Stoneman. But Doggett's found that line and that length again. Beats the bat.
Yeah, I mean, he did play at that, you're right, but he sort of tried to hide his bat slightly behind his pad there. He didn't push at it, at least.
Be in danger if he did, with 3 slips in play. There's Doggett into his 4th over. At the top of his mark. Bowls and left alone outside the off stump, slightly too wide, that one from Doggett. So Stoneman won't be interested in that. But another dot ball.
Yes, it's good bands at St Mark's. I mean, who was I reading? He's worked with a fair bit. Some of the Surrey players, I think, because he was at Surrey, wasn't he? And he's worked with quite a few of them. And there was someone at Middlesex, I think he was working with recently as well. I think it was Max Holden, possibly, who's having a good season now. Crawley, I see, made a 50. Zach Crawley, he got out for 68. So
What do you make to him being
found a bit
in
of
the
touch.
test squad?
Inevitable.
Doggett right arm over in, driven again, beats backward a point, and that will race square of the wicket for 4 more runs to Stoneman. And that's 2 boundaries in this over so far. Again, just slightly over pitched, and Stoneman happy to play at that one. He's on to 9.
Yeah, that was just a bit wide and steered. It was the right shot that time. It's all about picking the right ball to drive, because he drove at one a bit earlier, which probably wasn't quite as full as that, and he just played and missed. But that one was asking for it, really. But it's all about results, isn't it, with batters? You know, you can play a shot like that and nick it, and it looks a terrible shot. You hit it for 4, and it's a beautiful shot.
It's the art of batting, that, isn't it?
It is.
Risk versus reward.
Mm.
Doggett staying over the wicket. Into Stoneman, who leaves that one alone off outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. 25 for 1. Hampshire deficit of 486. And we'll leave you with Simon, and Kevin James will join you.
To answer your question, actually, Emily, about Zach Crawley, I've got mixed feelings. I was a big fan of him for a while because I think he does bring something special. He's an impact batter who can play a dramatic innings, and I think even some of the 40s and 50s he's made for England opening have had an impact on games, even though they're not substantial scores. They've sort of put the bowlers on the back foot and got England going, and seen off the new ball. But recently he hasn't been able to do that, and he's looked much more fragile. Obviously Matt Henry had him for breakfast, lunch and tea. So, I don't know, he doesn't look as good a player as he did in a way. Potts bowls, Gubbins defence. He doesn't look quite as convincing now, but I mean that happens, doesn't it? When you go through a run of poor results, poor innings, you're more tentative, you're less committed to the shot. You just the confidence kind of evaporates, and you don't play with the same conviction. Bowlers feel more confident bowling at you, and he's in that sort of rut at the moment. It's difficult to know when to not play him anymore, isn't it? Another one from Potts, outside off stump, left alone by Gubbins. It's a dilemma for the selectors. They want to stay true to him. They want to give him that extra game or two, but I think he's running out of time. What do you think? Zach Crawley.
Zach Crawley, yeah. Well, we touched on this yesterday, really, didn't we? I mean, I think we all know he's a great player, and when he gets going, destructive, and he's what's called a game changer. And we know England love that, don't we? They love their game changers, but you can't have him change one game in 30.
Yeah, that's right. Potts bowled on the leg stump. Gubbins is away with a neat little tuck off his pads, and I think that's going to carry up all the way to the rope for 4. Nice shot. So yeah, you're right. I mean, it's because and for the batter himself as well. You stick to a game plan and a method for a long time, don't you? Once you've been selected for England or reached the pinnacle of the game. But then if you start failing, you have to. There's a point at which you say, do I stick or twist here? Do I stick with the game that has got me this far, but now is failing me, or do I twist and try some adjustments?
During the winter, he was playing for Sunrisers Eastern Cape in the South African T20. They dropped him.
Yeah.
And they got to the final, not playing very well.
Yeah.
And yet they still dropped him.
Yeah.
So yeah,
so they made a harsher decision than
call.
England did in a way.
Yeah.
Potts bowls again, nicely defended by Gubbins. Good compact, solid defensive shot up to mid-off. 29 for 1 Hampshire, implied to Durham's, what was it, 511? 511 did they make?
It was 511.
29 for 1. I don't know, I mean, I like the spirit that England, or the faith that England show in Crawley, but he's got to deliver at some point. Yeah. He's got 68 today anyway for Kent against Middlesex. A lot of work for the Hampshire batters to do here as Potts bowls round the wicket into the pads of Gubbins, but he doesn't get anything much on that.
I mean, some of his scores for Kent, he's struggling to get in the Kent side, and you think if he was at a stronger county, he might struggle. I mean, if he was at Surrey, for instance, if they persevere with some of the scores he's been getting for Kent, or a run of scores. Yeah,
I mean, Surrey have got a ridiculous squad of reserves, haven't they? People like, I mean, some of the players who can't get into this, like Dan Lawrence batting at 6.
Yeah.
I mean, absolute string of bowlers, string of seamers.
That Matthew Fisher was a good sign.
Yeah. But did they need him, really? I mean, probably not. Potts bowls again, and Gubbins defends again.
Well, it just takes the pressure off the rest of them, doesn't it, really? I mean, you think when Dan Worrell was at Gloucestershire, he was bowled into the ground.
Yeah.
Poor bloke. And yet now, he's able to bowl the way he wants, in a controlled way. Someone bowled some leg spin the other day at Hove. Did you see that?
No. Did he?
Wicket
Worrell?
was so flat. Yeah, well, against Sussex, the wicket was so flat. It was ridiculous. and I saw some video of him bowling leg spin. Actually looked quite good. Actually.
Have you seen Jofra Archer bowl left arm spin?
No.
That's good.
Is
He's
he?
good, yeah. He bowls good left arm spin. Quite often in the nets when he's had a few.
Really?
Yeah, when he's had a bit of a run through.
So when his elbow finally gives way and he can't bowl right arm
He can
fast anymore.
come back as a left arm spinner. I don't think he'll come back as a batter though.
No, his dog. Oh, they got runs for Rajasthan the other day, didn't he? I think he got top score of 30.
He's only got one shot. All he does is try and moose it over mid-wicket.
Yeah, but when you bat that low down, that's.
I mean, he does
I saw
connect
you
with
do
it.
that many times.
Yeah, probably. But
Trying to.
And failing. Yeah, I mean, I think Archer could make more runs than he does, actually, if he applied himself a bit more. But he just likes to try and belt it.
He does. Well, it's my first look at Brendan Doggett. I don't know about you, Yozza, but I have to say, he skids the ball through.
He
doesn't
does.
Lovely shape on the ball.
Yeah.
Here he is, bowls, and there's a nice drive. Opened the face of the bat. I think the ball's on you a little bit quicker
definitely.
as a batter. I think you get surprised. He's one of these bowlers that the ball seems to come out of the hand. I think is on you with seemingly not a lot of effort.
Yeah, and those bowlers are hard to face, aren't they?
Yeah,
because you know when you face a big sort of galumphing fast bowler like a Sid Lawrence or even Potts actually runs in hard. You're expecting it to come through fast, but a guy like this who glides to the wicket and doesn't seem to exert himself too much at the crease.
Yeah.
To then have to deal with a ball which is probably 85, 86 miles an hour is quite tricky.
Yeah, he skids the ball through. Here he is. That's on the line of leg stump. That's whipped away. You do find the ball pinging off the bat a little quicker as well with bowlers like this.
Yeah.
I think you get surprised. You think, oh gosh. 34 for 1. Stoneman moves on to 14. I've just held on to this email for a little while, Yozza, because it's one to both of us.
Okay.
And it was a little earlier this afternoon from Paul Spokes, who's in Kent. Solentcricket@gmail.com. I'm sure he is still listening and watching. I hope he is. He says, this email is for Kevin Simon. It's always enjoyable to listen to your shared stories at the county game. Would be interested to imagine 10 years' time it would be the same stories going round and round and round, wouldn't they? Let's come back to Doggett first. He's running away from us, right arm over. And bowls, Stoneman drives, it's not out in the middle of the bat. Would be interested to hear any anecdotes or stories you can share on your Middlesex County coach at the time, Don Bennett, the late Don Bennett, and his style of leading and coaching during your time at the county. I understand Don was good at spotting youngsters' ability and potential, but appreciate that he could be very different to nurturing and developing a player's talent. Thanks for the great commentary. He was an interesting character, wasn't he?
He was an interesting character. You should tell us about him because you were pretty close to him, weren't you?
Well, I think you can tell in that smile of yours and that laugh. That's outside the off-stump left alone. Well, do you know what?
You sucked up to him a bit. I mean, I don't blame you, by the way, but you did. You did suck up to him a bit.
He was very influential, wasn't he? Especially to the youngsters.
Yeah.
I mean, you had an easy passage when you arrived at Middlesex.
I did.
Mike really loved you.
Yeah, true.
And you could do no wrong. You could turn up to practice 2 hours late, and Breers go, no problem, Yozza. Yeah. Whereas we would be 5 minutes early, and then everybody would go, why are you leaving it so late?
Yeah, yeah. You're right. It was a bit. There was favouritism there, definitely.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you admit that.
Yeah.
Here comes Doggett again, bowls, and Stoneman works that up to mid-on.
Well, I didn't help myself with Don particularly, because in I think my first or second 11 match. I batted at number 9, believe it or not. And Don used to play, didn't he? Even though he was about 50, he used to like to play. And he batted at number 11, but he quite liked his little bat, actually, didn't he? He quite liked his little bat. And so I was batting with him in this game, my second game, I think. And I called him for a quick single, and then decided against it. And I slipped because I didn't have my spikes on. I had my rubbers on, the flats, you know, and I slipped. And so I had to send him back, and he was run out at the non-striker's end without facing a ball. And I, of course, got back in because the throw went to his end. And obviously, he was absolutely... And that was the last wicket as well, because he was number 11. So he was absolutely furious. And, of course, we had to walk back together in the dressing room. I can't repeat on radio what he said in the dressing room, but it was something along the lines of, you should be wearing those... effing spikes, you absolute thing, and I mean it wasn't a good start really. Right, so this is now a new bowler. This is Yusuf bowling. Cody Yusuf bowling fast medium over the wicket. Potts is having a rest, and that was actually played and missed by Stoneman. It didn't bounce much, that one. Sort of went through on the second bounce to Ollie Robinson. So, it was probably not a great way to start. And he was a big stickler, Don Bennett, for for punctuality, for discipline.
Yes.
And one of those things was when you bat in spikes, so you don't fall over, slip over, which I sort of did the first time I played with him. That one from Yusuf goes through to the keeper. But I don't know, was he a good coach? I think he was a good organiser. Was he a good coach? He didn't really coach. He didn't teach me much, to be honest.
Well, you were probably more of the finished article.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, bowling-wise, you would have been, definitely. Wow. But I tell you what.
Are you ever?
I don't know. I tell you where I found him. To be fair, on the contrary to that, as regards batting, he actually spent some time with me.
Yusuf bowls. It's a missed. That's an error of a stroke there, but luckily didn't get the edge. Stoneman.
I went in my younger days before I joined Middlesex. He used to do some private coaching, didn't he, up at the old Finchley Indoor Nets off the North Circular Road, and he spent a winter with me actually doing that. So I had, I don't know, a dozen lessons or something. And he spotted a flaw in my technique where I couldn't hit the ball through mid-on very well. So he spent literally the half hours that I would go up to Finchley, literally bowling ball after ball, because they didn't have those dog things that they threw at you in those days, did they?
No, sadly not. Yusuf bowls outside off stump, that goes across towards first slip, taken by Robinson.
He's a skinny bowler.
Yeah, he's a slight bowler. He's very slight character, isn't he?
And he had me, and he would bowl this ball in the same place all the time and had me driving through mid-on all the time. So he was good like that. I found that when you were on the, when I joined the staff, we both joined the same year, that he was a very stickler for rules, and you were right. But I think he was a good guy to learn under, because you learnt some discipline early on.
Yeah.
I think it's stood me in good stead initially.
I agree. I just didn't listen. But you're right. I mean, he was good discipline-wise, certainly.
Yeah.
That steered into the offside by Stoneman, but doesn't get past backward point.
I crossed him twice. And one was, funny enough, the shoes, where I went to put some rubbers on to bat in the nets at Lord's on the nursery ground, and he saw me changing, and he said, "Why are you changing into rubbers? This is in the nets." And I said, "Well, there's nothing wrong with that, are there?" And he looked at me as if I'd sworn at him. I mean, I thought, "Oh my God, what have I done?" So I quickly changed back to spike. The other one was a second team game at Hinckley against Leicester.
Those are the days. Second team games at Hinckley.
Yes.
Glamorous life, being a professional cricketer. Here comes Yusuf. That's outside off stump. That carried through nicely to the keeper, but didn't demand a stroke. End of the over. 34 for 1.
And the other thing he was a stickler on was eating properly in the evenings after a game. I don't know if you knew that.
Yep.
Right. So we used to get a meal allowance, didn't we? So
about £7.50.
Yeah, well, whatever it was. Which went a little bit further in those days than it does now, but it was a reasonable amount. And he made a big thing of saying, right, when you're away, you eat properly. This is not for eating rubbish.
Yeah.
Well, after one particular day in the field where we'd been hammered a bit, we were in a car and we were along, I forget what the main road is, goes through Hinckley, A52 or something, I don't know. And from the ground back to the hotel, it literally was just one straight road. There was no other route of going from the ground to the hotel. So literally everybody would go to and from on this one road. And I forget who I was in the car, and we decided to treat ourselves to some fish and chips. And as we came out of the fish and chip shop, Don went past in his car and saw us coming out of the fish and chip shop. His doggett, that's turned up towards mid-on, and he was not best pleased. In fact, we were debating driving back to the hotel whether we would actually just go past the hotel and go somewhere else, because we knew in reception he'd be waiting for us. Sure enough, when we went through the doors, there was Don sitting in reception, ready to give us a dressing down. And
the thing is, I mean, it's good sense by you guys, because, fish and chips in those days were probably £2, or less even. And, so you got a £7.50 allowance. You made a £6 profit, and that was quite important, actually. So good sense, but not necessarily good nutrition.
Here's Doggett again. It's on the line of middle and leg. It's turned to square leg, and Stoneman will pick up a single. Moves on to 15.35 for 1. But I tell you what, yes, he was a bit tough, and I was a bit, wary of him in lots of ways. Yeah. But I tell you what, the day that I left Middlesex, and I know it's written that I was actually sacked. That's not actually true, because I was in the middle of a 2-year contract. But I knew that I had to go, because I wasn't going to play lots. and I was invited to the committee room at Lords in front of the Middlesex committee. There was it Mickey Sturt? No,
Mike Sturt, Mike Sturt, chairman of selectors.
Yeah, a couple of others I can't remember now. And it was quite daunting, and I was almost like shaking going in there.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, you know, we hear you're leaving. You've been tapped up, haven't you? Well, I had, but you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
Here comes Doggett. And that's slightly in the air there.
It didn't come off the pitch very quickly, did it?
Held in the turf a little bit to Stoneman. And they said, well, you know, we'll think about it, whatever. I could tell that they weren't that bothered, but they had to make a bit of a stance. And Don was with me in that meeting, and he phoned me up that evening. And he said, you found that tough, didn't you? And I said, well, yeah. It's not easy. And he said, look, this is not me telling you this, but he said, if I was you, you should go, really. You know, get some cricket somewhere else. And that was the best bit of advice, and that really helped me. Yeah. Make the proper decision. Yeah. So from that point of view, he was really good. That's played up to mid-on by Stoneman.
I can sort of understand that because, I mean, in your case, I wrote this somewhere recently, actually. I think you were a more talented player than was recognised at Middlesex, because Middlesex was a hard school, that era of players, hard school, and if you didn't deliver a few times and you kind of showed your frailties or weaknesses or whatever, you got people hammered you, didn't you? And like you just felt inferior in some way. I don't mean you, but it was a tendency to feel inferior, and I think we didn't get the best out of you actually, and you probably needed to move to a new environment who appreciated your skills and personality a bit more than perhaps the Middlesex guys did. So that was good advice from Bennett.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Stoneman's on the back foot. Nice line and length there from Doggett. Goes out into the offside. You're right, and even now, I see players and even chat to the odd one here and there. But I always think when I see a move from a player, I think that's a good idea, really, because just a new environment. It gives you people look at you slightly differently to when you started somewhere and you've gone through.
And the thing is, I think when you're in a particular group of players for a long time, you start conforming to their expectations a little bit. It's hard to sort of branch out of your personality.
Agreed. Doggett again, right arm over, bowls. That's way down the leg side. Half stopped behind the stumps by Ollie Robinson. Did well actually to get some fingertips onto that one. Stopped it going for 4 wides or 4 byes. It would have been. That would have been a bit unlucky. But you had the perfect start, didn't you?
Well,
really? Because Breers really did.
But talking about Bennett, I mean, I was lucky that Mike really sort of appreciated me. But Bennett was interesting because Tom Bennett, because he obviously the discipline was a big thing, but he was very strong on things like if you'd had a bad day fielding or bowling, the next day you'd be out in the middle, extra fielding practice, and he'd hit the ball super hard at you, and you had these sort of bashed fingers at the end of fielding practice, which was quite. I didn't think that was a great idea really, but it was like sort of almost discipline. The next day was a bit of discipline. I mean, he used to tackle really hard in our five-a-side football games because he didn't like students coming back from university. he and Gat used to call it Butlins, coming back from Butlins when you were the ball from Yusuf is steered down to the third man boundary for 4 actually by a nice little shot that by Stoneman, sort of glided it off a slightly open face. So he picks up a boundary. He's on to 18. They used to say, "You're back from Butlins again, are you?" When I've been to university, and when we played those sort of warm-up five-a-side football matches or things, Bennett would just go in a bit hard because he was quite a good footballer as well as
play a bit for Arsenal,
cricketer. Yeah, he was an all-rounder, and he would sort of just leave his foot into the tackle a little bit longer and crunch your ankle and things like that. So it was quite a severe character. You didn't want to get on the wrong side of him. Yusuf bowls, that's wide outside off, and a miscue, a complete miss there by Stoneman as he tried to drive.
Can you imagine now coaches deliberately
they're
trying
banned.
to pull down players?
The football's banned now, isn't it?
Well,
more or less.
Most teams they play, they still play.
They still do,
they still play,
I mean, England do. I've seen England doing the sort of keepy-ups and headers and stuff. It's not. They don't play sort of full-on, kind of contact football.
I think most coaches will tell you it's the only way that gets the players up in the morning. From the
something they look forward to, isn't it?
Yeah, it gets them going for the day ahead. It's the only thing.
Yusuf comes buzzing into bowl, bowls that one just outside off stump, left alone by Stoneman. 40 for 1. I mean, he was a good character. You know, he spent 50 years as a Middlesex employee because he started play when he was 18, and he was still there when he was late 60s. He coached till he was in his 60s, and then I think he was, you know, like selector or kind of scout or something until he was, you know, late, almost 70. So he had 50 years as a Middlesex employee.
I think he had a benefit, didn't he?
He probably had 2.
Yeah. Well, he was coach.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yusuf Bowles, defended by Stoneman. I mean, you know, in fact, in all honesty, I mean, he never coached me really. He wasn't a negative influence, but I always felt he spent most of his time throwing balls to Gat. You know, he was Gat's throwdown man wherever, and Gat obviously Mike Gatting as a sort of top player. You know, he just wanted to hit loads of balls, and Bennett was there to do the honours.
Sure.
Yeah.
I didn't get to go to Don's funeral either, which was
actually neither did I, which is bad really. That's remiss of me. I did another defensive shot from Stoneman into the offside.
Yeah, I know a lot of players, past and present, were there, and yeah, I felt a bit guilty. I can't remember there was some reason why I couldn't, and I thought, when I look back, I thought, you know what? There was a reason, but I could have, if I'd really, really pushed the boat out, I could have gone, and I feel I regret that.
Yeah.
Because he was a big influence on you know, maybe not so much you, but for me, I think for those 5 years I was at Middlesex, and maybe a couple of years before that, for the private coaching that I mentioned, yeah, it was a big influence on me, actually.
Yeah, I would say he was, overall he was a good influence, but I wouldn't say he was great on the sort of technique of bowling. But he was on kind of, you know, the discipline of bowling, which clearly I didn't listen to because I had a no ball problem for half my career.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember that.
Yeah. 4 runs. No, actually half stopped. It might not make it to the boundary. There's a half stop, but it's just pulled in short of the rope. They think about the third, but wisely don't take it. So Stoneman gets a couple of runs there, takes him to 20. The score to 42 for 1.
Amelia Gay. Yep.
Was it? Sorry, Amelia Gay.
So
No, I did have a noble run. I got Boyks out. Second ball, Lords Championship game, caught behind, naught, no ball. And he says it, and then he looks down the wicket at me and he goes, "I heard the call."
Did he really?
Yeah. What a liar. Total liar.
How many did he get? Can you remember?
He got 40 off about 40 overs.
Right.
By the end of the second session, there were people on the balcony appealing for LBW from the Yorkshire balcony. I jest. It wasn't quite as bad as that, but almost.
Why did you think you had a no ball problem?
Because I didn't mark my run out properly. It was only when I went to Durham, actually, or the last couple of years of Middlesex, and then when I went to Durham, that I measured my run up out properly. Because the thing is, we didn't have tape measures and paint and stuff then. So the only way of measuring your run up out properly, accurately, was your pigeon toe idea. So I used to do the pigeon toe in my last couple of years. And you know who does that still? Mark Wood, actually. Mark Wood uses that method of measuring his run out, and it's the only accurate measure. I used to pace it out, and one day your paces are different from another day. So it was very inaccurate.
Okay. We've got a change of pace coming on now because we've got George Drissel with his off breaks. And he's going to try his hand to see if he can get some spin here. Made 69 in the first innings, put on 163 with Graham Clark for the 6th wicket. And he's around the wicket to the left-hander Nick Gubbins, who just quietly plays that away on the onside for a single. I mentioned it earlier, but this is Nick Gubbins' 50th game for Hampshire.
Okay.
Having moved from Middlesex.
Mm-hmm.
He's done well.
What's his record?
Well, when he averages 37 career.
Right.
And he averages 43 for Hampshire in the 49 games to date. So
well,
he's
it's flat
improved.
pitch, isn't it? Yeah. Chose well.
Well, so was Lords when he played there. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, but it's
driven out to the covers.
The thing about Lords is the slope always keeps bowlers interested, I think. I know it can be flat, but it only needs one ball to just go down the slope a touch and it can take a wicket.
Or hit that ridge.
Yeah.
Which is always the groundsman denied.
Yeah.
And you could wind them up big time. That's played back to the Hamilton.
But it's funny. You know which county boasts the most players who scored 100 hundreds?
No.
Well, have a guess.
Middlesex.
No. No, not Middlesex. No,
most players
flat pitches.
Oval.
Yeah.
Let's push that square on the offside. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Surrey have 6 players that have made 100 hundreds, which is, I think, at least 2 more than any other county. And it's been forever the flattest pitch, hasn't it?
When Hampshire
Not
go
so
there,
much now, I suppose.
No, when Hampshire go there, they play on the same wicket. That's pushed out quietly on the offside where it goes through and it bounces.
Yeah, I mean, it's green now, isn't it? They leave it green for their battery of seam bowlers.
It's better cricket.
Yeah, it is better cricket, yeah. Yeah, I quite like. I didn't mind bowling actually. The oval, at least you got carry.
Yeah. Just all bowls short, cut away by Stoneman out into the deep on the offside. That's the end of there. But we're overstaying their welcome. We'll keep going for another few minutes.
I'm just going to see if I can remember. I'm going to test myself here and see if I can remember the 6 players who've made 100 hundreds for Surrey. Tom Hayward was the first in the sort of late 1800s, early 1900s. Andy Sandon was the second. Peter May, Jack Hobbs, so those 4. John Edrich,
yes,
number 5. And do you know who the 6th one was? We played with him. Middlesex.
Ramprakash.
Yeah, Mark Ramprakash. Yeah. So 6. Obviously, about 25 or 30 of Ramsey's hundreds were made for Middlesex. And a couple for England.
Saw him at the Oval a couple of days.
Yeah, he's working as a batting coach, isn't he, for Middlesex a bit, isn't he?
He said he was. Yeah, I think he said he was still doing a bit. Yeah, I'm not sure how much.
Well, I saw some Instagram posts of him working with Holden the other day. This is Yusuf going round the wicket, steered into the offside by Stoneman on 21. Gubbins has 6. So yeah, Rams I think probably got about 60 odd hundreds for Surrey or something in that region, and probably about 35 for Middlesex. But he chose well to go to that pitch, and he exploited it superbly. Should have made so many more runs for England.
Oh, definitely. He suffered from a bit of lack of confidence.
He was dropped about 8 times as well. It was a bit unfair, really. Defended that time by Stoneman. That one sort of hustled onto him a little bit. He's quite skiddy, Cody Yusuf. He sort of bustles to the wing, quite a spindly looking character. Not very tall, but kind of gets a bit of skid off the pitch.
He's quite a useful all-round cricketer, actually.
Yeah, he batted well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
There's not much of him, though. A slip of a lad.
Yeah.
Well, from this distance, anyway, he's probably quite strong, really.
Not out 44.
44 for 1, Hampshire, and he bowls Yusuf to Stoneman, who covers up and defends into the offside. I used to love watching Rams bat, actually. In fact, I spent a lot of time bowling at him as well in the nets, not in the match. I bowled when he was at Middlesex. We used to go have great nets together, actually. Yeah, really good. Because I enjoyed the challenge of trying things out in the nets, and he loved a proper bat. Yeah, it was great.
They were good nets on the nets.
Very good nets, yeah, really good. Yusuf bowls round the wicket, turned into the leg side by Stoneman. He's been quite patient, actually, waited for that one to come onto his pads, and picks up 2.
It's an interesting bit of field. Slide into the ball and then put it back with your foot. I think I've quite seen that before.
46 for 1, Hampshire, after that early loss of Middleton. Stoneman on 23, Gubbins on 6. So have we exhausted Don Bennett's stories?
Yeah, I
think that the whole fish and chip story is brilliant, actually. Using your, I actually remember sometimes players saving all their money from the foreign, away match expenses and just eating the peanuts off the bar.
Yeah. Oh, they
having
used to
a few
go on
beers
years ago. And there's stories here of in the days where they used to go by car, 2 or 3 players to a car.
Yeah.
And they used to get mileage allowance. They wouldn't go above 70.
To make sure it didn't use up too much petrol. Turned into the leg side by Stoneman, but straight to mid wicket.
I think Tim Tremlett, the former all-rounder here, and I think he does do a bit of work still here. He tells a story of, I forget who it was, but the youngsters would drive this other person's car. You'd be insured, and they would go to sleep, because it was late at night between games. and he would sort of, try and put the foot down very slowly, about 1 mile an hour, every 20 minutes to get up to about 73, 74. But the minute he went over 70, this person would wake up in the passenger seat, say, tap the speed of it and say 70.
Yeah. It's amazing how conscious they would be, even though they were asleep. And that's another over completed. That was a defensive shot from Stoneman. Back to the bowler. Yusuf has now bowled 3 overs, none for 8. And Drissel just a 1 over of off spin for 2. It's a double change, is it?
Yes, it is, yeah. We've exhausted our
so
time.
46 for 1 is the Hampshire score in reply to Durham's 511. And I'll retreat from my position.
Thank you very much, Simon Hughes. So Martin Emerson will go in where Simon is. Just let them. They're both using their own earphones. I think they think that we've got a bug problem down here. So Martin's plugging in.
I'm old enough to remember a pandemic a few
Clark.
years ago. God, like those relatives who turn up at Christmas and never go. Eh? Yeah. Well, it's a hot afternoon again now here in Southampton. The sun is blazing into our commentary position. So I've got the laptop protected. I've turned the chair around. The laptop's down about hip height. So Durham looking for wickets here as Drizzell bowls from the hotel end, bowling here to Gubbins, who's on 6. Stoneman, the former Durham man, on 23. Still 28 overs to go minus a delivery. So we're just inside the final 2 hours of the day. So we were thinking probably finishing around about 6:15. This ball played by Gubbins out to the covers, no run there. Mark Stoneman started his career with Durham. 135 games he played for them in the end and got more than 7,500 runs, including 16 centuries, as Gubbins plays this back to Drizzell. 37.5 centuries, his highest score, 187 in a draw against Middlesex in Chesley Street in 2014. Left Durham after they were relegated at the end of the 2016 season for financial issues, a decision which allowed Hampshire to stay up, and he went to Surrey along with Scott Borthwick and was with Surrey from 2017 to 2021 and then went to Middlesex and is now here in Hampshire. Borthwick returned to Durham after a few seasons and captained the team for the last 4 or 5 years, but not in the first team squad at the moment. 47 for 1. Single just taken, now another. This might be 2 here as this is played by Stoneman out towards the cover area. And his last appearance for Durham, he got a century here at the end of the 2016 season. 137 he made. Gubbins, formerly at Middlesex as well, wasn't he?
Yes, it looked like they were going to...
Yeah. Next ball is blasted back to the bowler, and that's Hurley Sanders. He retrieves that one. Are you on? Yeah.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, there you are.
There you are.
Are you off? You're off mic slightly, aren't you? Pull that around there. That's it.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just sometimes these microphone ends can sometimes twist
Twist
around,
away, yeah.
and they are directional. So sometimes you're talking away to yourself, and you're thinking, I can't hear myself properly, and you realise it's
No, I
switched around.
tried to say something earlier and then realised the microphone was actually off, and then switched it on
right.
again. And yeah, that sounds a lot better. But thank you.
Gubbins has 100 and 250s for Middlesex against Durham, including 145 at Lords in 2016, 91 in a win at Chesley Street in 2018, and 60 in a draw at Chesley Street in 2016. So Hampshire 48 for 1. It's interesting, just before they came off air there, Simon Hughes was talking about how the slope at Lords generally helps bowlers, and it got me thinking, and it was this week, this round of matches, 10 years ago, when Durham were absolutely skittled out pretty quickly twice at Lords on a bank holiday Monday weekend. And the man who did the damage, James Harris, bowling up the slope, using the slope. Well, that's a sharp delivery from Yusuf there to Stoneman, playing a miss, and Stoneman looks back towards the bowler looks back towards the batsman, didn't get the edge. So James Harris for Middlesex took 15 in 2015, record bowling stats against Durham. He took 9 for 34 for Middlesex on a windy bank holiday weekend at Lords, and he also recorded the best figures in a match against them as well, 13 for 103. And I remember his interview after the game, he was on about how he used the slope at Lords to his advantage. Yusuf comes round and bowls this one to Stoneman. Dot ball. And I remember that week very clearly because the match finished early, so I came home with Chris Rushworth's dad, Joe. Drove back home in the car, and that was the day my wife rang me to say she had just gone and registered our daughter's birth at the Civic Centre. And Astrid turned 10 last week.
Oh, happy birthday
So,
to her.
yeah. So 10 years ago this week that those bowling figures happened.
Nice way to remember it.
48 for 1. Ball pushed to point. Dot ball. When we had our first daughter, Abigail, it was 6 weeks before we registered a name because we could not think of what to call her. And actually, for probably the first year of her life, we just referred to her as Bumpy because when my wife was pregnant, it was a bump, and we always used to refer to the bump, and then it became Bumpy. So yeah, you've got 6 weeks to register a birth, and then if you don't, it's illegal, I think.
Goodness me. What part of it is illegal?
Failing to register the birth and naming a child. Yusuf round the wicket now, try different approach here to Stoneman. Stoneman a bit tied up by that delivery. It's gone through. We were talking about summer jobs earlier on, and
Yes.
Was it Robbie Stoke? I'm trying to remember. Somebody said they got a job working at Beamish Museum, the Living Museum near Chesley Street, near Durham's ground.
Right.
And they were talking about working in the pub, and it was a great job, but about 5 times a day some dad would come in and say, is it still 1913 prices? And suggest they were think they were the first to ever come out with it.
Right.
Yusuf around the wicket, an edge, and it didn't quite carry to Drizel at first slip. He had to turn his head away there as that was bouncing dangerously in front of him, and he's managed to stop it, but Yusuf causing problems here for Stoneman in this over. He's just beating him with his pace. He's very quick. Anyway, Michael Lithgow emailed a little bit earlier on. The pub in Beamish Museum is called the Sun Inn, and he said the Sun Inn was originally in Bishop Auckland before being taken down and being rebuilt at Beamish. He said, sadly, I'm old enough to remember going in there on market day. It wasn't for the faint-hearted, Michael said. Yusuf round the wicket. Stoneman plays this into the covers. Dot ball, good over, a maiden. 48 for 1.
Yeah.
Deficit 4-6-3, I think it is.
Yeah, yet again, just proving his worth in the team. He only contracted for only 6 games, but the way he's batted and bowled, if he can keep this up, I mean, I think Durham will be hard pressed to get rid of him.
So we started off on a little tangent about summer jobs earlier, but we didn't really get to have that much fun with it because the Durham innings ended and then they had
very
tea,
quickly.
which seems a long, long time ago now.
It does, doesn't it?
So we're just after any summer jobs you might have done, but the more unusual, the better.
Yeah. Well, for us, it's solentcricket@gmail.com and
We're cricket at bbc.co.uk.
And Drizel is in from the hotel end to Gubbins, the left-hander.
Or on the old Blue Sky thing, innit? Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, if you want to drop us a line on there. Derek's listening to us while he's watching the cricket at Mitford, he said.
Just worked off square of the wicket there. No runs. Drizel just heading back to the top of his mark. Yes, the weirder the summer jobs, the better. Or just any summer jobs you had throughout your life.
Remember my sister's friend going to do summer camp in America.
And just worked off into the offside there for Gubbins.
And,
But we held it. No runs.
I don't know how it happened, but everybody got infested with nits.
Oh,
And
lovely.
all had to have all their hair shaved off.
Oh, goodness me.
Kids returning home at the end of summer with no hair.
In again. And this time it's pushed off through the offside of Gubbins, and the deep square will pick that up.
I'd always fancied doing a summer camp. I think I got the forms once because you could do sort of football coaching and stuff like that. But it was quite an expensive thing to do, wasn't it? Because you had to pay to go and do it.
Yeah, so that was why I didn't do Camp America in the end. I ended
Right.
up working for a holiday company, and yeah, it was a tennis coach in Greece and Croatia and Spain as Drizel comes in again, pushes that all the way through cover, and that will go for 4. Right past, back past the bowler there.
Full toss, wasn't it? He just
Yeah.
used his feet. That's the 50 up. 50 for 1, 17.5 overs.
Yeah, really nice partnership building here now. After the dismissal of Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah, 21 on the board when the wicket fell.
Yeah, 53 now. So Stoneman on 28 as Drizzell is in again. A bit of a shout, but no interest from the umpire.
Where were you coaching in Greece?
I was down right at the bottom, well, in a couple of places, but mainly at the bottom of Greece, in a place called Messini.
Right.
So sort of on mainland Greece.
Yeah.
And then I was also in Lesbos, one of the Greek islands.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We did Rhodes a couple of years ago. It was lovely, but
yeah.
too hot for me. It was October half term. I found this lovely little beach with a gorgeous cove. Would be north of where is it Ayia where the Ayia Napa resort used to be. I mean, that's dead now. They stopped all the club 1830s and the place has just died. But this beach was about 2 or 3 miles to the north of there, and there was a lovely little bar and restaurant, and it was just this natural cove with a lovely harbour to swim in. The sea was really warm.
Yeah, it's amazing out there.
Yusuf comes in and bowls, and Gubbins guides this one down to third man for 1. Clark picked it up. Gubbins now on 9.
Yeah,
54 for 1.
You say it's too hot, but I've once
it does get
played
too hot.
tennis in 40 degrees weather.
That's silly.
It was
That's silly.
was very warm.
Yes.
Yeah, teaching tennis and
20 is about perfect. We were in
Yeah.
Croatia at the end of the season last year, and it was
20's
20,
perfect,
and that was
yeah.
just lovely. But
You've got to be careful with Croatia because it's beautiful. It's one of my favourite countries in the world. But right at the end of the season, it does start to rain quite a lot.
we didn't see any rain. We were lucky.
Oh, you're lucky, yeah.
Yusuf comes in, bowls, and that's pushed towards point, no run there.
Yeah, they have these things called borers as well, especially where we were. So we were right by Zadar.
Like a weather system or something.
Yeah, so where the mountains are,
Uh-huh.
you see this dead straight line of clouds start to rise,
Yeah.
and then what it is a hurricane level wind in one direction coming towards the sea.
Ah.
Unbelievable, and with it comes this sort of rain and
Yeah.
thunder. It's unbelievable. If you're ever in one, you really do feel like the house might fall down.
Yeah.
I love Croatia, absolutely the best.
It was the first time we went last year. We stayed in Dubrovnik. We were on the peninsula just
Yeah.
to the north of Dubrovnik. It was beautiful looking out over the sea with the cruise liners coming past. And
Oh, Dubrovnik's great. Good if it's not too busy though. Ooh.
it's gone down the leg side, left by Stoneman from Yusuf. I thought it was fantastic. The food was great. It wasn't too expensive. And
No.
a tip, if you are going to Dubrovnik, everywhere we went, they didn't want us to use credit cards. They
No,
wanted
cash.
Everybody wanted cash.
Do you know why that is though?
I don't know.
Because
No one explained it to us.
That stretch of Croatia is, now I might get this slightly wrong, but because they're so reliant on the summer season
Yeah.
and the tax, they get less tax if like in the summer season. So if they take cash, it's a bit like our VAT. They don't have to pay as much tax on it. Whereas if they take a certain amount, then on credit cards and stuff, especially in that summer season, it jumps up to the higher tax
basically,
threshold.
it's a tax fiddle. Is that what you're saying?
No.
It's legal.
No, it's
You're
legal.
saying
It's legal.
Ish.
It's
I wonder if the
known.
tax man eats in your restaurant or not.
No.
Last ball was a dot ball down the leg side. Beautiful place though, and the sea was gorgeous. We did a boat ride one day. We visited 3 different islands, and the sea was just turquoise. It was so clear. 2 balls left of this over. Well, it's defended by Stoneman back into his crease there. He's on 28 from 72. Family links to Blaydon Cricket Club in the North East Premier League.
Yeah, well, Croatia just recently joined the EU as well, so they went to the Euro. So I was out there. I was out there the season before, so it was the Kuna. And my favourite thing is that all of their coins had fish on,
Right.
different sized fish, and I loved it. It was great, but still nice and cheap out there as well.
Yusuf comes in, bowls. This is turned by Stoneman out through mid-wicket for 1 run. He'll keep strike at the end of that over, takes him on to 29. 55 for 1 is the score.
And we'll have a change of end back to the hotel, and Drizzell will come back in.
I'll be back with you a little later.
Yes, we're having a changeover again. Yes, it looks like we're just having a bit of a water break. A bit of a changing field. No one's in any great rush, and it's beautifully warm. 20-degree day. So Emily Windsor's moving back in to join me in the commentary gantry. It's quite busy up here today. We've got a lovely plethora of people surrounding us. So yes, and Drizel is in from the hotel end. Bowls a little bit fuller this time. Hampshire 55 for 1. Hello.
It's warm, isn't it?
It's really warm, especially here.
Just had to pile the sun cream on, but it might be too late. Sunglasses on, beautiful. I've not missed the whole camera gantry where we broadcast from the extremes of whatever the weather is.
Yeah.
If it's cold,
It's freezing.
it's freezing. If it's windy, it's blowing a gale. And today, if it's sunny,
It's boiling.
it's hot.
Yes. It becomes a little sun trap up here.
Certainly does. Looks much cooler down on the pitch with a nice little breeze.
Yes.
I won't jump off the balcony to get there though.
No,
Might
but
be the
especially-
quickest way for me though.
Not with your hip. And we're in again with Drizel, but just blocked back. Stoneman not too worried about that one.
In actual fact, I think if I could have like a little zip wire line down.
We've talked about this before. A zip wire straight into sort of down the in between the Shane Warne and the pavilion end, as that one just gets pushed into short leg there.
I'll take that.
Yeah, it'd be great, wouldn't it? Meow.
I reckon that would pick up some speed too.
It would. As Drizel's in again, bowls fuller this time, just worked off into the leg side there. And deep square will come and pick that up. Take the one for that.
Yeah, interesting start with the spin. Drizzle into his 4th over. Just gone for the 10 runs. Obviously opting to bowl the off spin of Drizzle against these 2 left-handers, hitting the ball spinning away from the bat. But as we've seen all day with Liam Dawson bowling nearly 50 overs, there's not been much turn.
And Drizel again, just Gubbins just working up into the offside. I'll take the one for that.
Yeah, so it's turning a little, but it's slow turn, so it's allowing the batters to adjust and hit the space. There's nothing too threatening for these two.
Not wasting any time with Drizel, and that's left alone by Stoneman. And a nice quick over from him. Doesn't waste a lot of time.
That's one thing spinners do, is they get through the overs quicker, that's for sure. But yeah, I think it's one of those, it's going to be a bit of a patience game. At the moment, 57 for 1. There's nothing happening, that a few oohs and ahs, but there's nothing too threatening for these Hampshire batters on what looks to be a very flat pitch.
Yes.
Durham with an impressive 511. Graham Clark top scoring a beautiful 160. Batted for a long period of time. Change of bowling. Matthew Potts to continue. First spell came from the pavilion end, so it's obviously his preferred end. Just one slip in play now, catching mid-wicket. As Potts in right arm round, the wicket to the left-hander.
Gosh, that was pacey.
Yeah.
That shook Nick Gubbins up after the spin there. Considerably faster.
Yeah, Potts, very good seam bowler in the England ranks. Going to be in the squad for the test against Zimbabwe. And one of the spinners of that, Sam Cook, the newest addition from Essex, who you'd say very much deserves the opportunity with the amount of wickets he's taken in county cricket, as that's defended by Gubbins into the offside over a number of years. So that'd be interesting to see if he gets his debut.
Yeah.
57 for 1 then, Hampshire. Gubbins just taking his time, he's on 10 off 31.
I would say as is Stoneman on 30 off 77.
Both of them are.
Yeah.
Just batting, aren't they?
Yeah,
Got
absolutely.
to take a bit of time out of this
They've
game.
listened to you.
Yeah. Deficit 454, and that's a beautiful shot, but a fantastic bit of fielding that by Matt Potts off his own bowling. That had 4 written all over it, and on drive from Gubbins. And Potts fast down and drop and roll. Good hand to it. Athletic at its best. Just the 1 wicket so far was Matt Potts off the bowling court. First slip by George Drizzle. That was Fletcher Middleton, the young right-hand opener for Hampshire back in the pavilion. He scored a quick fire 16. As Potts round the wicket in again, and that's defended to mid-wicket. Again, no run. Tight stuff this from Matt Potts.
He's really attacking Gubbins and sort of making him really think and have to play the shot. You know, you can't just sit back and leave them when you're facing Matt Potts. You've really got to be on your game.
Yeah, and I think the nature of this pitch and the field that they've got set here, Alex Lees, the Durham skipper, with just the 1 slip in play, don't feel like the edge is in danger, but he feels like they're going to have more opportunities in front of the bat and to build some pressure. That's why they've got almost a ring field as that's played to mid-wicket, past short mid-wicket. There's a fielder out in the deep. Emilio Gay's got a bit of work to do, but they'll come back for a couple. Gubbins will move to 12, score 59 for 1. But that just shows you the nature of the pitch. You can usually tell from the field placements how it's going to play, and most of the fielders are in front of the bat. Just the 1 slip in the ball that's into its 21st over. And we're also seeing the left arm spin of Callum Parkinson warming up. Stood at mid-off, he's doing the whole throw the arms round, which will be interesting to see how he goes. As Potts in, bowls, and that's defended. Back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. 59 for 1, Hampshire. Deficit of 452 in this first innings. But for me, Parkinson, this is a good opportunity for him. So he, previous years, was the #1 spinner for Durham. So Parkinson played the majority of the county championship, but George Drizzle and Preston Zimbabwe scored some fantastic runs, an off spinner, and was the one that was preferred at the start of the season this year. So Parkinson's gone away, played second team cricket, captained that as well, actually taken wickets, and this is his first opportunity in the first team this summer. So a really good opportunity for him, the left arm spinner coming back into the side. It's, as a player, it's your perfect opportunity to go to the coach, bowl well and go, come on, you can't drop me now.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
you've seen what I've done.
Yeah, so hopefully for him, he can start really well here for Durham, break this partnership that's building nicely between Stoneman and Gubbins.
Yeah, so he'll be coming in from the hotel end, bowling towards the pavilion. Stoneman is just wandering off square of the wicket. I think he's just adjusting, just wasting a bit of time, it seems. Just getting himself nice and comfortable as he's in. Bowls full length delivery. Oh, big shout there,
like
but the umpire is not interested at all. But it's a very promising start from Parkinson. I mean, you can't deny that was a good first ball.
Yeah, so there's footholes, I'd say, for the left-hander outside the off stump because of the right arm seamers. So that's padded away. Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, no run scored on that one.
But for me, he could be really effective here. There's a short leg in play, and he's got that. You can just see those footholes that he can target, turning into the left-hander.
Absolutely, as he bowls again. This time it's taken on the volley, and the diving fielder, short leg missed, but a roving mid-wicket who seems to be a little injured. Actually, he's not getting up very quickly. Managed to stop the ball, but
landed on his knee, I think there.
Yeah.
See Durham physio, I imagine, coming out to have.
Yeah, straight away, Potts ran quickly over to him.
Yeah, I think he's landed on his knee there, quite heavy into the grass.
He's got his head on the floor. He's sort of in almost a fetal position.
You can see he's holding that back leg back, which is not nice to see.
No.
For anyone. Susan Dale, the Durham physio. He's got a long run, actually.
He's got a very long run. He couldn't be much further from her as she comes on.
Brendan Doggett, that is, I think, down, the Australian.
Yeah, looking in quite some pain there.
Getting I'm not sure how I'd feel with a little rub on the back from
he's getting
my
up.
skipper, but he's getting up.
Oh, he does not look happy. He seems to be at a bit of a funny angle.
Knee in the turf, that is.
Yeah.
It's one of those as a physio that you don't want to get all the way over there
and then be like, oh no, I'm fine. Yeah, he does still look in pain. At least he's played it off until the physio's got there.
That was a classic, wasn't it, Captain? Rub your back. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
We need you to bowl more overs.
Yeah, you're fine. Well, it would have been that. Are you fine? Okay, now you're fine. Yeah.
This is where the physio in me, okay. Like, Susan's got many years of experience. Unbelievable physio. She's just run all that way
there just to walk all the way back.
No, to be honest, I imagine she'll probably take him off to have a little look, patch him up.
Yeah.
From a Durham perspective, but Durham have struggled this first block with some injuries, and
they don't need any more.
Certainly don't need any more. So,
I mean, he's walking well on it. There's no real limp. I think it was more maybe the shock factor.
A little bit of a limp. We'll give it a little.
Do you know what? I would actually be disappointed if there was completely no limp. I feel like, why are you going on? Even if you're feeling absolutely fine right now, you've just got to be like, I'll just limp until I get off, and then at least it looks like I should have gone off.
Nevertheless, though, it was a fantastic diving stop.
It was.
From him.
He did the job.
He's committed to his team.
Yeah, he stopped the 4, so well done.
But yeah, good for him to go off and get checked. But hopefully, from a Durham perspective, nothing too serious, as he's bowled really nicely in the first spell, has Brendan Doggett. So an important man in this attack, with potentially lots of overs in this field to play. Is just a slight delay because it's a slow walk back.
They're still not out off the boundary quite yet. Fortunately, they were at the furthest point, almost completely on the boundary at the hotel end, and they've had to walk all the way up to the pavilion. So they have now left so that Parkinson can carry on. And another big call.
Liking this. Something's going to happen here. Something's going to happen. Those footholds, we're going to see a bit of turn.
Yeah. Gubbins needs to have his wits about him on this one. Durham are looking hungry for a wicket as he comes in again, and this time it's just played off to the offside. Yeah,
I think he could be a real threat here to these left-handers. So he settled in nicely. I imagine for him, as I said, a bit of nerves back into the first team. I think, as you said, as a player, you just always want to be involved. So he'll be very hungry here.
In again. This time just Gubbins played off to the offside. Square of the wicket, no runs. Quite happy with that.
60 for 1. Good first over that. Just the 1 run from it.
Screen's just catching up because the fielders are saying it's the end of the over, but the screen is saying we've still got 3, so I'm sure that'll catch up.
It's always scoreboard drama at grounds. Do you know the biggest thing is when you go to different grounds and the scoreboard works at a different pace?
Yeah.
You don't realise as a commentator how much you rely on the pace of it.
So Hampshire are 60 for 1 after 22 overs. Got Stoneman and Gubbins in on the attack.
Again, one slip for Matt Potts, coming right on round the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman. He's on 31 off 80 deliveries, so Durham doing well to stem this run flow. As Potts in bowls, that's full on the leg stump, and work down to the deep fine will be a single. Stoneman gets himself up the other end. Can't tell you the score because the scoreboard's broken.
Well, the screen is saying 60 for 1, but that cannot be right.
I reckon 61 for 1 now. There you go.
Yeah.
We're back in the game. Potts a very slow walk back to his mark. Energy coming from the sub-fielder. Loney Blatherwick. As Potts just has a little conversation with his captain Alex Lees at mid-off. Charges in again, and that's driven up to extra cover. Will be no run.
Really good delivery there. I mean, you can see the pressure he's just putting on both the Hampshire batsmen, and
that's what Durham are doing here.
Yeah.
They're being very economical. I think on a pitch like this, you've got to be patient. And by stopping these two from scoring freely, stopping leaking the boundaries, will hopefully in turn bring a loose shot or make Hampshire do something slightly different, because they're going nowhere at the moment. The deficit's still 450. It's 22 overs in. So from a Hampshire point of view, they need to keep doing that. They need to bat time out of this game and will accumulate as Potts in and bowls, and that's defended. And from a Durham point of view, they need to keep doing what they're doing, being really economical, and eventually a chance will come, and it's about taking that. And it's almost like at the moment we've got a balance scale, and it's which is going to give first.
Who's going to go, yeah, absolutely.
So it's poised at the moment, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it's like a who blinks first. Both teams are sort of in the staring contest at the moment of this game, and it's like, who's going to go? Who's going
Staring contest. That is
Yeah.
a horrific game. I always used to lose at that.
I
I
used
just
to win.
laugh. Oh, did you? Let's have one
Yeah.
then. Pots in, leg stump line, and that's played to mid on.
lose.
Well, it's a challenge, isn't it? Let's take it on.
Absolutely.
I can't win at anything else at the moment. But interestingly poised. I think, as I said, Hampshire will be happy. Durham will be wanting to attack, but when you've got 511 on the board, you're in a commanding position anyway. So
Absolutely, yeah.
they're the ones at the moment.
They're in control.
Exactly that.
It's their game to lose at the moment.
I hear an aircraft taking off. Can't see it yet though. There's pots in and that's defended. So mid-off will be no run. Just the one run from the over so far. Beautiful sunny evening here at the Utilita Bowl. Still lots of crowds speckled around, mainly under us at the hotel end. Opting for the sun. I was opting for the shade though when I was off air.
Yeah, I was as well. I'm a well-known shade bather. Even on holiday, I'm like, I just want to sit in the shade. It's fine. I get too hot. in the
I'm
sun.
okay with the sun if there's a pool around, but we haven't got
Yes.
one here. Pots in, that's a great length delivery, full quick at the stumps, but Gubbins comfortable in defence. One run from the over, 61 for 1 Hampshire, deficit of 450. Stoneman on 32 and Gubbins alongside him on 12. I think we'll have a change in the commentary position. I think Simon Hughes is going to come back alongside me. Kevin and Simon were having a lovely chat, rolling back the years, no doubt. It's right, I got called old yesterday, so as Parkinson's in, and that's padded away. A cry for LBW, but a hopeful cry from Parkinson and the keeper in slip. But Simon, I don't know about you, but Parkinson's brought a bit of excitement for me as the left arm spinner batting against with the footholds to the left-handers as Parkinson's in, and that's played in defence, will be no run.
I think he's bowled a wider line. He's trying to land the ball a bit fuller than Dawson. Sort of bowls darts, doesn't he? And he bowls quite straight, whereas I think Parkinson's trying to dangle it outside off stump a bit more.
As that is slightly quicker and flatter, but a little bit of turn into that left-hander of Stoneman.
He's just trying to get that loop to sort of drift away from the left-hander, a bit fuller, and then just, spin back out of the rough.
In again, Parkinson defended back down the pitch for no run.
In a way, Dawson is more of a Jadeja type bowler. Bowls wicket to wicket, very straight, goes quite close to the stumps now, whereas Parkinson's trying to loft it up a little bit more wider.
That has turned and bounced past the keeper, and that's racing down to the fine leg boundary, fielded well. So it just stops it inside the boundary rope, and they just jog through for, oh, it's a dead ball, no shot played. Oh, we haven't seen one of those all year.
It turned a lot, didn't it? It was outside off, and the batter really didn't attempt to play it. In the end, he pulled his bat out of the way.
Parkinson, again from this hotel end, yet to concede a run as he bowls, and that's defended by Stoneman. Will be no run. Correct me if I'm wrong as well. Dawson would have bowled quite a lot of the overs. I know Durham have a lot of left-handers in their team, but ironically he bowled a lot of the overs, didn't he? Durham's Graham Clark, who's a right-handed batter.
Rob Robinson, yeah.
Robinson, right-handed batter. Drizzle, right-handed batter. So probably these footmarks didn't come into play as much when sort of later in the innings, because the left-handed batters weren't in play. So I think this is the first time really we're seeing that battle. And obviously it's
and actually,
a bit
that's
older
a really good point. And actually, it's often thought, we've got loads of left-handers in the batting opposition. You've got to have an off-spinner because he's turning it away from the bat. But often, the off-spinner is still landing it on the flat part of the pitch. It's the left-arm spinner who can land it in the rough and make it difficult for those left-handers. So I sometimes think teams get a bit over-obsessed by off-spin to left-handers.
Ball spinning away from the bat,
Ball
isn't
spinning
it?
away from the bat, and actually playing the ball coming back in can be harder if it's coming out of the rough. This is Potts, bowling to Gubbins, who's been a little bit stuck. He hasn't got too many, but he's not a fast scorer. He's on 12 at the moment from 44 balls. Just can't penetrate the infield. He's looking solid, but at the moment not getting the ball past sort of mid-on, mid-off. Bowlers are bowling pretty straight.
I was going to say, from a Hampshire perspective, though, they've got all the rest of their batters to come at right-handers, so this is probably, like, we've got the 2 left-handers in at the moment, that we're going to see that almost battle in play.
Yeah. Potts in again round the wicket. Gubbins can't do anything with that. He was thinking about trying to manipulate that, either square on the leg side or pushing it out on the offside, but the line and length are too good. Very tight line and length from Potts at the moment.
I'm going to ask you a red ball question, having not played it. As seamers, like on a pitch like this, would you ever be dictated, obviously when you're trying to, I guess, hold up an end a little bit, build some pressure, which Matt Potts is doing because there's not much lateral movement, would you ever get dictated whether you bowl over or around the wicket or not?
You mean by the captain?
Yeah, to try and create
Potts bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Gubbins. We'll get at least one. Yeah, he's coming back for the second. That's good running. So 2 runs to the score, 63 for 1. I think a captain would generally leave it up to the bowler, which side he bowls from. If there's no movement back into the right to the left-handers from over the wicket, there's no swing. I suppose it makes more sense to bowl round the wicket because you can challenge both the wicket and the outside edge by getting the ball. I mean, actually, Potts, I seem to remember, was never that good at bowling to left-handers. He bowls again to a left-hander, and this time Gubbins thrusts it through cover for 4. That's a good shot. A sort of back cut, which went square of the wicket, slightly short. Not a terrible ball, but just slightly wide, and he just steered it really past cover point, and that is the 50 partnership between Stoneman and Gubbins. 18 to Gubbins and 31 to Stoneman. I was saying earlier, I like the way that Doggett was bowling. I see he just went off the field, but trying to get the ball shaped back into the left-hander early on with the swing, if that's not happening, then round the wicket is probably a more profitable area potentially. Another one from Potts, which Gubbins leaves alone. But Potts actually, because he hasn't quite figured out how to bowl around the wicket to left-handers, and part of the reason is, and I saw Stuart Broad doing quite a good piece of analysis on this last year, his alignment is the same as it is from over the wicket, and therefore he's not using his body quite right for the round the wicket approach. Whereas Broad, actually, when he's round the wicket to left-handers, he's obviously an absolutely brilliant bowler from that angle. Potts bowls again, that's down the leg side and mishandled by Robinson, palmed it round the post and they get a bye. Whereas Broad changes his positions of his 2 feet slightly so that he can get that angle into the left-hander, but also enables him to shake the ball away. I mean, it's a real art, people bowling round the wicket to left-handers, that some bowlers have perfected. Broad obviously being one.
And he did that later in his career, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was, I always remember that battle with David Warner.
Yeah. It started actually, the person who was very good at this, probably 10, 15 years ago, was Morne Morkel for South Africa. He was very good at going round the wicket to left-handers. He gave Andrew Strauss a nightmare, and it sort of changed the way that bowlers bowled to left-handers, actually, that period, sort of 2012 sort of time.
Parkinson then into Gubbins off the back foot. A few oohs and ahs. So there's a leg slip in play, a short leg surrounding the bat, and just that one first slip. Lee's looking to be aggressive here. It's Parkinson in again, bowls, goes for a reverse sweep. Gubbins plays that beautifully. Down pass, backward a point, and that'll be 4 runs. Gubbins likes to sweep the ball. That's just eased a little bit of pressure. He moves to 22, 72 for 1 Hampshire.
Very good shot, and it was a full toss actually, or he made it into a full toss. So easy to miss those and get kind of over the top of it or underneath it, but he timed it perfectly, and that will just make Parkinson think twice about A, where he puts his field, and B, bowling wide outside off stump. That's a good response from Gubbins, the left-hander.
He's a good sweeper of the ball, is Gubbins. It's Parkinson in, and this time defended up to mid-on. Will be no run.
Of course, batters have just become so much more proficient at playing this line from left-arm spinners. You know, they have that reverse sweep as an option, which is not a risky shot for many of them.
Parkinson into his third over. Again, reverse sweep by Gubbins. A catch it, and they're appealing. The umpire is not giving it, so they must think that's come off pad, and we haven't got... I can't see the replay.
No, it's a bit bright, isn't it? Well, let's have a look. We're going to get a replay now. Let's just see, because you went for the reverse sweep again.
Durham seemed
and
convinced.
It's actually from behind is the angle. We can't really tell from that. I just wonder if there was a bit of top edge or a bit of glove there or something, but
if there was
the umpire
glove,
said
it was
no.
caught.
Yeah, it was caught, yeah. I think that's what I thought. That's what they were appealing for.
Agreed.
A catch, yeah. But it's just difficult to tell, isn't it, whether we can't tell from here, whether there was any glove or inside top edge or something.
Final ball of this over. It's Parkinson, left arm over the wicket in, and that's played down into the pitch. If you're playing one and one bounce, smothered it by Nick Gubbins. He moves to 22. 72 for 1, deficit of 439 in his first innings. A very sunny Utilita Bowl.
It was a good over that, although there was a 4. He tried that line again outside off, and he had Gubbins in trouble a couple of times. And once you've had a near miss with a reverse sweep, you might sort of start thinking twice about whether you play it again. So
exciting over, wasn't it?
It was an exciting over. So that's just put a slight bit of doubt into Gubbins' mind there. How's he going to play Parkinson in the next over? But he's got a bit of time now just to reflect on that as he's standing at the non-striker's end. And it's Stoneman on strike to Potts. Durham 511, Hampshire 72 for 1. Stoneman on 32 facing Potts. He bowls round the wicket, turned into the leg side. A few groans from behind the wicket, but and Potts hangs his head. Maybe he felt that was a thick inside edge, and if he missed it, it was an LBW shout. The batsman will be saying, well, I've got plenty of bat on that, mate. What are you going on about? 73 for 1.
It's a mind game, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
At this point in the game.
Yeah.
You want to make it sound like it's doing all sorts to the batters when actually that's just a confident whip off your pads. Cheers.
Exactly.
It's all mind games cricket. Really,
Yeah, well,
isn't it?
no, yeah, of course, it really is. That's why it's the best game, I think. Here comes Potts, bowls outside off stump and left alone by Stoneman, Gubbins, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I love actually watching batsmen between balls. You know, sort of talking of mind games, how they collect their thoughts, how they set up, what they're thinking about. Yeah, routine, their little mannerisms. Obviously, the more eccentric, the better. With people like Steve Smith, mad.
Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah.
That's why I
run!
That's why I want to play red ball cricket, to be able to do that.
Yeah.
I'd be that annoying batter.
Potts bowls again, and that's outside off stump, left alone by Gubbins. Actually, I had Mason Crane, former man, who of course played here for many years. I had him on my podcast about 3 weeks ago, and I asked him about Labuschagne. I said, go on, what's it like playing for Glamorgan with Marnus Labuschagne? And he said, well, he sets the field. He's not captain. He sets the field every ball. And he said he puts the helmet, when I come on to bowl, Mason comes on to bowl, he puts the helmet on. And no one's asked him to put the helmet on, but he puts the helmet on, goes and stands at short leg, shifts the fielders around.
Unusual for your overseas as well, to be so willing to get the helmet on.
He said he's moving, I can see him moving the field as I'm running into bowl. He's absolutely a live wire, you know. Can't stop him. Potts bowls again, driven into the offside by Gubbins, but can't get past mid-off. And another thing he said, of course, which you would expect, he said, if there's any rain, dressing room cricket, Labuschagne's all over it. You can't get the bat off him.
I imagine at home, he must surely in Australia have like a shadow batting room where he's got them all lined up, mirrors, probably 360.
I think I've seen him batting in his garden, actually.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, in Australia you don't need a room, do you? It's sunny. It's like this all year round.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's rained a fair bit more. My son was in Brisbane recently, and they had tornadoes and things there, and a lot of rain. Potts Bowl, driven, very well half-stopped, well, in fact, completely stopped by Potts.
It's twice he's done that.
Done very well. He got down quickly to his left, because that was heading for the boundary past the stumps. So he saved 4 runs there, saved 4 runs off his own bowling, which is always a bonus.
Very athletics, Matt
Yeah.
Potts, isn't he?
Yeah.
As a
Good
right-arm
fielder.
seamer. He's
Very good fielder.
takes pride in his athleticism. Looks like it's hurt.
I think he has actually hurt his finger there a bit, yeah, but it's his left hand, and he's going to carry on. He's all right. He bites the bullet. He does. He will battle through anything, I reckon. Walk through a wall for you. And here he comes again. Round the wicket bowls, and Gubbins defends. So that's the end of another over. 73 for 1 is the Hampshire score. Kevin, I'm moving across.
I'm off. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you. You too. Get the barbecue on. We'll be round shortly.
Thank you, Emily. Physio commentary for Emily. She's getting better quickly, she tells me, which is good news.
You talk about her commentary now, are you?
Well, no, her commentary's fine. No, I meant in terms of
her injury.
Yeah, she's moving better today.
Yeah, she
even
is.
than she
Yeah.
was yesterday.
She'll be sprinting next week.
Yeah, she will. Racing up those stairs. Right, who we got? We've still got Parkinson with his left arm spinners. A little bit of help for him out of the rough.
Yeah, no, it's your over this actually.
Oh, it is over. My over. Oh, it's ballooned.
It's
a bit
dropped.
off the pad.
He dropped
He
it.
did drop it. Were they going to appeal anyway?
I don't think they were.
No.
But there was a close shave last over. Just an attempted reverse sweep by Gubbins, which was caught at slip, and we don't know what it came off, but the umpire said not out.
It was a little too full, wasn't it, to reverse sweep that one? He's gone to reverse sweep that one again. That's quite full, but he's actually got the bat on that one. That's running away for 4 behind square. Are you off? Cheers, Emily.
See you, Emily. Good luck.
Well, yeah. More physio tomorrow. She'll be moving even better.
So yeah, so that was a reverse sweep from Stoneman this time. It's interesting, isn't it? Because
Stoneman.
I pointed out that left arm spinners can be threatening in these conditions, being able to bowl into the rough to left-handers. But of course, left-handers have so much more range of responses now to this kind of attack. They can put their foot down and slog sweep it with their leg outside the off stump, or they can reverse sweep it. So it does make it difficult for the left arm spinner to contain them.
It does. That's a more orthodox push out onto the offside. Stoneman will pick up a single, moves on to 38.
And that was really good cricket, because they moved the guy who was at extra cover when he played the reverse sweep. That fielder's at extra cover. Now he's been moved behind the square for the reverse sweep, so Stoneman knocked it into the gap at extra cover, which he'd created.
And that was the safer shot.
Yeah.
That's pushed out on the onside, so you play a more riskier shot.
Yeah.
To manoeuvre the field in an area, to open up an area where actually you want to hit because it's safer.
Yeah. So really the bowler should resist moving his field in the first place, but of course he conceded 4, so it's inevitable really.
It's just nudged up in the air, maybe off the pad again, as it goes out on the leg side.
But it also makes the bowler think twice about bowling too wide outside off, because it's giving the batter a free hit, even though he probably wants to bowl out there, because that's where the most rough is.
Yes. Here's Parkinson again. He's played it into his boot there, goes out on the offside. Yeah, there are some wickets that are easier to play that reverse sweep than others. I mean, this one is not bouncing a lot. So the risk of a top edge reverse sweep is very small. Yeah. Whereas if you play on another ground where there's a bit more bounce, something like a Liverpool, that Egbert that used to bounce, didn't he, for the spinners? I mean, Kerrigan used to have fun there, didn't he? Reverse sweep in there, you kind of do that at your peril. Now, who's that running off?
I think it's Gubbins probably going off for a toilet break, I would guess, into the groundsman's hut. It's nearer than the pavilion. Doesn't require climbing up about 25 steps.
Somebody's going with him.
Is that Yusuf, the bowler, maybe? I don't know. It was a Hampshire player, I think.
Yeah, but one of the...
I mean a Durham player.
Yeah, as well. Yes. It's almost like the the doping inspector was running after him to make sure to give him the sample.
Is it? Yes, it was. Is it a drinks break or not? They're all gathering round the Durham fielders, so maybe it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, drinks break.
It wasn't that obvious initially.
No, 78 for 1. Did you play? Were you a reverse sweeper?
No.
No.
Never played it really. Well, it wasn't really a played shot in our area, was it? I mean, I know some players were very good at it, but I think generally it wasn't a shot we practiced.
Was it a shot that if you did play it and it didn't come off, you got a volley from the coach?
Oh gosh, 100%.
Or the captain?
100%. Well, yeah, and also I think it's a little different if you're playing shots that you practiced. If you try and play shots in a match that you haven't practiced, or you're asking for trouble, it's a bit like trying to bowl. You know, if you bowl a way swing and then you think, well, I'll try an in-ducker, but you've never practiced it. I mean, you're asking for trouble, aren't you? So it's the same with a shot when you're batting, isn't it? You should be practicing it.
And they do now, don't they? They practice. I mean, I like watching, especially before one-day games. I like watching the way they practice, because they practice all the sort of traditional. They have a lot of throwdowns with just underarm full tosses rather than in the nets. The day of the match, you know, I was with England when they played in the T20 World Cup, and also in the World Cup in India as well, the 50th World Cup. And I quite often spent a day watching them in the nets, and then the morning of the match, or the sort of hour before the match, they just put a net up on the outfield, and they'd all just do some throwdowns or underarms, just to time a few full tosses, and then they'd play a few pull shots, again to full tosses, and they'd try a few reverse sweeps, again to full tosses, just to get their feet in the right place and get the feel of the bat on the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different thinking these days.
Repetition, you know, more than a sort of full-blown net with, you know, lots of different bowlers. The bowlers in internationals, you don't see the bowlers bowl in the nets very much. They bowl in the middle. They might have a bit of a trundle in the nets, but it's generally the coaches and the throwdowns and so on. I think actually that the sidearm dog thrower thing has become a slight, not discredited, but used a bit less, because I think it's unrealistic. It's too tall. If you've got one of those dog sticks, you're actually, if you stand upright, you're throwing the ball from about 9 foot, and it's really bouncing. And so I think actually players have started to prefer a normal throwdown with a coach just throwing them rather than using the tool.
But coaches will tell you that they haven't got an arm.
That's right.
That's, you know, can infinitely throw balls down there. You know, their shoulders get thrown out. That's why the dog sticks were used.
Yes, save their shoulders.
shoulders.
Okay, we've got to change of bowling. Yusuf's back on after those few overs from Matt Potts, and that's Stoneman, pushing it up to mid-on. You know, I mean, of course, this is the classic India thing. Most of the Indian Premier League teams, if not all of them, have about 5 or 6 throwdown specialists. It's their job. All they do is throwdowns with the dog stick.
Right.
That's all they do. That is their job. One is a half volley thrower, and one is more of a back of the length thrower. You know, and they've got their own defined expertise. Yusuf bowls, and it's defended by Stoneman into the offside. And there's a few guys who do left arm and spin it, people who can spin it and stuff. So they're all, and it's actually a job. You know, they advertise. We're looking for a right arm in-swinger throwdown who specialises in half volleys or something, a half volley thrower, you know. Yeah.
Do you specialise in that then? Obviously.
Well, some do, yeah. Some actually do. That's their...
So they throw a ball. I'll come back to that.
Yusuf bowls, driven, and that's a single out to deep cover. They've relaxed the field a little bit.
So these dog ball throwers, dog stick throwers, if they're practicing their in-swing in full delivery, and then you say, do you know what, bowl me a few bounces, throw me a few bounces, and they can't.
No, I mean, sure they can, but they have a particular specialism, or they're given a defined role, let's say, you know, on a particular day.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's very well, yeah. I mean, it is very precise, the methods of practice actually, and of course they have a lot of time because, you know, they have all day really to practice before the match starts. Yusuf bowls, it's driven to extra cover, and the fielder dives over it, but mid-off stops it. 79 for 1 Hampshire in reply to Durham's 511. Yeah, I mean, I've been with teams, you know, and they get up at 11. They go and have a bit of breakfast. 1 o'clock 1:30 light gym session, then maybe a bit of talking about the next match with the team analysts and little groups, batters and bowlers getting together in their own separate groups. Yusuf bowls, defended by Gubbins, who just took a step down the pitch there slightly, and then at sort of 4:35 on the coach, go to the ground either for practice or for the match. So they've got the whole day to prepare really.
Wow. All very different, isn't it? And I suppose everybody's looking for new little ways just to.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I suppose there's a few days between tournaments, so that day you just described is pretty much 3 or 4 days long, I suppose.
Well, they're moving around a lot, actually. That one's outside off stump from Yusuf and left alone by the batter, Gubbins. That's the end of the over, 79 for 1. No, I mean, they're moving. They'd have a practice day, a match day, and probably the next day will be a travel day. Fly to the next venue. Then they'll have another day of practice, maybe a second day of practice, and then a match. Travel day the next day. So it's quite intense. You can have 5 flights in 8 days.
Okay.
Something like that.
Callum Parkinson to continue from our commentary end. 432 is the deficit. The first target for Hampshire is 362. That's the follow-on. That is still a long way away. And we've got 14 overs left on day 2, which means at the end of 14 overs we'll be halfway through this match. As forward is Stoneman, plays that out to forward of point. That fielder has just come a little squarer now.
He doesn't know where to stand, actually, does he? Because he's trying to cut off the single in front of square and the reverse sweep behind square.
Yeah, Will Rhodes, that is. Pulls that away, doesn't time it. Does that hit the leg slip? May just have done on the boot.
At least he's got the square leg umpire to talk to, who's now at cover point anyway.
Yes, the umpire's on that side because the sun is starting to get a little lower, so it's a little more difficult on the leg side. Looking a bit more into the sun. Here's Parkinson bowls again. That's driven firmly up to wide mid-off. One or two of the Durham fielders got a bit excited with that shot. I suppose because he's playing it, pushing at it a bit, hoping the ball might do something out of the rough. Parkinson again just turned away quietly towards mid-wicket. That's fielded by Alex Lees.
I wonder if Stoneman's got any memories of Dawson getting him out here when he was playing for Middlesex, caught off the arm. Because I remember when he was out, we had camera angles of it, and he was definitely hit on the arm, and he walked off absolutely furious, given out gloved.
Yeah, well, he would do, wouldn't he? He's just played that in front of square. Rhodes is coming round to his left and running backwards at the same time. Yeah, well, he would do. But it's interesting, isn't it? Obviously, we didn't have the benefit of that, but you saw it in your editing room.
Yeah.
He's on to 40. Only the second time he's got into the 40s for Hampshire so far. Parkinson in again. 3 men around the bat. Forward is Gubbins, well forward. 22 not out. He stays on. Stoneman exactly 40. And it's 80 for 1 with 13 overs remaining in day 2. This will be your last over, yours.
Right,
You'll be off, I know, but
yeah.
It's been great having you for 2 days.
Oh, pleasure, mate. No, lovely. Loved it.
Great fun, as always.
Good to see you all.
Yeah.
And well done for, your commitment and storytelling and everything. I mean, it's makes the game much more enjoyable to follow. I'm sure all the listeners would concur with that.
That's very kind of you. We love listening to you, and of course you
I don't like you really.
Well, no, you do. You just make out you don't. I can't believe you said that. And I think you just have a general all-round knowledge of the game, which is lovely.
Well, I love the game. That's all really. Here comes Yusuf bowls, and it's turned into the leg side, and in fact that's going to be 4 because there's no one back on the long leg boundary. They've got the fielders pretty much in front of the bat, apart from a deep backward point. So that was an easy 4 for Mark Stoneman. Just tickled it off his hip, and there was no one there to retrieve it. I think actually, I think it helps. I mean, I write a blog, I do a podcast. I try to keep engaged with the game, and I think when you're always sort of interviewing people coming onto your podcast, or you're writing about things in a blog, it just keeps you interested, and you know, you've got stuff to talk about then as well. It's important though to be engaged with the game if you follow it like we do. You've got to, you know, get down there and get in amongst it, watch it.
Get your hands dirty.
Get your hands dirty, and you know, talk to the spectators. You know, lovely. I met a 9-year-old down on the ground there earlier on, who's been coming for 2 years. You know, nice to see. And he was saying, "Oh, that's a nice shot." And then, "Do you think it's going to be a draw?" And he read the game really well, and he was 9. You know, so I think the whole sort of myth about county cricket being dead and only for people who are retired is not quite true. That one from Yusuf is defended by Stoneman out on the offside. I mean, I understand that, you know, a 9-year-old can't. It's a school day today, isn't it? They can't get down here for the whole day, but good to see him there for the last session or two, on 1.5 sessions.
You still see plenty of cricket, don't you, if you can get here even by 4:30.
What I would like to see is things like replays on the big screen, because, you know, you come here, if you miss something, there's no opportunity to look at it again. Obviously, you might have the stream up on your phone, but if you're 9, you're not going to have a phone, presumably a smartphone. This one from Yusuf outside off stump, so, you know, you can't pick up on those nuances of the game quite as much. I think it's important that hopefully that will be something that gets introduced to a ground like this, which is so good in so many ways.
So, well, you've seen almost the inner workings of the technicals here. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I've been slightly critical, but we haven't seen too many replays on the live picture feed, if I'm honest, today, and I don't know the reason behind
Well,
it.
that's because it's a young director, mainly, who's learning his trade, and also he hasn't got many cameras to cut to, so there's not much. He hasn't got much option, really. It's Yusuf bowling again to Stoneman, who defends. I mean, you know, there is a piece of kit over the far side called a God, I've forgotten the name of it, but anyway, it enables you to cut between cameras and obviously play replays, but it's fairly primitive. That could do with being upgraded gradually. Some counties have got better kit than others.
So why, for instance, on the scoreboards, can there not be a replay of a couple
Because it's not
moments?
connected up at the moment. This feed we're looking at, Yusuf bowls, a good defensive shot, that very solid from Stoneman. The feed we're looking at here is not connected to the big screen.
Okay.
And I think you need a man in the big screen, or sort of operating the big screen, to put those pictures there as well. But, you know, I will try and ensure that, if I can, that this happens more over time.
Brilliant.
And that's my farewell point to you. Thank you.
fella.
Very good.
Great
See you
stuff.
again soon.
For sure. Simon Hughes, everybody, the analyst. Always interesting. All the way down from London. And that's him for today. With 12 overs to go, Amelia Clark is coming in alongside me for this next period of play. Hampshire then 84 for 1. Here's Callum Parkinson over the wicket once more. There's a reverse sweep. It's gone fine by Nick Gubbins, and that's going to be 4, surely. It was just slowing up a fraction, but it's still making its way over the rope at the far end of the ground. Gubbins moves on to 26, 88 for 1. Welcome back, Amelia.
Thank you very much.
Always very interested, the analyst. Can talk to him for ages.
Absolutely.
Yes, he knows his stuff. That's Mr. Hughes. So Hampshire are behind by 423 in the game, and just to repeat, 362 is the follow-on figure. Anything below that, then Durham can ask Hampshire to bat again, and if they're bowled out, of course, which I'm sure is very much on their minds. That's pushed into that gap on the offside in front of square, and Gubbins picks up another single, moves on to 27. Just a reminder, he's playing his 50th first-class game for Hampshire, Nick Gubbins, after previously being with Middlesex. As has the man at the other end, is a previous Middlesex player, and Durham. Forward is Stoneman. They move around, some of these players.
Yes. Well, they should know the tactics that Durham are going to employ then, shouldn't they?
Well, Mark Stoneman did play here back in 2016 for Durham. When they won the game and thought that they'd sent Hampshire down to Division 2, but it wasn't quite that straightforward. 89 for 1. There was forces behind the scenes at play. And the table showed that Hampshire were down and Durham stayed up, but it didn't tell the full story.
Well, there you go.
That's just turned away on the leg side. Bounces before the fielder takes it. It turned out that Durham had overspent.
Oh.
And were penalised.
Ah, I
see. Very soon after the season.
Right.
And they lost some points. And the two teams changed places. Much to the delight of Martin Emerson. That's nicely played wide of mid-on. And he still goes on about it now, does Martin? That's 4 runs off the bat of Mark Stoneman, yeah. He's mentioned it once or twice down here. I knew he would. That is Mark Stoneman's highest score for Hampshire this season. Beats his 46 here in the first innings in the very first game of the season against Yorkshire. Hampshire 93 for 1.
And the current partnership on 76 as well.
Good partnership. Yes, Fletcher Middleton, the 1 wicket, fell at 4 o'clock. Was that about an hour and 50 minutes ago?
Yes.
Caught behind off the bowling of Matthew Potts for 16. That was 17 for 1. So good partnership between these two left-handers. Gubbins is in very good form.
Absolutely, they'll be wanting to stay as long as they can.
That is for sure.
Somebody kept saying, just keep batting.
That is a phrase you often hear, doesn't it, as a cricketer?
Yeah.
117 in the second innings against Surrey, and then Somerset here in the only innings that Hampshire batted. He got 82. Yeah, just keep batting. Gosh, I had a pound for every time somebody said that to me.
As Yusuf's going to come in from the pavilion end towards us at the hotel. Bowls around the wicket. Full length delivery carries through to the wicket keeper there. Kevin's just managed to get out of the way of that.
Very hot again.
It is.
Isn't it? Just what a start to the season it's been weather-wise.
Well, it was beautiful. Then it was raining. Then it was beautiful. Then it was raining.
I think we'll take what we've had.
Absolutely.
Amazing. I think it was a couple of years ago where I think the first 6 or 7 games were played in like such cold temperatures. It was horrible.
As Yusuf comes in again, running towards us at the hotel end. Bowls around the wicket again and just Gubbin leaves that as it carries through to the wicketkeeper. Well, the news said apparently that it's the hottest start to... The Met Office have said it's the hottest start to May, I think, or on record.
Yeah, I'm not the Met Office, obviously.
No, you're not. But
you're right, I did see an article about that. Yeah. Well, I was at Southport a couple of days ago with the Hampshire women, and I have to say it was every bit as hot up there as it is today, and in fact it might have even been on a couple more degrees hotter, but yeah, it's the Hampshire women's... This is well, of course, Hampshire men have taken a week off. The women's game here against Surrey, that was hot. I can't think, well, apart from the day or two against Somerset here 2 weeks ago,
yeah,
which weren't so hot.
As Yusuf comes in again, round the wicket. Works off.
Shot.
Very nice. And that's gone for 4. Down on the leg side. Third man was chasing, but unfortunately just couldn't get there.
Lovely bit of time in for Nick Gubbins. 31 he moves on to. 414 behind. That is an awful lot, isn't it? That is still a lot. Doesn't matter how well you play tonight and even tomorrow morning,
You've got to
still be an awful
414 runs behind that is, yeah.
It's a long way. Can't afford too many mistakes. Not for the next half a day or so, probably more today, more tomorrow as well. You can't afford too many mistakes.
Yusuf in again. And Gubbins leaves that alone for it to carry through.
Otherwise it will make it a very, very difficult last day.
Yes, yeah.
Good tonight, good tomorrow, and the last day will be a little easier, because I think it's a fairly safe bet to say that Hampshire will be batting for the rest of this game.
Well, they need to, really, to get anywhere near that.
They do. It's all about preserving 19 wickets now between this moment and Monday night.
Yusuf stands at the top of his mark at the pavilion end. Begins his slow run up before he gains more speed. Moving the ball between his hands. He bowls round the wicket, and that's just played onto the leg side.
Is that no ball?
It was a no ball. Must have overstepped the mark.
He's got such a quick arm, this guy, doesn't he? Now he's just asking the umpire, where am I landing? Nice shoning him with his foot. Don't often get it wrong, the umpires.
No. They're so on it. 97 for 1 at Hampshire. Yusuf has 1 ball left of this over. Just having a quick conversation with his captain there. Moving in a couple of fielders.
We've got Colin Ackerman going on the drive. Short cover.
Begins his run in towards us at the hotel. Balls. Shorter delivery this time. Gubbins does well to deal with that and just defends nicely.
Ball exactly didn't come on, did it?
No.
Another example of the pitch getting slower.
Mm.
I haven't really looked at what's been going on elsewhere on the other games today. Probably should do, really. It's a bit naughty of me.
Well, we'll bring you those scores in a moment. Yusuf has 1 ball left of this over. Top of his marquee coming in past the umpire. Around the wicket. Balls. Again, shorter delivery. This time worked into leg side and it's going to be pushed all the way to the boundary. Square leg was running after that. But no luck. And that brings up the Hampshire 100 at 103 for 1. So they are making a dent. They've still got a long way to go, but hopefully by the end of today they'll be under the 400 chasing mark.
Yes, I'd hope so, otherwise it would be a long 10 overs. There are 2 other games going on in Division 1 with Essex in their second innings, 153 for 3 against Somerset, who were bowled out for 145 earlier. So Essex leads Somerset by 214. That's in Taunton. And Yorkshire, Warwickshire. Yorkshire in their second innings, 202 for 7. They lead by 154 with just 3 wickets remaining. Those are all, both those games also in day 2. As Callum Parkinson comes in over the wicket, bowls forward is Stoneman driving to extra cover. Now the field has slightly changed for Stoneman because there's an extra cover, there's a mid-off, and there is a fielder out at deep backward point. I think that's a better field actually on the offside. A reverse sweep probably will only get you 1, and you're really, as a batter with the ball pitching in the rough, really looking to push towards extra cover, so I think that's quite a good field. It's a little straighter, so it goes back down the pitch. Lots of women's games today. We mentioned earlier that Melissa Story had picked up her first wicket for Gloucestershire in their game against Glamorgan. Actually, this is tier 2. Glamorgan have won that game, actually. It's driven back, but not timed. Gloucestershire were bowled out for 77, chasing 304 for 8.
Wow.
So Glamorgan won by 227. Now Melissa picked up a wicket today. She opened the batting, got 11. It's turned away on the leg side. I know a lot of you will know her from our commentaries here. She was actually equal top score in the Gloucestershire innings. There were 2 other players that also got 11. So 3 players got 11 and the rest were all single figures. So that's a huge win for Glamorgan there. There are tier 1 games tomorrow, including Hampshire women, who are playing at Trent Bridge against the Blaze. That's played quietly out on the offside, and there is no run. And I imagine Durham women are in action tomorrow. Just have a quick look. Yeah, they're at home at Chester Street to Somerset women. Is there a change of commentary? I think there might be, actually. Amelia, you're on still.
Yep.
And you're going to be joined by Martin Emerson. There we go.
Fabulous. So Hampshire are 104 for 1. The last wicket was taken at 17 for 1, so the partnership of Stoneman and Gubbins have created something really nice here. Of 87 runs so far off 175 balls. Gubbins on 35 off 77 and Stoneman on 49 off 114 balls he's faced. And Martin joins me back in the commentary gantry here. Hello, Martin. Oh, we're having it.
There we are. Turn that down a bit. George Drizzell and his sunglasses bowling here to Stoneman, who's on 49. It'll be interesting to see if Mark Stoneman gets to his 50, if he can go on to get to 3 figures. And there's a reason I say that. I've been looking at his conversion rates for the 3 counties he's played for so far. As he defends this one, goes off towards point. So when he was at Durham, he reached at least 50 on 53 occasions, but only managed to make 3 figures on 16 of them. And I've got a memory that he had a propensity to get himself out between 50 and 60. And they talk about batsmen being able to reset. You reach your first 50, reset, start again. Think about slowly building up to the next 50 as you try to approach 100. So that works out as a conversion rate of 30%. So I then looked at his conversion rate at Surrey, which is 31%, as this is played along the floor to short mid-wicket. And then his conversion rate at Middlesex, 37%. But he did play all of his cricket for Durham in the first division and all of his cricket for Surrey, I think, in the first division as well. So the drop to Middlesex would have been a bit of second division cricket as well. But obviously played for England for a period as well. 11 tests between 2017 and 2018 once he was at Surrey. Got a slip in place here in a short leg as Drizzell comes right on round, and that is played to backward point by Stoneman. And he goes off and has a little think about things, practices a couple of shots. It's a maiden from Drizzell.
It is. We'll have a change of ends again up to the hotel end here. Hampshire 104 for 1, no runs scored in that last over. Apparently 35 overs left to... no, 8 overs left to play of the day.
That's half an hour's play. So
Yep.
yeah, so where are we? Yeah, so yeah, we said about 20 past, half past 6, didn't we? So
Kevin James maths working out there again.
yeah. Durham weren't docked points and relegated, by the way, in 2016. They were relegated and then docked 48 points the next year, which made
goodness.
Which made it impossible for them to.
Got Parkinson in again from the hotel end. Just worked off to the leg side.
They didn't play in the first round of matches in Division 2 in 2017, and so the second week of the season was their first game, and they played at home to Notts, and Notts ran through them in 3 days, and Durham by then were already 100 points behind Notts.
Oh goodness.
So
Parkinson in again, over the wicket. Time it's just played off to the offside.
but when they went down at the time, we said it felt like it would be a 5-year haul to try and get themselves back up, and if you take out the couple of COVID years it was, they had to restart again. They lost an entire generation of players who left the club and went off elsewhere.
Parkinson in again. Bit of a shout there for LBW, but no interest from the umpire.
Mark Stoneman left with Scott Borthwick. They went to Surrey. They took about more than 2,500 runs a year with them in the championship. Keaton Jennings left the following year. Graham Onions departed.
Parkinson in again. And this time just played just behind the offside. Roving fielder will come and pick that up. Just a run for 1.
Paul Coughlin left, and Durham were victims of 2 things really. The ECB's request that all of the grounds improved for test venue status, and then they introduced this bidding process for test matches as well.
This time just worked off to the leg side. That will be go for a 1, and that will bring up Mark Stoneman's 50 runs. So a round of applause echoes around the ground for him. Big achievement there.
105th time he's got to 50 in first class cricket. 121 balls, 8 fours.
Yeah, really nice. Obviously coming into the opening batsman. Big challenge ahead, but not fazed by that. It's Parkinson. Doesn't waste any time. Straight in. And that's just left alone by Gubbins. And the change of ends will begin now. So Hampshire are 106 for 1 this time. Stoneman just getting his 50 there. The partnership together of 89. Gubbins on 36 of 82 balls.
What's the deficit? 405.
405.
Drizel with a new over from the pavilion end, bowling to Stoneman. That's gone to backward point, no run there. Drizel comes in again and bowls. And the ball loops up off the pad via an inside edge, I think. Runs away from the grasp of Graham Clark at short leg. And 6 for 1. It's a crow you can hear flying past it.
A huge crow.
Yeah.
It's like
Gone and
seagull
landed on a
size.
balcony down below us. Another dot ball there. Very intense sunshine now. It is rather hot on this gantry. I'm trying to stand as far back as I can, but when you get too far back, you can't see the...
Yeah, I'm standing on a chair to keep my head out of the
clever.
sun. Not on the chair, but just on the rungs of the feet.
Stoneman cuts. There's a bit of topspin on that, and it rolls out towards the point boundary for 1 run. Picked up by Emilio Gay. Durham lost Brendan Doggett probably about an hour ago now. He fell awkwardly in the field. Did you see if he landed on the ball or not? So I was looking through those
Yeah,
windows
so
and I couldn't really tell.
I couldn't really tell. I think I was commentating with Emily at the time, and she said it looked like it was a knee in the turf. Because he was able to sort of recover quite quickly, but we couldn't really see. He fell very awkwardly.
Yeah, he fell heavily trying to stop the ball. I
Yeah.
just wondered if he'd landed on the ball maybe. But
Yeah,
a
we
couple
didn't-
of weeks ago he turned his ankle in the warm-up on the morning of the
Mm.
final day against Yorkshire and couldn't play in that one and missed the game against Worcestershire last weekend. So I'm just wondering if he's aggravated that or if it's something else and whether or not it's just a precaution. But Durham really can't afford to have any more injuries in the bowling ranks. The two loanees they've brought in who they haven't actually played in this game, they played them in the last match, they'll be heading home. I think they're only allowed to be here for 2 games. So, end of that over then, 107 for 1.
And Parkinson will come back into the order up this end, at the hotel end. 107 for 1 at Hampshire. Then again, coming in over the wicket, seemingly preferred side.
Quite a lot of dust coming up there.
Yeah, as it's just blocked back really by
Yeah.
Stoneman. Just nice and defensive shot. No real play there.
Just trying to work out which way the breeze is coming. Sort of breeze is coming from the north, I think.
In again, Parkinson. And Stoneman does well, just blocks back. Safe shot. Yeah, I think you're right. It does seem a bit... thing with this ground is it swirls round, so it's kind of... You never really know where it's coming from. As Parkinson in again. This time Stoneman just blocks it into the leg side.
Yeah, it's a bit like that at
The
the
wicket will pick
Riverside
that.
because you're down in a bowl and you can look at the flags on the pavilion roof and they're blowing in one direction and the clouds are going in a different direction.
Yeah. Parkinson in again, this time worked into the offside. Go square of the wicket. Deep square will come up to fetch that as just, I think, the 2 runs there. Did they go there?
Yeah.
They'll be quite happy with that. And Mark Stoneman back on strike.
What was it? Birds fluttering
Oh,
down.
look at
Where
that.
does that come from?
It must be landing on top of us.
A gull up above us was preening itself, I think. This feather just came fluttering down past us.
Parkinson in again. Oh, it was just sort of pushed off to what
Short
Just
leg there.
short
wasn't it,
leg,
to
yeah.
Graham Clark. I couldn't see if it bounced or not.
I think
might
it
have bounced
did. Yeah,
before
there
it
wasn't a big shout for it.
Yeah.
Parkinson in again. Bowls. Just a bit shorter this time. Worked onto the leg side. No run score.
End of the over then, 109 for 1. BBC Radio Solent with you, BBC Radio Newcastle, and the live YouTube stream from Hampshire. Day 2 here. At the minute, this looks like it's heading for a high-scoring draw, but as we just mentioned, that wicket's starting to look a bit dusty. They always Talk about day 3 of these games being moving day where lots can happen, but both sides so far found batting fairly straightforward. Here's Drizzell. Right arm round from the pavilion end. Back into his crease goes Gubbins, another former Middlesex player. That's defended. No run there. So Gubbins is now on 36. He's had 100 and 250s against Durham, all for Middlesex. This next ball played back to Drizzell. Bowling in his sunglasses with their white frames. He's now asked Graham Clark to come out of short leg to go into a silly point position. Got one slip in place as well in Colin Ackerman. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Drizzell comes in again and bowls. And the ball just nudged away beyond the grasp of Clark. So 4.5 overs left tonight. Be back with you on air just before 11 tomorrow. Kevin looks weary in the heat. This ball played out by Gubbins through to the covers for 1. I think if Kevin was a dog, he'd be looking for his basket now, wouldn't he? In a cool bowl of water and maybe a bonio.
Or a nice hardwood floor. They keep them nice and cool.
Nice cool hardwood floor.
Yeah.
In comes bowler again. That's gone into the keeper's gloves. I had a bit of turn on it there. Stoneman playing and missing in that one. He's gone to do a bit of tapping of the track with the toe of his bat.
Bit of gardening.
Yeah. The only bit of gardening I'm entrusted with is the cutting of the grass, because you can't really destroy plants there. Oops, tripped over this chair there. Stoneman with the final ball of this over keeps strike because he plays it out through the covers for a single, so he's now on 54. Gubbins 37, Hampshire 111 for 1. They trail by exactly 400, and the partnership now worth 94 from 205 balls, I think it is. 4 overs remaining tonight then. We've talked about summer jobs earlier.
Yes.
Katie did respond after I'd come off air. She said it wasn't exactly a summer job as such, but at one time I worked 4 days a week in a toy shop and the other 3 days in a zoo. My little cousins thought I had the coolest life.
Parkinson in from the hotel end. A big cheer for... Oh, but nothing. It was huge, and then it quickly got... we'll just watch the replay on that.
Outside the line of off stump,
yeah.
But or it pitched around about off stump. Was certainly worth a shout, but given not out by...
It was a bit weird. It sort of popped away square of the wicket, and then everyone sort of lost interest simultaneously as Parkinson straight in again, and this time Stoneman gets a nice bat on it and just blocks it back to fence.
I wonder if he got a bit of bat. I do recall Katie a few years ago, one of her jobs at the zoo was counting the meerkats.
Parkinson in again. Even bigger shout for it this time, but still the umpire not interested at all. Mark Stoneman just stands looking at the ball.
I think the thing there is Stoneman took quite a big stride to play at that one.
Yeah.
We're not directly behind the bowler at a slight angle, but I think these balls are pitching outside the line of off stump.
He's in again. Will he get a third? No. A few groans there, moans and groans, but Stoneman managed to block that defensively. And it'll just get pushed into the offside ever so slightly. Back to the top of his mark. Stoneman resets. Parkinson in. The field creeps in as well. This time again. Blocked back into the leg side. No interest in running.
The task for Mark Stoneman here more than anything is just to make sure he's still in at the end of play today and not getting himself out in the last 3 overs yet.
And in again comes Parkinson.
That nearly skidded through on him there. He played it down to the ground and there was a bit of backspin.
And Stoneman, he was so close to the wicket that even as he sort of turned, I think he almost knocked his own bails off. So he kind of lost his balance there ever so slightly. But end of the over, 111 for 1. Hampshire. The partnership is currently 94. Stoneman on 54 and Gubbins on 37. And I shall make way for Kevin James.
Okay. We'll see you again tomorrow. Drizzell bowling here from the pavilion end. Amelia's back with us tomorrow. I think Emily's back tomorrow as well, isn't she? I think. So Gubbins on 37. Drizel comes in and bowls. Gubbins cuts at that and it goes off towards deep point for 1. 38 he has, 112 for 1. Had an email earlier from John Corker, and he's saying, entitled Batsman, he said, you were talking about batsman's quirks earlier. Richard Montgomery, Sussex, used to take guard and then hit his right foot at the same time.
Hard.
He said you could hear it from the boundary.
Yeah, I remember that. Really weird. Oh, is that turned?
Yeah, it has. That's 2 overs in a row where Drizel's been bowling from that end to Stoneman, and he's got quite a bit of turn, which is, I suppose, a positive from the Durham point of view. With Hampshire 399 behind.
I don't want to see too much of that, thank you very much.
Drizel in again. Oh, just played past the left hand of Clark at silly point. Well, actually, going to finish slightly earlier than we were predicting a few minutes ago. So the spinners are on and rattling through these overs here as Drizel again balls to Stoneman. That's a dot ball played back to the bowler. So 2 overs to go after the next delivery. So probably going to be over in about 4 or 5 minutes for the day's play. About 20 past 6.
It's all right.
Only 20 minutes late.
About the same as last night?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Drizel again balls, faster delivery this time. Stoneman forward to that one, defends. End of the over, 1 run from it. I won't bother making the same mistake of going to the same pub tonight and not getting in.
No.
I'll go somewhere else, I think.
Well, it's Saturday night tonight, isn't it? Which
Yeah,
is just as bad as a Friday, isn't it, really?
The little lane you went around, and you go around the houses and up this hill and then come down this little lane, and it was just like sort of 20 minutes, half an hour out my night, really. And by the time I decided it was...
So where do you think you're going to go tonight, then?
I just don't know.
Potluck.
Yeah,
Potluck.
I might just head back to the hotel, and there's a pub at the top of the estuary just over the other side of the A27. I might just pop there.
It's a shame not to use a garden somewhere. And a pub,
Yeah.
Penultimate over of day 2 then. Callum Parkinson about to get his 11th over underway. None for 25 and forward. Almost kicking that away is Nick Gubbins. That's turned out of the bowler's rough. But not really bounced. Gubbins 38 from 91. And Mark Stoneman with his highest score on his first half century for Hampshire at the non-striker's end. Again, Gubbins is more playing with pad than bat. Keeping the bat tucked behind the pad, but he's well outside the line. Although, of course, that won't matter because he's not really playing a shot. 10 balls left. Slip and a short leg in. Again, he's well forward there. Puff of dust. He's landing it into the bowler's footmarks here is Callum Parkinson. Waiting for one just to spit a little bit more. Will that be tonight? Will he have to wait till tomorrow morning? Will there not really be one till later on tomorrow? Have to wait and see. Gubbins plays that into the ground, almost behind him. Always more difficult for the left-handers, of course, because there's always more rough outside their off stump than there is for the right-handers. Got it easy, right-handers. Gubbins again, he's playing that into the ground.
Were you a lefty?
Yeah.
I thought there was a reason you were telling us that tale.
Of course, yeah. It was always more difficult for us.
Mm.
So whereas a lefty averaged 30, you could probably put another 5 on that. He's Gubbins on the back foot, slightly shorter, plays it into the ground and fielded at short leg. 1 over to go. Maiden over from Callum Parkinson, and Hampshire are 112 for 1 with 6 balls left. There's always loads of rough. I mean, you're relying on, well, right-handers are just hoping that there's no left-armers in the game or not too many bowlers bowl around the wicket. And then you've really got a free, nice bit of track to bat on. Easy game.
Why are you tearing up pieces of paper? Looks like you're scheming and plotting.
Just writing some notes down to speak, do an interview at the end of the day. I have to write a couple of notes, otherwise I'll forget what's happened this morning.
Yeah. Here's Drizel end of bowl, the final over of the day. He's got 2 slips in place and a short leg. Stoneman plays the ball back up towards the bowler's end. It's chased by short leg Graham Clark, who retrieves the ball, hands it back to the bowler, and then jogs back to his position again. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Got play around the corner for the top edge. This is defended as well by Stoneman. Back to Drizel. I think that's Jack Blatherwick on as a 12th man, actually.
Was it?
On the top edge around the corner, a sort of short, fine leg. Next ball is a dot out towards the covers. So at the minute, this looks like 112 for 1. Decent start from Hampshire. This looks like 500 plays 500. Isn't it, at the minute?
I know. This could be thoroughly exciting over the next couple of days.
Next ball is pushed by Stoneman to the covers. You've got to think that the track will start to do something tomorrow. Otherwise, it's going to be a handshakes job on Monday night at some point. Drizel comes in and bowls. Defended by Stoneman. This is heading towards being a maiden. 2 deliveries have left. Stoneman 54 from 147. And Gubbins 38 from 96. And they are 9 away from a century stand. That's defended. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is that. We end with a maiden with Hampshire on 112 for 1. And after 43 overs, they close day 2. They trail by 399.
Well, good on Mark Stoneman. His first half century. That's quite important. And Nick Gubbins continuing his form with 38 not out. But I agree with you. I often look at some of the scores after the completed rounds, and I look at some of the games which have just meandered into a draw, and I think, gosh, I'm glad I didn't commentate on that one. This might be one of those. So I think really it's down to us to make the last 2 days a little more exciting.
Well, you've got to
and otherwise they will
come up with another couple of themes tomorrow, then, don't we?
Well, we'll have to think about that overnight, won't we?
Yeah.
When you're sitting in the pub garden,
yeah,
you might have to think about something. But thank you anyway. Thanks, Martin. Hope everybody's enjoyed not only the cricket on show, but of course, hopefully our commentary over the top. Thank you, Amelia. She's back tomorrow. Emily's going to be with us a little bit for tomorrow as well. No Yozza, unfortunately. I think he says to do some gardening.
It's a Herculean effort to come down from London 2 days in a row to help us out.
Just shows how much he loves it.
Yeah.
He loves being able to come in down here. Yeah. As much as you do. Good night.